Now when you say Spring, it basically means Spring Framework, right? We are talking about a framework here. And Spring is one of the best framework available for Java. Yes, we had different frameworks before. Example, for web development, we were using Sturds. In the enterprise market, we were happy with EJB. And then on the other hand, we have database side where we were happy with JPA. But then now with the help of Spring, you can achieve everything. The one thing which is amazing about Spring is it focuses on POJOs. Now remember, when you talk about EJBs, it was all about entities, right? They were good. You can build huge applications which are stable, scalable using EJB. But then still, the components which we were using is very heavy in terms of the size or the services it uses. But what if I say you can do everything with the help of POJOs? Now, if you don't know what this POJO means, if you don't know what services means, that's completely fine. Just for this course, you will get everything. But then if you know about POJOs, yes, we can use POJOs in Spring. Now, Spring is also the combination of multiple projects. It's not just one project which you'll be using. Example, let's say if you want to achieve a very common feature of Spring, which is dependency injection, we have a separate module for it. If you want to work on web, if you want to make a web application, we have a separate module for it. And of course, one of our favorite, if you want to build a REST application, we have a separate module. What if I say Spring also can be used for security? That's awesome, right? As a developer, we are focusing more on application development. We are not focusing on the security part of it, and Spring will help you there as well. If you want to connect with database with the help of some JPA, Spring has a different module. So Spring is basically a collection of modules it has, right? And then we'll be going through most of this module. So we'll be talking about Spring Core, which will help you for a dependency injection. We'll talk about Spring MVC, which will help you for web development. We'll talk about Spring REST to make REST APIs, and this goes on. So before going for the actual modules, let's talk about one important thing, which is the official website of Spring. Now, if you go to official website, let's go to Google and search for Spring. And the moment you search for Spring, it will give you this official website, which is spring.io. Just click on that. So you can see it says Spring by Pivotal. So Pivotal is basically a company who has designed Spring and you can use it for free. That's great. That's an open source project which you have. Now, if you click on Spring projects, you can see we have a lot of projects here which we have talked about before. We have Spring Boot. Again, that's a surprise for you. What is Spring Boot? Will not reveal that as of now. We have Spring Framework. If you want to work with data flow, we have that as well. If you want to work on Spring Cloud, we have Spring Cloud. We have Spring Data. And then this is very important, Spring Security. And then you can also build Spring Web Services, right, which is your SOAP. And the list goes on. There are so many features which we can use here. Of course, we cannot be covering everything in this course. We'll be focusing on most important part, which is Spring Framework. So of course, our focus is this one. With this, we'll also cover Spring Boot, and Spring Data will be also there. And then one of my favorite, which is Spring Security. Okay, that's the official website. And the amazing thing about Spring is, not just Spring, it's about Java. We have amazing documentation. Same goes for Java docs we have. In fact, instead of referring any book, you can refer Java docs and you can solve your queries. We have huge community. In the same way, we have Spring documents as well. So if you can just go to the guides, do we have here? So you can see you will get a lot of help from this. Otherwise, you can just click on this and search for Spring docs. And you can see it gives you Spring documentation as well. You can click on guides, and this is where you will get the reference documentation. Just click on this. In fact, they will also give you EPUB format. So let's say if you want to read your book in a mobile, so you can also use EPUB. In fact, if you want to get that, you can simply search for Spring Framework EPUB, and this will get to the official website. You can just go here. Okay, they are giving you 4.3. 5.0 is also available. So if you click on the first one, you can see that we have the reference documented, which is EPUB of Spring 5. That's amazing, right? In fact, I'm a big fan of this documentation. At least for Spring, you can refer everything on book, the ebook, which I'm talking about. Otherwise, you can just refer online. You can see we have online documentation. Let's say if you want to know about Spring Cloud, just click on Spring Cloud, and you can see it gives you all the options. You can click on documentation, and you will get it. So you can see I'm clicking on the documentation. You can see we got single HTML. Open that and you can read the entire documentation. So that's how you can refer documentation. Yes, there are some books available as well on Amazon, on different websites, of course. So you can just go there and you can buy any book. I will also try to list my favorite books available for Spring, but then as of now, the Spring documentations is awesome, and with these videos, of course. Now, what are the prerequisites for Spring? The first thing you should know is Java, of course, right? So if you don't know Java, how can you work on Spring Framework? In fact, any framework on Java. So the core Java part is very important. You should know what is OOPs, you should know what is exception handling, what is threads, and all those basic concepts. Of course, loops as well. The next thing you should know is database connectivity. So when you say database, it can be MySQL with Java, you should be maybe Postgres with Java. So whatever database you have worked on with Java, that JDBC connection is very important. So if you know that, that will be amazing. The next two is very important. The first one is Servlet and JSP. Now, of course, when you work on Spring MVC, it's a MVC model. Now you'll be thinking, okay, we have done with Servlet JSP, why you have to learn old technologies? What if I say in Java framework, we normally work on Tomcat, right? So Tomcat is a Servlet container, which simply means even if you are running Spring framework on Tomcat, ultimately everything will be converted into servlets. So having the knowledge of Servlet and JSP will be awesome. So not everything, but basics are very important. Example, you should know how to send data from client to server, then what is HTTP request object, HTTP response object, all those basic concepts. That's it. The next thing you should be knowing is ORM framework. Now it can be Hibernate, iBetis, or simple JPA. Everything will be fine. So I would suggest, if you have not seen Hibernate videos, it is available on YouTube for free. Just go there and you can watch Hibernate videos. So that's the basic thing you'll be required here. That's it, nothing else. Yes, there are some optional concepts. If you know, that will be amazing. You know how internet works, the protocol works. Then the next thing is, we have for Spring security, we should be knowing about LDAP, OAuth, the basics of it, of course. That will be advantage. But again, once we start with a particular module, in every module I'll be talking about some basics of it. What are things required for you to learn? So you can just pause the videos and you can go back and Google it, right? It's not that difficult. Even if you don't know Core Java, that's fine. You can just pause this video, pause the series, go back to my Core Java videos, watch some of them, which is freely available on this website. Just go there and you can learn basic Core Java and you can come back here. That's completely fine. So that's the prerequisite you should be having, and that's it. That's it, everyone. Now it's time to talk about the requirement in terms of software. Of course, right, if you want to write your Spring code, where you will write it. In fact, we have the simple way, right? You can open Notepad, type your code, and you can run it in command line. We can do that. But hold on, we will be building big projects, right? So of course, if you're learning Spring Framework, in future you will be building amazing projects. And that's where, if you have a good IDE with you, it will be an awesome thing, right? And that's where we have a lot of IDEs available. You can use NetBeans, which is everyone's favorite. You can use Eclipse, which is industry-wide famous. You can also use one of the best IDE available for Java, which is IntelliJ, the ultimate version, of course, because in community version, I guess Spring will not be supported. So you have to go for the ultimate version, and it is awesome. The only thing is it's not a free version. But then on the other hand, what if I say Spring officially gives you a separate IDE? It's not compulsory to use that. You can still use NetBeans or Eclipse. So software name is Spring Tool Suite. So if you search for it, you can see it will take you to the official website. Just click on that and you can download this Spring STS for free. Now you'll be thinking, oh, we have to learn a new IDE now. Not exactly. If you have worked on Eclipse before, Spring is Eclipse. So it's an Eclipse IDE. On top of that, we have a Spring layer. In fact, if you just go here, it says based on Eclipse. Can you see that? So yes, ultimately you are using Eclipse. You're not using something else. It's just that you don't have to add a Spring plugin in Eclipse to use it, right? You can simply use STS. So you can download any version which you like. So for this machine, I will download the Windows 64-bit because this is a Windows machine. Now the only thing is, of course, it will take some time for download. So if you want to install this version, you also need to have a JDK available. So JDK is something which is prerequisite. But then which one? So the suggested one is the minimum requirement for this is JDK 8. Because we'll be working on Spring Framework 5, for which JDK 8 is the benchmark. The reason is in Spring 5, we got reactive programming. It supports Spring reactive programming now. And reactive programming can be achieved with the help of Lambda expression, which is only available in Java 8. But then Spring Framework 5 also supports Java 9. So that's great. If you have Java 9 with you, you can also implement Java 9 features in Spring 5. But we'll not be focusing on that. We'll be only focusing on Java 8 features with Spring Framework 5. So once it gets downloaded, you can install it, you can unzip it, and you can use it. But how to do that, we'll see in the next video. Now once you have your STS with you, of course you have to unzip it because that's a zip version. The only tip is when you unzip it, make sure that you unzip with the help of a small name, because if you unzip that with a big name, it may give you the issue which I was facing from a long time. So make sure that you give a small name, remove that version number there. Now once you got the unzipped version, you can see it says HTS bundle. Let's double click on that. Now it will give you this thing which is awesome, because when you work with Eclipse, you have to download Tomcat separately. That's what you do. And of course, Tomcat is not that heavy to download. But then Pivotal says, hey, when you are using HTS, we will give you Tomcat as well. So it will give you Pivotal TC server, which is pre-configured for this. And then we have STS as well. So let's double click on STS and we got STS here. And you can see that beautiful logo of it. Double click on this. It will open just like Eclipse because behind the scene is Eclipse, right? It will take some time for you when you open it for the first time because it will a lot of files. Now it will ask you for the workspace name as we do in Eclipse. So here I will give a name as Spring Course. Again, you can give any name, doesn't matter. It will simply create a folder in your document in which you will be having all your projects. Simply click on launch and it will take some time to launch it since we are doing it for the first time. So fast forward, you can see it is still opening. And so that's, my friend, is STS for you. Yes, it looks like Eclipse. Now I will close this dashboard. Of course, you can see we have reference documentation available here as well. Simply click this and you can see this is, so if you are new to any IDE, if you have not worked on NetBeans, Eclipse before, on the left hand side you can see we have a project section because this is where you will be having all your projects. In the center you have an area where you will write a code, and in the below section you can see we have console here. So all your logs will be printed there. If you want to print something on a console, that's where you will get the output. Now let me create my first project. Now if you can see, we can create multiple type of projects here. We can create a Spring Startup project, which we are not going to see now. That's a surprise. We'll see how we can make Spring easy. The second thing is we have Spring Legacy project. We'll not do that now. We can create a Java project, but there is one issue with this. The issue is when you work with Spring Framework, we need to add a Spring dependencies, right? And when you say you want to add Spring dependencies, you have to go to Google, you have to search for all the dependencies which you need, and then you have to download it manually. But what if I say you can do that with the help of Maven, because Maven will help you here. So Maven is basically a build tool which will help you to get dependencies, which will help you to create a package for your project, which will help you to compile your codes as well. But at this point, let me use Maven only for downloading the dependencies. Let me click on Maven project. Okay, so you can see it will say you want to create a project. Yes, I want to create a new project. Now Maven has multiple types. I want you to also know about Maven. As I mentioned, you can just go to YouTube or Google. You can search how Maven works. But just to give you a brief, using Maven, you can create multiple type of projects. You can create a simple standalone project. You can create a web project. Let me create a quick start project, which will have nothing, a simple project. Click on next. Now you can give a special name to it. Now we have to also mention group ID. Time being, I will mention com.telusko as my group ID. The artifact ID will say this is demo project, and then click on finish. Now once you click on finish, it will download the Maven dependency. It will create a project for you with the all required dependencies. But what if you want some extra dependency? Because if you see, this project will have nothing. It will not have Spring dependencies. It will not have Hibernate. Of course, we have not mentioned that as of now. So how do you add dependencies? What if you need a jar file for Spring? It's actually very easy. You can just open your pom.xml. Now Maven works with this file in which you have to mention the dependencies. You can see this is where you have to mention what dependency you need. Now if you think Maven is the only option, not exactly. We can also achieve this with the help of Gradle. So you can use Gradle or you can use Maven, that's your choice. I guess a lot of people nowadays, they are moving towards Gradle, but again, Maven also works. Now question arises from where you will get this dependency. So you have to type it by yourself. You have to just go here. Now the thing is, it is downloading some artifacts for us from the internet. As of now, let's keep it on hold. This is where you have to put your dependency tags. But we don't know what tag we have to type, right? We don't know the artifact name for the Spring framework. In that case, let's go to the official website again. Now for this, we will go to Google and search for MVN. So we'll search for MVN repository. Now this is where you can download all the Maven dependencies. So let's click on this website, and this is where you will get for Spring. So just go here and search for Spring, and you have to download Spring Context. Okay, so not Spring Context, because Spring Context will also have Spring code. Let's click on this. Now you can go with any version. My preferred version is always where you have maximum usage. So you can see we have a usage of 419, which looks stable. So let's go for 5.1.3. Let's copy this. In fact, when you click on that, it will automatically copy it. So just go back to your application and paste. You just have to specify that. And if you go to Maven dependencies now on the left hand side, you can see by default we have JUnit. But hold on, where is Spring? If you can see, it says building workspace. So if you click on that, it is downloading all the dependencies. Yes, it takes some time depending upon your internet speed. Unfortunately, my internet speed is not that good today. so it takes some time. And you can see we got dependencies which we wanted, right? So if you don't have to download this jar file one by one, it will get downloaded automatically the moment you paste that code. So this is working, you got your dependencies, and now you can write your first application. In the last video, we have seen how to create a simple Spring Boot application. But now let's understand how exactly we can use it. So let's say we have this main file here in which we have nothing, but then here I want to create the object. Now if you remember, if you go back to the theory video which we have talked about, which is dependencies or dependency injection, normally what happens, when you work on complex projects, that's where you need to add some extra objects. So your application will need some extra objects. Maybe those objects need extra objects. Example, let's say if you build a laptop, you need a hard drive. And to build a hard drive, you need some other parts as well. So you don't have to build. So as a laptop manufacturer, you don't have to build hard drive. You can inject it, or someone else will inject the hard drive in your laptop. You just have to ask for it. And even you don't even have to mention what company hard drive you need. You can simply say, hey, I want an hard drive. Now, based on your consultant or based on your team, they will say, okay, let's use Seagate hard drive. Let's use maybe Hitachi hard drive. That's their choice. So here, what I want is I can create the object of alien. So I will say alien obj. But hold on, I'm not creating the object. I'm just creating the reference first. To create the reference of alien, we need a alien class, right? Unfortunately, we don't have this class. Okay, let's create one. Okay, when I say alien, I'm only talking about, so normally I refer alien, so all the programmers for me are aliens. In fact, not just programmers, the tech professionals are aliens because we don't think in real world, right? We think in virtual world. So let's create the class. I will simply click here. And you can see I'm creating a class. The class name is alien and a very simple class. Now in this class, I want to have a simple method. Okay, like the method name would be, let's say, public void code, because normally, as a programmer, we write code. So we got code, and in this I'm printing, I'm coding. That's it. Nothing much. We got an alien class in which you have a method which is code, and then we are saying I'm coding. Let's go back to our application here. Now I want to call that method which is code. Of course, right, you can simply say obj.code, but unfortunately this will not work. You know why it will not work? Because we have not initialized this object here. And that's what it's saying. You can see it says the local variable obj may not have been initialized. Now, of course, right, this obj local variable inside the main method, how can we initialize it? The best way we can do that is by saying new alien. But that's where the problem starts. You are saying new, which means you as a programmer, you are creating the object. And that's where the problem starts, because when you create the object, you are responsible to maintain it. We don't want to do that, right? We are using Spring Framework. Come on, we can inject the object. But who will create the object for us? And that's where Spring says, hey, if you want object, I will give you the object. You just have to ask for it. How will you ask for it? It's very simple. You can just go here and say, hey Spring, give me a bean. Spring will say, okay, I will give you a bean, but tell me which class object you need. Do you need object of alien class? Do you need object of object class? Do you need object of array class? There are so many classes available, right? Which object do you need? And that's why you will say, okay, you are getting confused. That means I have to mention. So I will simply say alien.class. So you're saying, hey Spring, give me the object of alien class. Okay, Spring will say, okay, but then there's one issue, right? In Java, if you want to call a method, we have to use the object. Of course, right? You can't call the method without the object. So here what I will do is, I will simply say, which class object do you need? So this getBean belongs to an interface which is application context. So let me repeat, getBean method belongs to an interface named as application context. So if you want to call getBean, we need object of application context. The amazing thing is, if you click on this run method, so you can see we have a line here which is Spring application.run, which takes the class name itself. If you click on this run, you can see we got documentation, of course. So how do you get the documentation? You just have to press Control and click on the method name which you want. So you can see this run method returns an object of configurable application context. This class or this interface, is it interface? Yes, this interface extends application context. So that means this run is actually giving you the object of application context. So we can simply say application context. Let me import the package. I will say context equal to, we got the object. Now once you got the context object, I can simply come here and you can say context.getBean. Our job is done. Will this work? Let's try. Let's go back here and say right click, run as Spring Boot app. I hope this will work. Let's try. You normally learn by errors, right? So let's see. And we got error. The error, it says no qualifying bean of type com.telusko.first.alien. But we have a class there, right? It's just that, see, who is responsible to create the object? Spring Framework, right? So Spring responsibility to create the object of alien. And you can mention that to Spring by saying add component. So when you say add component on top of your class, it simply means Spring Framework will know, okay, now it says add component, which means I'm responsible to create the object of alien. Now it should work. Let's go back and let's relaunch the application. And it worked. And you see that we got the output as I am coding. It's that simple, right? And that's the beauty about Spring Framework. You are not responsible to create the object. Welcome back, everyone. Till this point, we have seen what is Spring Framework, and then we have also done the setup for STS. Now, of course, right, Spring is one of the best framework available for Java. There are some other frameworks as well. Example, we have Struts for web development, we have Hibernate for database, and yes, we can use all those frameworks, right? Now, frameworks are awesome, but there's only one issue when you talk about frameworks, and that is we have to do a lot of configuration to achieve the thing which we want. In fact, even if you're building a small application, we need to do a lot of configuration. But think about this. If you have, so let's say in this world, we have so many people building different projects, but all this project will have something in common. So all the configuration will have some configuration which is common for all the projects. Don't you think the basic configuration should be given by Spring Framework itself? From a long time, when Spring was introduced, everyone loved it, but then there was still the problem with the configuration. But now we have a concept of Spring Boot. Now, using Spring Boot basically means, Spring Boot believes that you should focus on convention instead of focusing on configuration. So it normally states convention over configuration. So you have to focus on your logic, don't focus on the configuration. Okay, when I say don't focus on configuration, I'm talking about the basic configuration. What if you want to have something customized? That's where you have to do some changes, right? But for basic, Spring will give you, or Spring Boot will give you all the basic configuration. Okay, now to understand that, let me create a simple project on Spring Boot. But then don't worry, we'll be also focusing on Spring Framework. So this video will talk about Spring Boot, how do we create a project and how do we use some features there. But then the further videos will focus only on Spring Framework. Now here, first of all, let's create a project. Now, first of all, you need STS here, which we have already done. And then we had this project as well, which is demo project in the last video. But now let's do something different. Let's say new, and let's create a Spring Starter project. As of now, it's not important to understand what is this service URL stuff. The only thing which is important here is the project name. I will say this is my first project. Of course, you can give any name. And then I will give a group ID, which is my company name itself. I will say com.telusko. And then here, the package name I want is telusko.first. That's my project name and then package name. Let me click on next, and here you can see it will give you so many options, right? Now this is different, okay? The project which we are building now is a Spring Boot project. So when you say Spring Starter project, it means Spring Boot. It will give you so many features, right? Based on whatever project you are building. Let's say if you are building a web project, you will be selecting web here. If you want to build a project with database, of course, you have to search for JDBC. In fact, if you search for JDBC, you can see if you have an option here. What if you want to work with MySQL? You can choose that. You can choose Postgres. There are so many options here. What if you want to implement security? And that's why we have security features as well. But as of now, we don't need anything. And there's one more thing important, which is Spring Boot version. Now, of course, in new versions, we get new features. As of now, 2.1.2 is stable. So let's go with that. Click on next. Nothing much specific here. Click on finish. Now you can see we got a project here. Okay, is it so fast? Not actually. When you're doing this for the first time, it will download all the project structure and the dependencies from the internet, right? So it will take some time. But on this machine, I've already did this. So I have a local copy of the jar files. And if you can see, if I open this, we already have a Java file here, which is first project application.java. And the amazing thing is it already had some code in it because, okay, at this point, we don't understand what that code is, but let's keep it there. You can see if I open this Maven dependencies, we have so many dependencies here by default. And that's the magic, right? Spring Boot will give you everything which you need, all the basic stuff. Of course, if you want to have some extra features, we have to add those dependencies. But as of now, it will give you everything which is required. Okay, and then the next important file here is the spom.xml. So if you have worked on Maven projects before, you know what a spom file is, right? So this is where you will add required dependencies. I'm talking about the jar files. In this case, we wanted to work with Spring Boot. So you can see we have added 2 dependencies, one for Spring Boot and for testing purpose as well. Nothing much here. Let's create our first stuff. Now, what exactly I want to create, that we'll see in the next video. In the last video, we have seen how to create a simple Spring Boot application. But now let's understand how exactly we can use it. So let's say we have this main file here in which we have nothing, but then here I want to create the object. Now if you remember, if you go back to the theory video which I talked about, which is dependencies or dependency injection, normally what happens, when you work on complex projects, that's where you need to add some extra objects. So your application will need some extra objects. Maybe those objects need extra objects. Example, let's say if you build a laptop, you need a hard drive. And to build a hard drive, you need some other parts as well. So you don't have to build. So as a laptop manufacturer, you don't have to build hard drive. You can inject it, or someone else will inject the hard drive in your laptop. You just have to ask for it. And even you don't even have to mention what company hard drive you need. You can simply say, hey, I want an hard drive. Now, based on your consultant or based on your team, they will say, okay, let's use Seagate hard drive. Let's use maybe Hitachi hard drive. That's their choice. So here, what I want is I can create the object of alien. So I will say alien obj. But hold on, I'm not creating the object. I'm just creating the reference first. To create the reference of alien, we need a alien class, right? Unfortunately, we don't have this class. Okay, let's create one. Okay, when I say alien, I'm only talking about, so normally I refer alien, so all the programmers for me are aliens. In fact, not just programmers, the tech professionals are aliens because we don't think in real world, right? We think in virtual world. So let's create the class. I will simply click here. And you can see I'm creating a class. The class name is alien and a very simple class. Now in this class, I want to have a simple method. Okay, like the method name would be, let's say, public void code, because normally as a programmer, we write code. So we got code, and in this I'm printing, I'm coding. That's it. Nothing much. We got an alien class in which you have a method which is code, and then we are saying I'm coding. Let's go back to our application here. Now I want to call that method which is code. Of course, right, you can simply say obj.code, but unfortunately this will not work. You know why it will not work? Because we have not initialized this object here. And that's what it's saying. You can see it says the local variable obj may not have been initialized. Now, of course, right, this obj local variable inside the main method, how can we initialize it? The best way we can do that is by saying new alien. But that's where the problem starts. You are saying new, which means you as a programmer, you are creating the object. And that's where the problem starts, because when you create the object, you are responsible to maintain it. We don't want to do that, right? We are using Spring Framework. Come on, we can inject the object. But who will create the object for us? And that's where Spring says, hey, if you want object, I will give you the object. You just have to ask for it. How will you ask for it? It's very simple. You can just go here and say, hey Spring, give me a bean. Spring will say, okay, I will give you a bean, but tell me which class object you need. Do you need object of alien class? Do you need object of object class? Do you need object of array class? There are so many classes available, right? Which object do you need? And that's why you will say, okay, you are getting confused. That means I have to mention. So I will simply say alien.class. So you are saying, hey Spring, give me the object of alien class. Okay, Spring will say, okay, but then there is one issue, right? In Java, if you want to call a method, we have to use the object. Of course, right? You can't call the method without the object. So here what I will do is I will simply say which class object do you need. So this getBean belongs to an interface which is application context. So let me repeat, getBean method belongs to an interface named as application context. So if you want to call getBean, we need object of application context. The amazing thing is, if you click on this run method, so you can see we have a line here which is Spring application.run, which takes the class name itself. If you click on this run, you can see we got documentation, of course. So how do you get the documentation? You just have to press Control and click on the method name which you want. So you can see this run method returns an object of configurable application context. This class or this interface, is it interface? Yes, this interface extends application context. So that means this run is actually giving you the object of application context. So we can simply say application context. Let me import the package. I will say context. equal to, we got the object. Now once you got the context object, I can simply come here and I can say context.getBean. Our job is done. Will this work? Let's try. Let's go back here and say right click, run as Spring Boot app. I hope this will work. Let's try. You normally learn by errors, right? So let's see. And we got error. The error, it says no qualifying bean of type com.telusko.first.alien. But we have a class there, right? It's just that, see, who is responsible to create the object? Spring Framework, right? So Spring responsibility to create the object of alien. And you can mention that to Spring by saying add component. So when you say add component on top of your class, it simply means Spring Framework will know, okay, now it says add component, which means I'm responsible to create the object of alien. Now it should work. Let's go back and let's relaunch the application. And it worked. Can you see that we got the output as I am coding? It's that simple, right? And that's the beauty about Spring Framework. You are not responsible to create the object. So once we have done with alien, think about this. When you say an alien can code, so I'm talking about programmers here. So when you can code, of course you need a laptop, right? Or a desktop. So if you want to code something, of course we go in multiple steps. We have to compile our code. And that's where you need object of laptop. So let's create one. So we'll say laptop or laptop lab here. I just want to create object of laptop if you want to make it work. And here, instead of saying I'm coding, I can simply say lap.compile. Of course, right, when you code, you have to compile your code as well. So I will say compile. Now, what is wrong with this code? There are multiple things which we are doing wrong. First of all, we don't have this class named as laptop. And second of all, okay, we don't have a class. Of course, we don't have a method as well. So let's create this class. Of course, you can right click here. You can create a laptop class. Let me just use a shortcut for IDEs. Let's click here and say, hey, create a laptop class for me. And you can see it will create a laptop class for you. That's a very simple class. Go back to alien. You can see we also have an issue with the compile. So I will click here and I will say create a compile method and job is done. In this compile, I will print. Of course, you can write any statement here. Let's say compiling. So for us, it's not important what is happening inside this method. What is important is how will this alien can get the object of laptop. So of course, right, if you want to make it work, you have to instantiate laptop. As you can see, we are not doing it. And the moment you run this application now, we are saying code. Of course, code will call this method and then it will call compile. But to call compile, first we have to instantiate laptop. Let me just run this application as it is. I will say run as Spring Boot app. And now you can see we got, okay, it's asking for permission again. And you can see we got an exception, which is null pointer exception in this case. Of course, right, this object here is not instantiated. So of course you can use new laptop here, but then that's the idea, right? We don't want to create the object by ourselves. We are not done for the alien as well. And that's where we can use a special annotation here, which is named as AutoWire. So when we use AutoWire, it simply means that this object, this laptop object will be created by Spring. Oh, hold on. We're still missing something. We have to mention that component here as well, right? You have to say add component. So you have to make sure all the classes has add component on top of it. The same thing we have done for alien. Now what will happen is the moment of this application, of course, we have a detailed explanation for this in the next module. This is just the introduction for Spring Boot, how it can be awesome. So you can see the moment you load this application, it will give you two objects, the object of alien, the object of laptop, right? And in the alien class, we are asking for the laptop object. So it will check, hey, do we have object of laptop available in the memory? And the answer is yes. So it will give you the laptop object here. And that's the beauty. Now, since you are not creating the object, it will be managed by Spring Framework. And trust me, it will give you a lot of advantage in making big projects. As of now, yes, it doesn't make sense because we have a very small code, but hold on. Now, the more we learn about Spring Framework with different modules, different projects, this will surely make sense. So that's about AutoWire. Okay, so you can see, oh, we have not run this code. Let's do that. So we'll say right click, run as Spring Boot app. And you can see we got the output. It says compiling. That means we are able to call this code method and code is able to call this compile without any issue. Let me repeat, we are not creating the object of laptop. It is managed by Spring Framework. So that's it from this video. In the next module, we'll talk about the fancy stuff. I mean, when I say fancy, it simply means what is happening behind the scene. Welcome back everyone. Till this point we have seen some amazing stuff in Spring Boot, right? We have seen how to create a project in Spring Boot. We have seen how to use dependency injection there. And then the important concept, AutoWire. But then still we have not understood how Spring is doing everything behind the scene. And that's what we have to understand now. Question arises, how will you understand what is happening behind the scene? Because in Spring Boot, you cannot do anything else, right? Because everything is done by Spring Boot. And that's why next few videos will not be based on Spring Boot. It will be based on simple Spring Framework. Now when you say simple Spring Framework, that's where you are responsible to specify everything. What is the scope of your bin? Is it singleton or prototype? Again, we'll talk about that in detail, don't worry. But we have so many things which is happening behind the scene. That's what we are going to see now. So let's get started. So step 1, we will be creating a project in Spring, okay, not a Spring Boot project, a simple Spring project. But then question arises, how will you manage dependencies? I'm not talking about object dependencies, I'm talking about jar files. And that's where we can use Maven, right? So let's create a project here. I will create a Maven project and we'll name this project as, okay, let's say next. I'm not making a web application, I'm simply making core application or what you say, a standalone software. So we'll select quick start here, click on next. This is where you have to mention a group ID. So let's say com.telusko and the artifact ID will be Spring Demo. Of course, you can go for any name, doesn't matter, right? And click on finish. Now, once you got your project, now this is not a Spring project, okay? The name is only Spring, but then it's a normal Maven project. What we want is, we want to have Spring features here, but why? So to understand that, let's go back to app, and this is where I want to create an object. Okay, first of all, which object? If you remember in the Spring Boot videos, we have talked about the class as alien. Let's stick to that here. So let me remove this hello world. Oh, first of all, let me just verify if everything is working. That's what we do, right? When you create a new project, we just have to verify if the thing which you are working with is working. So let's try. So let's right click here and say run as Java application. You should see some output in the console and it says hello world. That great. At least this is working. So what next? Let's create an object of alien. The way you do that is by going here and say, hey, I want to say alien object. So I will say alien obj. But unfortunately, we don't have this class, right? That's what it's saying here. We don't have that class as alien. So let's create one. So of course, you can just go there and you can create a separate class as alien. Otherwise, you can simply use shortcuts here. So let's click here and say, hey, create a class for me. And now we'll be getting an alien class. Click on finish and you can see we got a very simple alien class. Now this is where I want a very simple method, which is, let's say, public void show, or maybe public void code, the same method which we have used earlier. And here we'll print I'm coding. Nothing fancy, we got a simple alien and then we got a method which is code and we are printing I'm coding. Okay, so the idea is I want to instantiate this alien first. So I will simply say equal to new alien. Oh, hold on, that's what we don't want to do, right? We don't want to instantiate this object by ourselves. That's where Spring comes into picture. So what Spring will do now? Now Spring provides you an amazing feature of dependency injection, or you can call it as IOC, which is inversion of control, where you don't have to create the object. It will be done by Spring Framework. Okay, so let's ask Spring Framework here. So we'll say, hey Spring, give me the object of alien. Okay, we have used that method name, right? Now if you remember, we have a very special method here which is getBean. Now getBean is responsible to give you the object, but we have a twist here. The twist is getBean belongs to some interface, right? That's the first thing. Second, so when you say it belongs to some interface, it should belong to some libraries, right? Of course, in core Java or the JDK which we normally use here, we don't have this as an inbuilt class or an inbuilt method, right? Inside JVM or inside JRE. So we have to get it from somewhere, and that's where we have to add dependencies for Spring Framework. If you go to your Maven dependencies, you can see we don't have any Spring dependency here. So that should be our first step. We have to add dependency. And to achieve that, let's go to browser. So we will go to Maven repository. This is where you will get all dependencies, right? And here we will be searching for Spring context. Now when you search for Spring context, you can see we got it here. Let's click on that. Now you can see we have so many versions. The latest version is 5.1.4. Now depending upon when you watch this video, if you're watching this in Jan, Feb, of course you will be working on 5.1.4. If you're watching this later, of course you will be having some new versions. But every minor version there will not be any big updates. So we can select any of this. In fact, I prefer the dependencies which have more usage. You can see we have 504 here. So let's pick up 5.1.3. Okay, let's copy this code from here, go back, and where to paste it. And if you are working on Maven before, you know we have to just go to pom.xml file, and this is where we have to add a dependency. So simply paste it, and the moment you say save, now if you are doing this for the first time, it will take some time because all these dependencies will be coming from the Maven repository, the remote one. Luckily on this laptop I have already used it, so we have a local copy of it, and that's why it took around 1 second to do that. Okay, so once we got dependency, let's use them. Where to use it? Go back to your app, and this is where you'll be using an interface in which you have this method which is getBean. Okay, now what's the interface name? Okay, you guessed it right. We have a concept of application context. But then before the application context came into picture, we had something else. Think about this. If you want to make a car, you have to open a car factory. If you want to make a mobile phone, you have to make a mobile phone factory. If you want to make a bean, you need you guessed it right, it's bean factory. So we have an interface named as bean factory. Let's simply say control space here. And you can see this bean factory interface belongs to Spring Framework library. So let's click that. Let's instantiate it. We'll simply say factory equal to. So we'll say bean factory equal to. Oh, we have a problem here. Bean factory is interface. We don't have a class. So let's instantiate it with the help of a class. And the class name or the class which implements bean factory is XML bean factory. That's it. You just have to mention that. So you have to mention bean factory equal to new XML bean factory. And you can see we got a strike there. Now this strike simply means that we should not be using this class here because this is deprecated. Of course, we have some new features, we got some new classes. So you should not be using this. But time being, since we are into learning state, we'll be learning everything from start, right? So this is the first class which came into picture to implement bean factory. Time being, just ignore that deprecated strike there. Okay, now we have an issue. The issue is when you say getBean, so let's say if I say factory here, I will simply say factory.getBean. We still have an issue here. The issue is, how do you know which class object do you need? So that's what you have to specify in this bracket. I will simply say, hey, I want object of alien. But see, Spring Framework is a framework, right? It's not a Superman, it's not a magician to know everything, right? So when you say alien, Spring should know what this alien means. And that's where we have to do some configuration. Of course, right? Whenever you work with frameworks, there is a part of configuration. That's one of the reasons why people love Spring Boot, right? We have less configuration there. But since we are not using Spring Boot, we are using normal Spring Framework, we have to configure it. But how? There are different ways you can configure this. There is a XML-based configuration, we have a Java-based configuration, or we can also use annotations. Time being, since we are into learning state, let's use XML. That means if you want to customize it, if you want to specify configuration, we have to create XML files. And then you have to specify that file here. But then unfortunately, we cannot simply pass a file name here. If you want to specify the file, we have to create one more object here, which is new file system resource. Is it there? File system resource, yes. And in this, you have to mention the file name. So file name is, we'll be creating that file. I will simply name it as spring.xml. Of course, you can go with any name, but let's go with this. Okay, once we got this factory object, once we have specified, hey, I want an alien, but still we are getting error. See, it's not because of we don't have that file. It's just that when you say getBean, it will give you object, right? Example, if you see, it says it will give you object, we want object of alien. In that case, in this bracket, I will simply specify alien. That's it. You can see there's no error. Yes, we have some warning, but that's fine. Let's right click here. At least let's see. See, of course, this will not work because we don't have spring.xml file as of now. Let's see the error as well. So I will simply say run as Java application. Yes, I'm expecting error here, and we got an error. And that's why it is saying file not found exception, which is it's not able to find spring.xml. Okay, let's create it then. So let's right click on your project, and I will say new. And this is where you'll be saying, hey, I want to create a XML file. That's one way of doing it. Otherwise, you can simply say, see, the problem is when you say XML, we have to add the DDD as well. If you don't want to do that, you can simply say new. There's an option of Spring Bean configuration file, and that's why we are using STS here. You could have done the same thing in Eclipse as well, but in Eclipse you don't get this option, which is Spring Bean configuration file. Let's click here. And let's mention the file name. The file name here would be spring.xml, the same name which you have mentioned in the code. Let's click on enter and we got our XML file. This is what we wanted, right? And you can see everything is mentioned. Let's say enter here. This is where you have to say, hey, see, if you go back to your app, it says get bean of alien. So we just have to mention, hey, Spring Framework, whenever a user says alien, give the object of alien class. Now, alien class belongs to a package which is com.telusko.springdemo.alien. Whenever in a code says alien, you have to create an object of alien. This alien, the class alien. But we cannot simply use this syntax, right? We have to use syntax of Spring. And that's where Spring says, hey, if you want to specify this, create a bean, let's say bean. Every bean will have an ID. So we'll say ID equal to, and ID is alien. So whatever ID you want, whatever name you want to use in the code, which is alien in this case, mention that, and also mention the class of which you want an object. I will simply say I want object of com. In fact, we can use alien because it will give you the class as it is. Say control space, you can see it will auto-complete it. And that's it. That's the only thing you have to mention. It's beauty, right? You just have to configure it by saying, hey, when a user says alien, give the object of alien. Go back to your code. And now let's run this application. So right click, say run as Java application, and oh, no error, but we have not also got the output. The reason is we are not calling code. So we'll be saying obj.code, because as an alien, as a programmer, you have to code, right? So let's run this application now. I hope it will work, and it worked. Can you see that we got I am coding? And that's it. It's so simple. So what we have done, we are trying to use Spring Framework to get the object. As you can see, the object of alien is not created by you, it's created by Spring Framework. I know for this example, it doesn't make sense because to create one object, we are doing so much of stuff, right? But think about the complex of application. What if you are building an application where you have maybe 15, 20 classes and every class will have, let's say, 2, 3 objects? You don't have to manage those objects, right? It will be managed by Spring Framework. But how do we do that? That we'll see in the upcoming videos. So till this point, we have seen how to create a simple Spring project where you can introduce a concept of bin factory which will give you the object, right? It works, but still we have an issue here. The issue is, you can see the code we are getting, it says deprecated, right? So this class XML bin factory is deprecated. We should not be using that. Of course, you can search for some other class which implements bin factory and which will make it work without deprecated, of course. There's one more thing which is important here. When Spring came into picture in 2003, it was basically for dependency injection, right? That was the main intention. But later on, they added some new features, right? Every time you go to Spring website, you will see some new projects. And of course, for new features, you need some new methods. And those methods are not available in bin factory. So instead of using bin factory, we can use amazing thing, which is we have a concept of application context. In fact, if we have seen that in Spring Boot, right? We have this interface which is application context. We'll simply say factory. Again, you can use different name. But then question arises, how to instantiate this? Because application context is an interface, right? So we have a class which is named as class path XML. Let's say control space. So we have a class which says class path XML application context. Let's use that. Now this class implements application context. Example, if I click here, you can see it's a class which extends abstract XML application context. If I click on that, it says extends abstract refreshable config application context. If I click on that, somewhere if you go up and up and up, you will find everything extends from application context. Are we getting there today? Yes, we got it. So you can see we have the whole hierarchy there. And unfortunately, by doing that, I have opened so many classes here. Let me just close them quickly. Okay, let's get back here. So instead of using bin factory, now we are using application context. The amazing thing is, here itself you can mention spring.xml. You don't have to mention new file system resource or something like that. You can simply mention the thing. And you can see we are not getting any deprecated now because we will be using application context a lot. So now let's right click and say run as Java application. We have not changed much. We have only changed from bin factory to application context. Let's click on run and we got an error. It says file not found exception. That's weird. We have that file here, right? The problem is, since you have mentioned class path, right, it will look for this file in class path. So you have to move this file in a class path in a Java folder, of course. Let's keep it there now and let's relaunch the application. And now it worked, we got I'm coding. That's great. So that's how we use application context in your Spring project. In the last video, we have seen how do we use application context. But still, we don't know how everything is working behind the scene. That's important, right? So let's understand what happens when you say application context and then when you say alien get bean. To understand that, what I will do is I will go back to my alien and let's create a constructor here. So let's say a constructor. So you can see we have a constructor here, a simple constructor which simply says alien object created. Nothing fancy, we got a simple constructor there. What I want to understand is, if I run this application, of course it will call the constructor first. It will say alien object created and it says I'm coding. That's great. That means Spring Framework will create the object, and of course when you create the object, constructor will be called. But my question is, what happens when you comment this? Because now when I'm commenting this line, that means I'm not asking for alien object. So the question is, will Spring Framework create that object for me, even if I'm not using it? Let's run this. The moment you run this code, you can see we are not getting I'm coding because we are not calling code, but still your Spring Framework is creating the alien object for you. It's because Spring believes, even if you don't want the object, it is my job to create the object. But how Spring knows that we will be needing alien object later? It's because when you run this application, the first line of execution is main method, right? So it will come to main, it will check, hey, the next line is we have to create object of application context. Now, application context will simply create a Spring container for you. Notice a Spring container. All the objects or all the processing which you do in Java happens on JVM. So inside your JVM, we'll be having a special container which we will call as Spring container, which will have Spring beans. Oh, what is bean now? Any class which has certain variables and every variable will have getters and setters is normally referred as bean. Now in this class we don't have any variables and that's why we don't have any methods. But then this is also a bean. So you can imagine any class as a bean as of now. So we want Spring to create the object of all these classes. But how Spring will know that? Because you can see we have specified a file name here which is spring.xml. So your Spring container will check this file and it will say, okay, so it's my responsibility. Okay, so I'm Spring container here. It's my responsibility to create the object of alien, because as a developer you have mentioned that here. What if you mention some more objects? If you create object of object class, if you create object of some other classes, if you write 5 beans here or 5 bean tag, it will create 5 objects for you. That's what Spring is doing even if you don't need the object. So if I create object of some weird class which I don't even know in JRE, it will create the object for you. Okay, you just have to mention that there. So the moment you run this line, it will create the object for you in the Spring container. It is your responsibility now, or it is your decision now to use that object or not. In this case, I'm not using it, but still we got the object. So that's what is happening behind the scene. The moment you say get bean alien, it will go to Spring container and say, hey Spring container, I want the object whose ID is alien. And Spring container will say, okay, we have the object here, just take it. And that's the object you're getting, and that's why it is working. But then with this, we have some more questions, okay? Example, let's say, what if you have certain variables here? Example, let's say, let me create a simple variable here, or maybe I will not be using a private variable, I will be using a simple variable, int. I will be naming this variable as age. Of course, you can go with anything. Every alien will have a different age, right? Okay, it can be same, but normally it is different. So let's say if I have an age there, and I want to print the age of a particular alien. So I will say obj.age. So when you print age, what do you think? What value you will get? So of course you can specify the age. By default, you can specify the age here. You can say by default the age is 18. Whatever age you want to specify, maybe 12. Otherwise, for every object, for this obj, time and I will say this is obj1, just to check what is happening. So I will say obj1 and then I'm printing the age, and you can see I have not mentioned the age, and by default the age will be 0. So let's run this code and you can see the age is by default 0. That's great. So before printing age, I want to specify the age as, let's say, 15. That's the age which I'm mentioning here. Let's run this code and you can see we got 15. That's great. But what if I create one more object, or maybe if I want to create one more reference? Let me just copy paste the code as it is. Let's paste it here, and this time I will say this is obj2, not 1. Let's go back here. I want to call code by obj2. I want to specify the age. I don't want to specify the age for 2. Let's keep it blank, and now let's say this is obj2.age. Now what do you think will be the age of obj1? Of course 15, right? We have specified that. But what will be the age of obj2? That's the question. Let's run this application, and you can see both the object has the same age. So either we got two objects with the same age, or we got only one object and both the reference are pointing to the same object. That's what is happening here. Go back to the previous example. When you say line number 18, when you say, hey Spring Framework, I want an object whose ID is alien, Spring will say, okay, we have the object, take it. When you go for the second time as well on line number 24, you're saying, hey Spring Container, I want the object with ID alien. Spring will say, we have the object, just take it. It will not create a new object for you. That means both the reference, which is obj1 and obj2, are referring to the same object. And that's why we normally call all the Spring beans as singleton beans, because the object will be created only once. That's awesome, right? But what if you want different object? What if you don't want to follow singleton pattern? What if you want to have a different object every time you call for the object? And that's what we'll see in the next video. In the last video, we have created this alien object, and then we were trying to create two objects, but unfortunately, we got only one object. Now, is it a feature? And the answer is yes. By default, Spring follows a singleton design pattern, which simply means by default, Spring Container will give you one object. But what if you want multiple objects? And that's where Spring gives you a choice, and that is the scope. Let's try. So let's go back here in spring.xml, and if you see this bean tag, there is one more attribute here which is missing. The moment you say control space, you can see we have an attribute known as scope. By default, the scope is singleton, which simply means that Spring Container will give you only one instance of this class. Even if you ask for 10 times, it will give you only one instance. Example, if I go back to app and let me create obj3, obj4, still you will get one object because by default it is singleton. What if you want multiple objects? And that's where we have to use a different scope. So apart from singleton, we have one more scope to use, and that is prototype. Now what it means? Prototype simply means that whenever you ask for a bean, Spring Container will give you, or it will create an object at that point. Example, when you say get bean once with alien, Spring Container will give you one object. Again, when you say get bean with alien, Spring Container will give you second object. So if you ask for 10 times, Spring will give you 10 different instances of that particular class. Let me prove my point. So you can see I have made it singleton now. I've made it prototype now. So if I go back to app, let's run this application once. So I will say right click and say run as Java application, and look at the output now. So you got 15 for the first object and you got 0 for the second object because we have two different objects. It's that simple, right? So singleton is you will get only one object. Prototype you will get multiple objects based on the number of time you are requesting for it. But what if you are not requesting even once? You can see I'm creating the object of application context, which is your Spring Container, but I'm not asking for any object. Do you think it will create object for you? Let's try. The moment you run this code, you can see it's not saying object created even once. That means in singleton, even if you don't ask for the object, Spring Container will give you that object. But in case of prototype, you have to ask for it, otherwise it will not create the object. Right? Now which one to use is depend upon your situation, right? So if you think there's an object, you need only one object, of course you will go for singleton. Apart from that, if you think, we will be using multiple objects, so you have to go for prototype. So that's the scope in Spring. So we have singleton, we have prototype. We have some other scope as well, but that's not applicable in Spring code. That's for some other modules. So in the last video, we have seen the scope in Spring, right? We have singleton and we have prototype. Now let's go back to our alien, and you can see we have one variable here, which is age. Now logically, this age variable should be private variable, right? That's what we do. We have to make sure that all your variables are private. In order to access these variables, what we need is getters and setters, right? and we don't have it here. Let's go back and let's create getters and setters for this. So I will right click here, say source, generate getters and setters, select this, click on generate, and you can see we got getters and setters. If I go back to my app now, and you can see I don't want to assign the values now. Of course, you cannot do it. You cannot even use the age variable directly. You have to use set age and get age. But time being, I will not do anything. And let me also remove this second object. We don't need that. In fact, one more change. I don't want to use prototype. I want to use singleton. And the amazing thing is, when you don't mention any type, it is by default singleton. Let's go back to app. We don't even need this age. The thing is, oh, we need age, but then it should print using get age, right? So I will say obj1.getAge. The thing is, I want to assign a default age, because if you don't define the default age, by default it will be 0. I don't want 0. At least the age should be 12 or maybe 10. How do I mention that 10 here? Of course, there is one way. You can just go here and say 10, right? By default, the age value will be 10. That's one option. Otherwise, you can just go to app. When you create the object, you can assign it manually. You can pass it to the constructor. What if you want to assign the value in the Spring Bean itself? Because remember, the object will be created by Spring Framework. So the constructor will be called by Spring Framework, right? So I want to assign the value for age here in this XML file. Can we do that? Let's try. So let me just expand this bin. Now in this bean tag, we can have one more tag here which is named as property. Now what is property? So every variable in your class, if your class is bean, every variable will be known as property. You can have multiple properties. So that's the property here. You have to mention the name of your property. In this case, it is age. So we have name, and now we have to also specify value. So to specify the name and the value. If your property is a primitive value or primitive type, you can assign value. But what if your property is of type reference? That we'll see later, but time being, let's only focus on value. I want to assign the value as 10. By default, the age should be 10. That's what we want here. But will this work? Let's try. Go back to app, and you can see I have not assigned the value for age anywhere else apart from that your XML file. Let's run this code, and you can see we got 10. So what happens here? The moment you run this application, on this line you will get that particular container in your JVM. In that container, it will check, hey, we have a Spring XML file where you have mentioned about alien object. So it is my job to create that alien object. The moment you create the object, it will also call the setAge method. You know why? Because we are saying property. Since you are specifying property, it will call setAge. Oh, okay. I know you don't trust me here. Let's go back to alien, and we don't have a constructor as well. We have a constructor here. So let me just put this constructor on top so that it will be visible, right? I also want to go to setAge, and by saying here age assign, that's it, just to see if that set method is getting called. Let's go back to app, and now let's relaunch the application, and you can see it says alien object created. That's step 1. Second step is age assigned. So first it will create the object. Second, it will set the age, because we are saying property, right? Just to prove my point once more, what I will do is I will go back here, and let me just change the method name from setAge to setAge1. Now what will happen is, if I do that, if I go back to app and let's relaunch the application, you can see we got an error. It's compulsory to have your method name suitable for your variable. So if your variable name is age, it should be age, right? It should not be 1. That's what it's saying here. You can see it says error creating bean with name alien, because if you go there, it says invalid property age, because we don't have it there. The property we are using here is setAge1, right? Make sure that it is setAge. Yeah, if you want to keep it setAge1, in XML as well, you have to say age1. Then it will work, right? Okay, so let's go back, and you can see if I say age, it is giving me error. So let's go back to our code, and it's setAge. So that's why it is set methods and get methods are so important in Spring. So that's about your how do you assign a default value. But what if you have a reference type? Now when you say age, it's a primitive, right? Say int. But what if an alien needs a laptop? Now of course laptop will be a class, then the laptop will have certain methods, and then we have to create the reference of laptop in this alien. Okay, when you say reference, how will you assign the particular value to it? Because we cannot use value there. That we'll see in the next video. So now it's time to have a reference type here, because what we have done in Alien is we have a variable which is of type int. But what if you have a reference type? Because what it will affect is this spring.xml file, because here you can see we have a property which is age, and then we are giving a value with an attribute which is value itself. Now to explain that, what I will do here is I will create a simple class, let's say, because every alien needs a laptop to code, right? So let me create a laptop class here, a very simple class laptop. And in this laptop class, let's say we have a very simple method which is compile. So we got a laptop class and then the method name is compile here. And then in this compile, you will simply print code compiled. That's it. So we got a compile method and then we are printing code compiled. And in this alien, of course, if you want to use laptop, you need to do that in alien, right? So from alien, you will say, now alien has a laptop type in it. So we'll say laptop. And then we will need a getter setter for this as well. So let's come back here and say right click, source, generate getters and setters. But this time it will be for laptop because we already have it for age, right? Now this thing is very simple, right? We have not done anything fancy, just the normal stuff. And then from the code, you will use a laptop object and you will say compile. Of course, right? When you code something, you have to compile as well. These things are simple. Even if you run this code, let's see what happens. The moment you run this code, you will get an error, and that is null pointer exception. But why we got null pointer exception is quite simple, right? Because we don't have the object of alien anywhere. Because we are saying we are using dependency injection where the dependencies will be added by Spring Framework. So of course, if you want to work with a laptop, you need to create a bean for that as well. So that's a golden rule. If you have a class, just create a bean for that. So let's create a simple bean, and this will be for laptop. So I will say ID laptop, and then we have a class. And of course, we know the class name now, it's a laptop. Right? And then this laptop don't have any variable, so we don't have to specify any property in this case. But the question is how this alien will use this laptop object or the ID. So of course, in the alien, we have a property which is of type laptop, but what you will give the value there, because if you say value, you have to assign a primitive value or maybe a string type. Now that will work for primitives and string, but if you have a reference object, you can't use a value here, because now you want to inform Spring, hey, this alien object needs a laptop object. In that case, you cannot use a value, you have to use a reference. So you have to say ref and you have to say laptop. So that's how you can refer it, right? So now let's verify if this is working. Let's go back to app. Let's relaunch the application and you can see it is working. So basically, if you want to use a reference type the way we are doing here, in this alien class, we have an object of laptop. If you want to achieve that, you have in your Spring XML file, we have to mention that your property, which is laptop, is referring to the ID, which is laptop here, right? Now you can have multiple dependencies. Maybe if you have your class aliens depend upon some other object, maybe let's say a pen object. So in that case, you have to create a bean for pen as well, provided you have a pen class, right? So that's how you implement this reference stuff in Spring. So till this point, we have seen how can we create a bean and then how can you set the properties. Now when I say property, it is simply a variable which you can access with the help of setters and getters. Now here you can see we have assigned two properties. One is a primitive property and second one is a reference property. Okay, but what if I go back to my alien, one of the way you can assign the value to a particular variable is with the help of constructor. Of course, right, they have two ways you can assign the values, one with the help of setters and second with the help of constructor. So what if I want to assign the value to age but with the help of constructor? So let me create a constructor here with variable, of course. So here I will simply right click and I will say source, generate a constructor with fields. I only want to assign age at this point. Let me click on generate. Of course, you can also create a constructor which takes laptop, or you can create a constructor which takes both. But as of now, let's stick to one particular constructor. So you can see we got age here. We don't want this super method there just to reduce the number of lines we have in the code. So you can see I'm saying this dot age is equal to age. But how can you pass this value? Because if you're not passing this value, and by running this code, let me just run this code, of course it will take the value from the setter. So in this case, we are passing the value from setter. But what if you don't do this? So let me remove the property. Of course, it will not be calling set age now. Let me restart the application. You can see we got the value of age as 0. Okay, so I want to pass the value. The way you can pass a value here is with the help of tag, which is constructor argument. But then what will happen? So even before doing that, let me just remove this default constructor here. Can you see that we have a default constructor as well? So time being, I will simply comment it. So I will say comment, save, and let me just relaunch the application. Now this time you can see we got an exception. But why? So it says no such method exception. So we are not able to find alien in it. Okay, but why? We are not. Okay, so let's try this. It says no default constructor found. Oh, since we are creating this bean, we are creating the object of alien, and by default it will call the default constructor, right? And as you can see in alien, we don't have a default constructor. The constructor which we have is a parameterized one. So in order to run this code, of course, you need a default constructor here. Otherwise, you can mention here, hey, don't use the default constructor, use the parameterized one. And the way you can pass the value is by saying constructor argument in which you can pass the value. So how do you pass the value? It's very simple actually. You can simply say value equal to, and you can assign any value here. So let me say 12. Of course, you can use setter or you can use constructor. Let me just run this code now. Let me relaunch the application. Can you see that we got 12 now? Now this time we are not calling default constructor, we are calling a parameterized constructor by passing this value. But what if you want to assign for laptop as well? What if you have a constructor which takes laptop? In that case, you can specify one more constructor argument here and that will work. The only consideration is instead of having this value here, we have to use ref. That's how inject the value with the help of constructor. So basically we have two concepts. One is a setter injection and second one is a constructor injection. So setter injection simply means when we use property, this is a setter injection. And when you say constructor, that is a constructor injection. Now which one you should be using? Now whenever you have a variable, example, when you go back to this alien, whenever you have these properties, whichever property is compulsory to be assigned or which is required, you can go for constructor. But if you think you have a property which is optional, you don't want to assign the values to it, if you want to keep it optional, you can go for setter. Don't use constructor when your variable assignment is optional, because constructor will give you error. In this case, if you don't assign the value for the age, if you don't pass this constructor age, it will give you error, right? So that's how it works. That's how we work with constructor and setter injection. So before continuing, let me just do some changes here. Example, I don't want to use constructor injection anymore. Let me go back to my property. And for that, we also need a constructor here. And then in the Spring XML file, of course, I want to go back to the properties. I will say undo, and we got it. Okay, now what are things we need? Example, let's say if I go back to alien, every alien needs a laptop. So let's say if you're a programmer and if you want to write a code, you need a machine where you can write a code and you should be able to compile it. Now, don't you think to write a code, you don't need a laptop? It can be desktop as well. It can be tablet as well. So why you're saying an alien needs a laptop? It can be a computer. Example, let's create an interface here and we'll say interface. So we have a very simple interface, which is computer here. And in this computer interface, I want to declare only one method. So which method I'm talking about? I'm talking about method which is compile. So I will say void compile. Now, since we are only declaring it, so nothing specific, let's declare it here. And laptop will be implementing. Of course, you can also go for a class here, which computer class and laptop implements. Laptop extends a computer class, but let's go with interface in this example. So you can see we have a laptop class which implements computer. Now, of course, we can have one more class which is desktop, right? So I will go back here and I will say, maybe I will just copy the laptop class and I'll paste it here. And this will be computer. Oh, we already have computer. This will be desktop. So you can see we have a desktop here. If I open desktop, we already have a code which is compiled, and desktop also implements computer. So we have two classes, laptop and desktop, both are implementing computer. That's great. Let's go back to alien. And now I'm saying, hey, I don't specifically need a laptop. It can be any computer. It can be desktop. It can be laptop. So I will say computer here. And then here I will say com. Okay, of course, for those changes, we have to change something here as well. So I will say right click, source, generate getters and setters for this particular variable com. Done. Okay, and one more change, instead of having laptop here, we have to say com. That's it. Nothing much. Is all about computer now. So if I go back to spring.xml, what do you think? Will it work? Of course not, right? Here we have to mention the property name as com. So I will say com now. Okay, now will this work? Let's go back to our application and let's relaunch it. So the moment you relaunch it, you can see it is working. And okay, just want to do one more change. It says code compiled in a laptop, and in desktop I will say code compiled in desktop. Okay, so you can see we have one computer interface and two classes. Let's go back here and let's relaunch it. And you can see it says code compiled in a laptop. That's great. So how it is connecting? So it is connecting based on the property. The property is comp and the reference is laptop, and we got it. Now, what do you think about desktops? Of course, I will talk about desktop in some time, but as of now, it is working because in the bean tag, we have specified laptop. Since we have laptop here, it will work with laptop. If you want to use desktop, of course, you can create a bean for desktop and mention desktop here. So I will copy this, and this will be desktop, and here as well, the class would be desktop. Whatever you mention here in the reference, if you just laptop, it will create object of laptop. You can see that it's working for laptop. And the moment you say desktop here, now it will work for desktop. And you can see we got desktop. So code compiled in a desktop. Okay, so I want to show you a magic here. The magic is, what if the ID which we are using here for laptop is also com? So let's say I'm not specifying it as a laptop, I'm saying it's a com. And here as well, I want to use laptop. So I will say com. Can we have same name? Of course we can have, right? We have seen that before. So you can see we have com here and we have com here. Let's ignore desktop as for time being. Imagine we don't have any desktop stuff. We have a laptop here whose ID is com, and we have com here. The moment you run this code, you can see it is still working because of course you can have a same name. But don't you think when your name and your reference is of same name, why to mention that? The amazing thing is you can skip it. You can just remove this part and you can say, hey, doesn't matter what the name is, I still want to get it connected. But how? So I want to inform Spring, hey Spring, when you create object of alien, search for the laptop object or search for the computer object, you will find it. But how? So what you will do is in the bean property, you can mention one important aspect, which is, so let's go back here and say auto wire. So can you see that? We have a concept of auto wire. And what is auto wire now? Auto wire simply means you are informing Spring Framework, hey Spring, if you want to set some property, if you're looking for some property, if the bean is available, connect automatically. Only when, okay? Only when the bean is available, then only connect. So you can see it says auto wire. It is searching for the object now. So here I will say, in fact, we have choice when you say this. So if I say control space, you can see we have by name or by type. So we have two choice. So it will try to search a particular element based on the name. Example, here you can see the property name is comp. So the property name is comp and the bean name is also comp. So it will directly connect it with the help of auto wire by name. Let me just relaunch it and you can see it is still working. So I have not specified any property here, but still it is working. And that's the beauty of auto wire. Trust me, auto wire is amazing. The moment we start working on Spring Boot, when we start working on JPA and other stuff, you will love auto wire. Okay, that works. So let me show you one more now. Let's say I don't have this particular bean here. So I will just comment it, right? So it is commented now. And now you can see we have desktop here. So as an alien, you need a computer. And yes, we do have a desktop here. So let me just relaunch the application and we got an error. The error is because we have not specified the property, but you will say, hey, we have specified auto wire, right? In case of auto wire, you don't have to mention the property. It will search for a particular bean automatically. But unfortunately, it was by name. By name simply means it will search by name. Oh, how do we solve it now? So what we will do is, instead of going for by name, we have another way of achieving this concept. Now think about this. When you say you want the object of alien, and alien is dependent on what? So let's go back to alien, and here you can see alien is actually dependent on the computer type. So we are not dependent on the name actually, we are dependent on the type as well. So what if you can go back to Spring XML and you can say, hey, when you say I want to get object of alien, alien is dependent on the object of computer. So what if you can just don't search by name, search by type. So we can do that as well. So here we can say, hey, search by type. Now here it will not look for the name. Example, if you go back to alien, it will not look for com. It will look for the object of computer. And in this case, you can see we have it. We have it here. So we have the object of desktop with the name desk. Of course, this desktop name is not important. What is important is this desktop class implements computer. That will be done. Let's try this. So let me just save this code and let's relaunch the application. Can you see that we got the output? And the output says code compiled in a desktop. That's what we want, right? We wanted it to work. And this time I don't want it to search by name. I want it to search by type. So let me repeat. We have two options here. AutoWire can go by name or by type. So when you say by name, it will try to match the name of the ID or name of the bean. when you say by type, it will try to find the type of the bean that works. But then what if you have this object as well? So let's imagine we got two objects, one is laptop and one is desktop. And when you say by type, see, of course, when you say by name, the problem is solved, right? Of course, it will search by name. But when you say by type, don't you think it will get confused now? We have laptop and desktop both. So what do you think? Which one will get preference? Of course, this should get first preference, right? Because that's a sequence. This is the first one, there's the second one. But then in terms of Spring, everything is object, right? So when you say everything is object, of course, it should be independent of the sequence. And that's where it will get confused. The moment you run this code, you can see it is giving you error. It says, no qualifying bean of type blah blah blah. It says, I was expecting 1, but then we found 2. So your Spring framework is getting confused. Which one to assign? Is it laptop or desktop? How do we solve this? That we'll see in the next video. How do we solve this error? Now you can see we have two candidates here. We got laptop object, we got desktop object, and both are computers. And then we are saying, hey, go by type. So that's where your Spring is getting confused. Hey, should I go for laptop or desktop? Now sequence will not be considered. Now one way to solve this is by going here and going back to the property. The moment you have a property here, the way we did it before. So if you say reference to desktop, now this will solve your issue. If you want to go with desktop, you can see the moment you mention, it will not consider by type or by name. It will simply go with the property. In fact, it will avoid auto-wire. So if you run this code, you can see problem solved. We got desktop. And then if you say comp, now this will be giving preference to comp, right? So problem will be solved. So when I say comp, it will give preference to laptop. So this is one way. But what if you don't want to mention this and still you want to go for auto-wire by type? Yes, so we have by name, we can go with that, or we can mention the property. Otherwise, by type, if you want to solve this, see, even if you have both these objects, you have to give preference to at least one. And the way you can do that is by using a primary attribute. So you can say primary equal to true. The moment you do that, this particular bean becomes a primary bean. So in case of confusion, it will give preference to this one. So example, if I run this code now, you can see it is giving preference to a laptop. So even if you don't have anything assigned here, even if you don't have by name, it will go for by type and it will prefer this particular bean. You can see we got laptop. Now if you write primary equal to true in desktop, it will be getting the first preference, right? So let's run this code again and you can see we got desktop. So that's how you can solve this particular confusion. So this is where you can use this primary. In fact, the moment you start using annotations, so we also have a concept there, again we'll use annotation there. So that's about this code. We have solved the issue here. Welcome back, aliens. My name is Arvind Reddy, and in this video, we'll talk about Spring Boot JDBC. The thing is, if you want to connect your application with database in Java, you have to use something called JDBC, which stands for Java Database Connectivity. And you will say, we know that, right? So basically, you can use JDBC few steps, and then you can connect your application with database easily. But the problem is, as a developer, you want to reduce your work, right? And also you have to make sure that the application is optimized. So let's talk about the optimization part here. See, the thing is, every time you send a request from your application to database, it creates a new request. And then if you have multiple connections, imagine you already have few connections and now you are submitting a new request. Now you do have these connections, right? Can't we just reuse the same connection instead of getting a new one? Now that's something you have to manually do. Or you can use something called a data source here. Now data source will have a configuration and also it provides you something called a connection pooling. So basically it will already have few connections and you can use those connections. And again, you can do this by using any external data source or connection pooling concept and you can make it work. So that's one thing. The second is about developers' work. So you have to write those beautiful 7 or 6 steps to achieve JDBC, and you can do that, but the only problem is the more code you write, you are basically increasing the number of lines which will have a bug. So every new line is a potential bug, right? So reduce the number of lines which you write and use certain tools or frameworks which will do it for you. And these frameworks and tools have been tested by everyone. So if it works for you as well. Now that's where we have to use a template. Now there's something called JDBC template. Now JDBC template will help you with data source. That means the connection pooling concept will be done. And it will also help you to write your code in an efficient way. And all these things are provided in Spring Boot JDBC. Now why Spring Boot is because if you want to build enterprise application and if you want to follow all the design patterns, best practices and a framework where you can get the libraries and everything working together, Spring is one of the best framework. And that's why we are going to use Spring Boot JDBC is because under the Spring umbrella, we have a lot of projects and this is one of it. So let's get started with the code where we're going to talk about how do you build an application and we'll learn by building something, right? So it will make much more sense. So let's start the code. The thing is, if you want to build this project, you need a IDE. Now you can choose any IDE which you want. Maybe you can use Eclipse, IntelliJ, VS Code, your choice. I'm going to use IntelliJ IDEA and that to a community version because that's for free and it works. So we'll be using that. So to get the project, for Spring, if you're using a Spring tools on VS Code or Eclipse, you can directly get the project from there. And if you're using the ultimate version of IntelliJ IDEA, you can create the project directly from your IDE. But since we are using a community version, I'm going to use the Spring Initializer. So you can head to the start.spring.io and you can get your project from here, the base skeleton of the project. So the first thing you will mention is a project type. I'm going to go with Maven. Language, I will choose Java. Of course, that's what you're doing now. And then the Spring Boot version, I'm selecting 3.2. Next, you have to mention the group ID. So I'm going to type here com.telusko. The project, since I'm working with Spring JDBC demo, that's the project name I will give. And will not change anything here. The packaging, I want it to be type of jar. And the version for Java I'm using in my machine is 21. Now, based on which version you have, you can either just choose 21 or you can select 17. Dependencies. So basically we have to add two things only. One is the JDBC API. Now this is your Spring Boot JDBC. And you have to add a database. Now which database we are going to use? Of course, you can choose any DBMS which you want. Now we will be using an embedded one. So if you have Postgres, MySQL, Oracle, MS SQL, you can use that. The only thing is you have to do some additional configuration. And I will tell you where to do that configuration, but we are going to use an in-memory database here. And by default, when you use in-memory like H2, it will be pre-configured. So you don't have to do any configuration for that. So this are the two libraries we need. And that's it. You can click on generate. It will give you a project. So as you can see, I got the project downloaded, which is Spring JDBC demo. I will just unzip it and open in any IDE which you want. I'm going to use IntelliJ. So let me do that quickly. Okay, so basically I have opened that project in my IDE and it will take some time for it to resolve the dependencies. Now we have added two, which is JDBC and the H2. And we don't have to manually download the H2 driver because the moment you add H2, it will also have a driver installed. So if I open the pom.xml, you can see we do have H2 here and we got Spring Boot Starter JDBC. This is what we want. And now we can get the work started. So we'll go back here to main, Java and Spring JDBC demo application, and we can start the coding here. Okay, so one thing I mentioned before, right? If you want to use Postgres or MySQL or any other DBMS, where you will do the configuration. So if you can see, we have a resources folder here. And if you open application.properties, this is where you have to specify those properties. So what properties I'm talking about? You have to specify the URL, you have to specify the username and password and driver. Now basically this variable belongs to spring.datasource.url and you can set the value for the URL, whichever you want. So that's how you do it. But now we are not going to use MySQL or Postgres, we are going to use H2, which is in memory. The reason I'm using H2 here is because you can directly take this project and run on your machine. If I use Postgres or MySQL, then you have to also install those softwares, you have to configure it, and there will be some issues with that. So let's go stick to H2. Okay, so what we want to do? We want to basically store some data in the database and fetch it from database. So we do have database ready. So the moment you run this application, you will be having H2 database behind the scene running for you. But then what you want to store? So in that case, what I will do is I will create a simple class which will represent a particular table. So normally you can have a relation between a table and your class. Now you will say, how is it possible? See, the thing is, if you think about a table will have a table name, table will have a columns. Let's say we are working with aliens, so every programmer is an alien, right? So a programmer or an alien need an ID, an alien needs a name, and an alien needs a favorite technology. So let's say for me, my favorite technology is Java, blockchain, AI. For you, it might be something different. So basically, every alien will need a technology as well. So 3 columns in the table. And then this columns or this table will also have some data. Let's say 101, which is ID, Naveen, technology Java. Let's say 2, Kiran, technology blockchain. So basically, you can have this data. In the same way, if you try to relate this with a class, now in a class, basically what you'll have is, you will have a class. Of course, a class will have a name. A class will have properties, right? Variables. Now, if you try to match, the class name and the table name look similar. Properties of this class, which is ID, name, and tech, matches with the column names, right? And the objects for this alien class will be the rows. Each object will be 1 row. Now that's how basically you map between the class and the object. And then if you're using any Spring ORM technology, let's say Hibernate, in that case, the table creation happens automatically. Now, since we're not using Hibernate here, we have to create the table by ourselves. Yeah, that's something you have to do. Okay, let's create a class here. And I want to create a class for the, let's say, alien. Okay, so when I say alien class, what I want to do is I want to basically create few variables. So I will say private int ID, and then private string name, and private string tech. So basically I need these 3 variables. And for these 3 variables, I also need getters and setters. So we'll right click here and we'll say generate getters and setters. I will just choose these 3 variables, done. I also need a toString method if I want to print the data itself. So I will just right click here, say generate a toString method, and done. I will do one more thing. I will move this particular class, the alien class, to a different package. So this should be into a package of model. So every class should belong to their own packages. So alien is a model class. So I will just move that to a model package. And since we don't have a model package, I will say, hey, move to model package. In the SRC, yes. And you can see it is moved now. So that's done. But if I want my Spring framework to manage this particular bean, I have to use add component. Now, if you're not sure how Spring Boot works, you can check out the video link in the description. I will make sure that you have your Spring Boot video there. Okay, so basically what we are doing with the add component is we are asking Spring Framework to handle this object creation, object managing, and object destroying by Spring Framework. I don't want to do that. Okay, so basically when I say I don't have to create the object, how Spring will do it? So basically what I will do is this run method. So I will go back to the main class. So main class is your Spring JDBC demo application. And in this, you can see we are calling a run method. Run returns the object of application context. So I will say application context. Now why I'm doing this is because I want to get the hold on a Spring container. Again, I'm assuming that you know Spring Boot here, because if I start teaching you Spring Boot, then it will make the video length of 5 hours. I don't want to do that. So again, you'll find the link in description. You can check it out. Now, let me create the object for alien. So I will say alien1 is equal to. Okay, we have to basically import the package for alien, which is in the model package. Done. And now I want to create the object. The way you can create the object by saying alien, right? But I don't want to create this object by myself. I just want this to be done by Spring Framework. So I will say context.getBean. I want the object for alien.class, right? But the thing is, by default, the type of this alien component is singleton. So basically the bean is singleton. I want to make sure this is prototype. So I will say scope prototype. So what will happen is for different requests, it will create new objects for you. Otherwise you will have multiple alien object or multiple alien references with the same object. So you will have the same data. It doesn't matter how many data you have in your table. Okay, so that's done. And for this alien, what I will do is I will add some values. So let's say the ID I want to add is 111, and I want to say not get ID, I want to say set ID. Alien.set name, I want to set the name as, let's say, Naveen, and alien1.set tech, I want to set the tech as, let's say, Java. Now basically I'm adding these values, and now I got my object ready. I want to store this object in database. How will I do that? Maybe I can simply say, save this data in database. Of course, this will not work. So what you have to do, and you know why this will not work, is because you have not subscribed the channel yet. So if this works on your machine, that means you have already subscribed. Okay, I'm just kidding. So this will not work, right? You have to write Java code there. Now, how will you make this work? Now, basically, this is where you have to write extra classes. See, what happens is, in normal application, you'll be having multiple layers. You'll be having a controller. So if you're building a web application, you'll be having a controller layer. You'll be having a service layer. You'll be having a repository layer. Now, this repository layer is responsible to connect with the database. Of course, I can write my JDBC steps here. In the main, because that's a normal main method, I can write all the beautiful JDBC steps here, but then we don't want to do that. That's what we are doing Spring Boot JDBC here. And this is not a good idea to write your JDBC code inside main. So this should be a part of a separate file. Now, instead of creating a service layer, I will be skipping that. I will directly jump into a repository layer. So I will just create here a repository layer. So I will say new class, and I will say this is a alien repo. Or you can also say DAO if you want. Now repo is responsible, or repository is responsible to connect with database, okay? Now this is where you will do this stuff. But first of all, we need to have some methods here. Maybe I want to have a method like public void save. So it will save the object. Which object? The alien object, alien, into the database. Okay, so we have to import the package. I will also make sure that this belongs to a service, the repo package. Move to repo, yeah. Okay, so here, what I will do is I will say, at this point, I'm not writing all the code, so I will say added. And then I also need a method which will return the list of aliens. So let's say if I want to fetch all the aliens from the database. Now in this case, I need a method called maybe find all. Method name you can change as you want. I'm just saying find all here. Import the package. And here, let me return a new array list of aliens. Okay, and I'm just returning an empty object, but we'll code this in some time. The idea is I want this to work first of all. And since I want Spring to manage it, I will write add component. So instead of writing add component, what makes sense is to use add repository. For different layers, we have different stereotype annotations. For repository, use repository. Go back here. Now, if you want to store this data in the database, I need object of alien repo. I will say repo is equal to, instead of saying new repo or new alien repo, we will be using context.getBean, the alien repo.class. This is what I want. Now, once we got the object, I can simply say repo dot, I want to save the object. Let's say I want to save alien object, alien1. And maybe I want to print all the objects. So get all the objects from the table, or all the aliens from the table, and print it here. We have not done any changes yet, and we have not written any code to connect with database yet, but let's see if this works. Right click here and say run. Okay, taking some time because I'm running this for the first time. And you can see it says empty. Why it is not calling, oh, I said added. I wanted to print added. What's wrong with me? Okay, so let's run this, and now, you know why it has not worked before, why I said / added, is because I realized you don't like the videos. Poor me. Anyway, so you can see we got added here, and then we got this square brackets, which is empty, basically, empty added list. Now, let's make this work. So basically, we have to make sure that we write a code in the alien repo. This is the only file you have to work with now. We have to write a code where we can store this data in the database. So how exactly we are going to do that? It's very simple, basically. We have to use a JDBC template. Now, this is a part of your Spring Boot JDBC. So what you do is you have to get hold on, say, something called JDBC template. You just have to create the object of this. I will say this is template. Okay, so you have to get hold on the JDBC template. For this is a property, right? And this is the inbuilt stuff. If you can see, JDBC template belongs to springframework.jdbc.core. Okay. And you will see how easy it is to connect and all the stuff, right? You don't have to write connection con driver manager. Remember in JDBC we do that, and we don't have to prepare this statement. All this thing will be happening behind the scene. But for this, I need getter setters. I can just right click here, say generate getter setters for this JDBC template. That's done. And I want this object to be injected. So because see, we are just creating a reference of it, right? Where's the object? So Spring will take care of it. You don't have to worry. Because if you go to JDBC template, we can create object of this class. But again, for that, you have to do all the configuration. You can see we have to pass the object of data source. I don't want to do that. I just want my Spring framework to manage it. And the way you can do that is by just writing auto-wired. Your job is done. You got the JDBC template object. Now using that object, let's say I want to add this. I want to add the alien object. It's very simple now. You can simply use the template. Now this template, which is a JDBC template object, you have multiple methods. Now in normal JDBC, if you want to execute a statement, now based on which statement it is it a select query or is it other queries like delete, update? Now if you're working with select query, which is the reading, you basically use execute query as a method. If you want to change something, let's say update, insert, delete, you use execute update. Here we want to save it, right? So we'll be using execute update. Execute update takes two parameters, in fact multiple parameters depending upon how you're doing it. The first one is the query. Of course, right, you need a query with you. So it's a string str or string SQL is equal to what is a query. Now here I'm going to use a query like insert into what is my table name. Nowhere we have mentioned the table name, right? Let me make it similar to the class name, let's say alien. And then how many fields I have. So I have, let's say ID. I got name and I got tech, okay? And then I want to specify values as well. Now, where are the values? So you tell me where are the values? Values are here. Inside this alien object, you got the values. We just have to pass these values here. Now, if you remember the prepared statement, we don't directly pass the values. What we do is we put question marks there so that we can replace this question mark later. So we are using prepare statement by default. Just pass the query here or pass the SQL here. After passing the SQL, you have to also replace this question marks with the actual values. So those are the remaining parameters you have. So after mentioning the query, just say alien.get ID, alien.get name, alien.get tech. That's it. This will basically save it. But will it work? That's a question, right? So let's see what happens if you run this, and we'll try to solve that later. Right click here and say run. I'm expecting error, but let's see what errors you get. Okay, we got the error, and the error is very simple. It says the table alien not found. Of course, right? H2 will give you database, not the table. Table is something you have to create by yourself. Now, how will I create the table? And that's where we have to add a schema in the resource folder. So I have to add two things actually. One is schema for the structure. And what if you want some default values? Maybe I know every time you create a table, you want certain values there to test it. For that, you have to create a file called data.sql, and we'll do that in this. So let's make it work. So what we are missing here is we are missing this table, and I've told solution we have to create a schema file because H2, when it loads, we don't have a table there, right? Now to create that file, it's very simple. You can right click on resources and say new and create a file called schema.sql and say enter. Now this is where you will write your script. Now the script to create your table. So the script for creating a table or the SQL query is create table, and we'll keep the table name as alien. And then you have to mention the properties or the columns. So the column which I want here is the first one is ID. Now the ID will be of type int, and we'll say this is a primary key. Then you will be having a name. Name will be of type varchar, and I will say the varchar is 20. In fact, maybe we have done this before. So normally in 20 characters, name will be there. But then if you talk about South Indian names, I'm a South Indian, so I have a very big name. No, Navin Reddy is not my full name. My full name is Thadipalli Navin Kumar Bapareddy. I know that's huge. So maybe I will need 50 characters. And then here I will say marks. And again, marks will be of type int. And here we'll be having tech, and tech will be of varchar. And I will say varchar 20 because technologies can be shortened up. Even if you say artificial intelligence, it is AI. So let's keep it there. So basically, this is the file for the schema. Now we also need a file for the data. Again, not compulsory, but then I want to have some data. So I will have some insert statement here. So I will say insert into alien. And I want to insert 3 columns, ID, name, and tech. And what are the values I'm going to have here? So I will say value is 101. Then name in single quote, let's say Kiran. And let's say technology is blockchain. That's 1. And maybe I want 2 more. So I will just copy and paste it here. So this is 102, and this is Harsh. And let's say technology is AI 103, and this is social, let's say IoT. Okay, so basically we got this 3 rows already created. And now if we run this code, so we have created 2 files, schema and data.sql. I will just go back here to my main application and run this. And let's see what happens now. So when you run this, let's see it's taking some time again. Okay, so you can see there's no problem, there's no error. And we got empty here. So the reason it got empty is because if you see the repo, we are still returning the empty data. So we're not returning data from the table, okay? So the data is created. How do I know that data is created? What I will do is, this update returns you the number of rows affected. So you can see we got int. So what I will do here is, I will say rows, and I want to see how many rows are affected. And then I will print the number of rows affected. So I will say rows plus space rows affected. Okay, so it will print how many rows got affected. Now if I run this code, of course we'll still return the empty array list, but at least I want to see, is it getting stored in the database? That's important. So it says 1 row or rows affected here. That's good. So that means we are able to insert. But now I want to fetch it. How do I fetch it? Now to fetch the data, again we can use our JDBC template, because if you see the template dot, there's one more method here which is called query. Now query returns you the data from table, right? So I will say query, but what is my query? So I will say string SQL. Basically I want to fetch all the records. I will say select star from alien. So what it will do is it will return all the rows, and then, okay, let's see what happens. So if I say SQL, it will return me the rows, right? But in which format? Now basically the query, you can see we have multiple methods of query to fetch the data. So we can use string, which is the SQL, and then you can use result set extractor, or you can say row call back handler, or we can use row mapper. For our example, row mapper makes sense. Now what row mapper will do is, I will show you one more time. So we have to basically pass the object of row mapper. So what happens is, when you get all the data in your result set, you want to fetch 1 row at a time, right? So row mapper will help you to give you 1 row at a time. To do that, we have to create the object of row mapper. So let's create one. So I will say row mapper, and row mapper will be working with a type alien. Let's say this is mapper equal to. Now how do we create object of row mapper? So we can say new row mapper. But the problem is, if you go to row mapper, it is an interface. This is a functional interface, which has only one method called map row, and which takes 2 parameters. One is a result set. Now this result set will be given by your query, and then it also gives you a row number. So in result set, you might be having multiple rows, right? And you want to work with 1 row at a time. So this row number will take care of it. Okay, so basically I have to create object of row mapper, which has a method called map row. And then I have 2 things here, which is result set and row number. Now basically this is an interface, right? So we have to create an anonymous inner class to do that. Or we can also create a separate class which implements row mapper, then create the object of it. Again, that's your choice. But here I'm using anonymous inner class. And slowly we'll convert that into Lambda as well, so that it will be shorter code. But let's say we have this object here, which is mapper, and this is our anonymous inner class. So basically, we have to do something here. So what we have to do is, this result set will have all the records, right? We have to take 1 record at a time. So what map row does is, it takes the entire result set and it executes map row multiple times depending upon how many rows you have. So if you have 4 rows, the map row will execute 4 times and it will give you 1 object at a time. So basically, we'll take that, we'll create object of alien here. I will say alien A is equal to new alien. And then this alien object is empty, right, as of now, and I will return the same object. So you can see row mapper needs object of alien. So I'm creating the object here and then I'm returning it. But then this is an empty object, right? So it will not have values. The values are there in result set. So I can simply say a dot set ID and now get the value from the result set. So you can say get int. So how do you get data from result set? You have to say get int and pass the column number. So either you can say column number or you can say column name, both work. So here you can also mention ID. A dot set name, this will be coming from the second row. So get string, I will say 2 here. And then a dot set tech, rs dot get string 3. As I mentioned before, you can also use a number or you can use a name of the column. And that's it. Once you got the data from result set, you are giving it to the alien object and then you are returning it. So basically, row mapper will take care of the data one by one. Now the same object, which is of mapper, you have to pass it here. So you're not just passing a query, you are also specifying what to do with the result set. So if you click on query, it returns you the object of list of aliens. So the type is T, alien. So we have to accept the list of alien. I will say aliens is equal to this. So basically this query will return the list of aliens, and that's what you are going to return, not the new array list. So what we did is we fired the query, we got the data. It's just that we have to map it. We have to convert that data from result set into the list of aliens, and that's what we have done with the help of mapper. And that's it. I hope this will work. Let's see. Let me remove some extra spaces there. So with this, if I run this code, and again, I hope it will work. Let's run. Okay, can you see that it worked? So basically alien 101, name Kiran, technology blockchain, 102 Harsh AI, 103 Sushil IoT, and then the new entry which we have added, 111 Naveen and Java. This is what we have added, right? So basically these things are working out. That's how you work with the Spring Boot with your JDBC. And yeah, that's it. In fact, you can do some more changes here if you want. Since this is a function interface, we can use lambda expression here. So we can remove from here to here. Cut. We can also remove one curly brackets here, and you just have to put the arrow now. Let's remove the SQL exception. Let's put the arrow, and then in lambda we don't even need the type, so we can remove both the types here. And you know, one more thing, the row number is not getting used, right? So we can even use R there or any other variable if you want. Let's say A. Again, it will not make it readable, right? Because A is already there. Let's say row number. Or we can say row. Okay, so this is the shorter code. Now you can also replace this mapper with this code. Again, this is optional. If you want to do it, you can try to use lambda, not compulsory. So we don't need to create the reference here. We can directly use this, right? So that's how we can do it. In fact, you can also remove this part. You can directly write this particular statement in return. Even that works. So if I run this code once again, so you can see it works. So yeah, that's your Spring Boot JDBC, and if you observed, everything is happening with the help of JDBC template, so you don't have to basically do all this configuration by yourself, writing the connection statement, creating the statement, everything will be taken care by the template. You just have to specify the query and fire the query.
Welcome back everyone. In this module, we'll talk about Spring MVC. Now when you create a Spring MVC project, there are two ways of doing it. So in the earlier days, we were having only one way, which was Spring MVC configuration. But now we also got Spring Boot. So the idea of Spring Boot is just to make things easy, okay? So in Spring MVC as well, we can achieve all the thing, but just that we have to do a lot of configuration, and to solve that we have Spring Boot. Okay, but what is Spring MVC? To understand Spring MVC, we have to understand what is MVC, and to understand MVC, we have to understand why we have MVC. So let's go back to the old days. When you talk about normal servlet and JSP, or let's talk about servlet. So whenever a client sends the request to the server, it is server's responsibility to process the request and give it back to the client. But as a client, what a client will get? So of course, client needs two things. The first thing is client needs data. Of course, right, if you go to any website, the first thing you need is data. But you want that data in a well-formatted way. Example, when you go to Facebook. On Facebook, you see data, plus you also see a proper layout. Of course, everyone will get the same layout. So if I go to Facebook and you go to Facebook, we will be seeing the same screen, the same colors, right? What will change is data. So your friend is different from my friend list. Your feeds will be different from my feeds. What will remain common is design, right? So we thought as a servlet, instead of creating everything, because servlet on the server side will create the layout and will create data. Yes, you can do that, but it becomes clumsy. We feel that you should have a separate task, or we should be having separate things for separate tasks. Example, we need someone who will accept the request. We need someone who will give the design, okay? It's like a normal template. So design will remain common. What will change is data. And to hold that data, we want something. So basically, we want something which will accept the request. We want something which will be viewed to the client and we want something where you will hold the data. So we got a controller who will accept the request, who will send the response. We want a view technology, and then we want a model. So model basically will hold the data. And that's where we got this concept of MVC, Model View Controller. So if you have Model View Controller, it will almost work as the same way as normal servlet without using MVC, but then the advantage would be we are separating the concerns, okay? We are separating the task. So the controller will only accept the request. In the earlier days, we used to use servlet for controllers and JSP for view, and normal POJOs or normal Java classes for model, right? It's that simple. But we got some issues here. The issues were, whenever a client sends a request goes to a controller, right? And we are assuming that you only have one controller. But what if you have multiple controllers? Oh, that's an issue. So let's say in an application, we have user controller, we have accounts controller, we have laptop controller. We have so many controllers, right? As a website, as a web service, you will provide so many services. How do we create a multiple controllers? Very simple, create multiple servlets. One servlet can handle only one request, or one servlet will be known as a single action controller. Okay, so one servlet can handle only one request. So we wanted something where you can have one class or one controller can handle multiple requests. That's one. Second, we wanted something in front. So we wanted something as a front controller. What I'm saying is, when you send a request, instead of sending that request to the actual controller, first you will send the request to the front controller. Now, based on what request you are sending, it will check and then it will send it to the actual controller. Then now you will think, okay, we have to create a controller plus we have to also create front controller. Don't worry. The moment you start using framework like Spring, where you have Spring MVC, in Spring MVC, you don't have to create front controller. Spring MVC will give it to you. Of course, the normal controllers you have to build it. So example, normal controller is your user controller, accounts controller, laptop controller. And this front controller will be your dispatcher servlet. And dispatcher servlet will be given by Spring Framework. So now what will happen is, the moment you send a request goes to dispatcher servlet. Now let's say you want all the users, you want to fetch all the users. Of course, this can be done using user controller. But who will call user controller? And that's why dispatcher servlet says, hey, don't worry, I'm there. So dispatcher servlet will send your request to the user controller. But dispatcher servlet is something which will be given by Spring Framework, right? So how would dispatcher servlet knows that you want to call user controller? And that's where you have to create a file where you will configure all this thing. Oh, now you have to also create the file. It's not that difficult, it's damn easy to work with. But then again, based on what you're using, if you're using normal Spring MVC, then we have to do some sort of configuration. If you're using Spring Boot, this configuration goes down. We'll see that. But we have to configure it. We have to configure your dispatch servlet to call a particular controller. And that's how Spring MVC works. So yes, you can also use normal MVC for servlet JSP, but if you're working on Spring, using Spring MVC will help you in your project.
So let's see the practical implementation of Spring MVC. Now, of course, when you talk about Spring MVC as well, we have two options here. We can go with a normal Spring MVC application, or we can go for Spring Boot MVC. Now, of course, there's an advantage of using Spring Boot here. You have to do less configuration. So the way we did with Spring Core, we'll start with Spring Boot now. So we'll try to implement Spring MVC with the help of Spring Boot. And then once you got the gist of it, we can go with the normal configuration. Yes, normal configuration needs more setup, but then we can do that later. So let me create a very simple Spring Boot application, but this time I want to go for Spring MVC. So let's right click here and say new. And of course, right, when you say Spring Boot application, I want to say Spring Starter Project. Now this is where you have to mention group ID here, will say Telusko, and have the artifact ID as Spring MVC boot. And of course, the package name, I will say Telusko.Spring MVC boot. Click on next. Okay, now what to select from here? Now, since we are building a web application, you have to say web. Now, when you search for web, you can see we have an option of web here. You can select this one. You only need this one if you are going for reactive web. You can just select this one, which uses web flux. Otherwise, if you want to create a web service, you can go for Jersey. But as of now, let's go with web and click on next. We don't need anything else now. We are not working with database or something. Let's click on next. And that's it. Click on finish. The moment you click on finish, it will give you a project. So once you got your Spring Boot project, and you can see we got our project. Okay, still getting downloaded. You can see it takes some time to get it from the internet. So let's wait for it. Okay, so you can see we got our project here, which is demo. I guess I forgot to mention the name for the project. We have assigned the artifact. Now to verify that, we can go to pom.xml, and here you can see we have the artifact ID as Spring MVC boot. Okay, that's great. We forgot to change the name from demo to Spring Boot MVC, but that's fine. You can see we got one dependency which is very important here, which is Spring Boot Starter Web. The moment you add this dependency in your project, this is your Spring MVC now. Yes, with the help of Spring Boot. Now, first of all, why do we create a web application? Of course, there will be a client, and client will send you a request. Now, based on the request, you will process the request, you will generate some data, and you will send it back. That's what we do, right? Okay, but in this scenario, since we have not created anything which will accept the request, normally we call them as controllers. So we have a concept of MVC where we have model, view, controller. Now it is the responsibility of the controller to accept the request from the client, and then it will do some operation. It will give the data back to the user. Normally we save that data in the model object, and then we have a view, which is actually the layout which you want to send to the client. Now that view can be JSP, it can be any other template as well. At the start, at least we'll work only on JSP, and then we can see later. Okay, so we got this demo here. Now what I want to do is I just want to create a controller which will accept the request. Let's say I want to call a home page, and I want to return a JSP. Now, first of all, we don't have a JSP. You can see that I have not created any JSP here. So let's open this SRC, and here in this main, I want one more folder. So normally if you want to keep your JSP pages, you have to keep that in a web app folder. So right click here, we'll say new. I want to create a folder now, and we'll name this folder as web app. Okay, now once you got your folder, we want to create a JSP page. Let me do that quickly. So I will right click here, I will say new. I want to create those. I want to create a JSP file. Click on next. Okay, now let's name this. I will simply call it as index.jsp. That's what makes much more sense, right? And you can see in the web app, we got our JSP. In this JSP, I will say, welcome to Telusko. That's it. I just want to say welcome to Telusko. And so whenever I call a home page, I want to just display this page. But will this work? Okay, we'll try that later. Now, there's one thing you have to observe. The first thing is, we got JSP. That's awesome that we have to put that in web app. Normally, when you create a web application, you always add the Tomcat server in your Eclipse, right? So in fact, this is STS, but you can imagine it is your Eclipse. And you can see in the server tab, you can see we don't have any server here. Oh, that means we have to also do the setup. Okay, we'll see that later. But that means if you want to do this application, we need a Tomcat. Otherwise, it will give you error. What if I say you can simply run this application and it will not even ask you for the Tomcat? Let's try. So when you right click on this application and when you say run as, the only thing is you have to run it as a Spring Boot app, not on server, because if you say run on server, it will ask you for the external server. We don't have it. Let's click on Spring Boot app. The moment you do that, you can see it is doing something. It will take some time. So you can see if I jump to console, it says Spring Boot app started. It is doing some processing now. Okay. Now the amazing thing is it says Tomcat started on port number 8080. Now that's weird because we don't have any Tomcat server here, right? From where you are getting it. The amazing thing is if you expand this Maven dependencies here, Spring Boot application has a embedded Tomcat. So you can see we have embedded Tomcat here. The advantage is the moment you move your application to some other server, some other machine, you don't have to configure your own Tomcat. And that's the benefit here. So in the application itself, you have your Tomcat server. So whenever you carry your application, you are also carrying Tomcat server. That's great, right? Okay, so that's something amazing. But how do we access this? Now, of course, it says you have to use the port number, which is 8080. So what I will do is I will open my browser. So that's my browser. I will simply search for localhost :8080. And the moment you say enter, you can see we got something. Okay, we got this error. That's fine. At least we are not getting that weird full page 404 error. We got this 404, but then this is getting returned by the Spring MVC framework. It says there is no error page because we have not built it yet. It shows the timing and there's no message. That's it. At least something is working. We have not got the output. It is not calling index.jsp. But why it is not calling index.jsp? Of course, right? When you send a request, the request goes to the controller. That's how Spring MVC works. So the first request goes to dispatcher servlet, And from dispatch server, it will call a particular controller. We don't have a controller yet. How do we do that? That we'll see in the next video. So let's solve that issue. The issue was we don't have a controller. So let's create one. Now, of course, right, when you say a controller, we are working on Spring frameworks, it should be a Java file. Let's do that. So let's go back here, and here I want to create a controller. Oh, how do we do that? Let's right click here and say new. I want to create Java class. Let's select that. And this will be, of course, you can name anything, right, from ABCD to some logical name. But here I will say, this is my home controller. So logically, when you say you have an application, your application will have multiple services. Let's say you have an accounting service. Let's say you have a user service. You have, let's say, some other service. So when you say you have a user service and you have certain requests which a server will handle, what makes most sense is to have a controller named as user controller. If you're working for accounting, so it should be accounting controller. Now, since we are working with homepage, let's say home controller. And that's it, nothing to specify much here, and click on finish. And that's your controller. Okay, now you will say, hey, this will not work. How can you just simply create a controller and you're getting the normal class is a controller? Kind of, you don't have to extend or implement any interface here. The only thing you have to add to this controller is an annotation, which is add controller. This is what makes it as a controller. Now, as we discussed, your request will first go to dispatcher servlet, and dispatcher servlet will send it to a particular controller. Okay, now, yes, in theory, we have dispatcher servlet needs a configuration file. As of now, you can see we have not created any configuration file, and that's where Spring Boot says, hey, you don't have to worry about the default configuration. I will take care of it. Yes, if you want to provide some extra configuration, that's where you have to use some configuration file. As of now, it will work. So we got a controller. Now this controller, whenever you call this controller, you have to perform certain operation. Oh, when you say operation, that means we need a method. Let's create one. So I will say public, and this method name will be, let's say, home. Of course, you can have a different method name, but that's fine. Let's keep it home. I want to call this method home, which will simply print. As of now, I'm not calling any JSP. Let me just check if this method is getting called when I call the home page. I will say home page requested. That's it. Nothing much, I'm just printing home page requested. Okay, but will this work? Let's restart the application. Let's say restart the application. It will take some time. So let's keep our page ready and let's refresh. And you can see after refreshing, the only thing we changed is the timing. Okay, we have not got the output yet. But of course, the output you will be getting is in the console, right? Because you're saying system.out.println. And if you can see the console, we have nowhere it says homepage requested. That means it's not working. The reason it is not working is, you might be having different kind of request. You're requesting for homepage. You might be requesting for some particular page by saying /accounts or /users or maybe /laptops. Here, I want to specify, hey, whenever I use a request for the homepage, then only you have to call this method. And the way you specify that is with the help of annotation here, which is request mapping. So you have to say request mapping. In bracket, you have to mention the path. First of all, you have to import the package. Let's say control space, package imported. And here you have to say /. So that's our home page, right? When you say the /. Okay, I guess it will work now. Let's relaunch the application. Okay, so let's refresh it. And you can see, oh, we got a different type of error this time. We got internal server error. We got 500. Okay, we'll talk about that later, what is happening. But let's see the console here. Are we getting home page requested? And the answer is yes. Can you see that? We got the output, it says home page requested. That's what we wanted, right? Yes, we got some error. We'll talk about that error in some time, but it says home page requested. So yes, we got a controller, we got a JSP. The only thing is this controller is not able to call the JSP page. That's what we have to solve now. Now, how do we solve it? When you send a request for the home, okay, so if you check your URL, it says localhost :8080 and then we are saying /. Okay, that's how you request the home page. So this method is getting called. So we have to inform here, whenever you call home method, we have to call index.jsp. Now, if you're coming from servlet background, we used to create a request dispatcher using which we used to call the JSP. Here, we don't have to do all those things. We simply have to return the name of the JSP which you want to call. So you have to say index.jsp. So what happens is, see, who is calling this home controller? It is called by dispatcher servlet. So if dispatcher servlet is calling this method, so it is the job of dispatcher servlet to call the actual page. So we just have to inform, hey, which page you want to call. So we are saying, hey, dispatcher servlet, I want to call index.jsp. That's it. The only thing is we have to say string here and our job is done. Let's relaunch it. So as you can see, it is relaunched. Let me just open my browser and say refresh. Oh, okay, something happened. You can see, okay, I saw some animation there, something happened. We got the same error, but if I expand this, if you can see the downloads, I just got a download here. Let me just relaunch it again. And you can see we got another download. What is happening? The thing is, okay, so let me just go back again and let me just click on this. I don't know what this file is. It says unknown DMS. I'll just open that in a finder. So as you can see, if I open this, it is my JSP page. Oh, that's weird. I'm downloading the JSP page. What is happening? So let's try to solve this problem in the next video. So the problem is we are not able to run the JSP. We are downloading it. Let's solve this issue in the next video.
So what's wrong here? Everything is working except one thing, which is instead of running JSP, you are downloading it. We don't want that. We want to run that JSP on Tomcat. So what happens, when you talk about JSP get converted into servlet and that servlet runs on Tomcat. Here, nothing is happening. We don't have something which will convert your JSP into servlet. Now, if we talk about the external Tomcat, it has that power. The Tomcat which we are using, it normally don't convert JSP into servlet. Okay, in fact, the Spring Boot is famous for REST services. You don't actually create websites in Spring Boot. That was not the main idea. The main idea was to build REST services. If you want to achieve that, if you want to use JSP, yes, we can use Themeleaf here, that perfectly works. But if you want to use JSP and if you want to convert JSP into servlet, we need a special library which you have to download, and that is Tomcat Jasper. So let's do that. So let's go to our browser and let's go to the favorite website of us, which is Maven repository. And here we have to search for Tomcat Jasper. So this is what you need. So I will just download this one. Okay, now which version of Tomcat Jasper we need? So let's go back to our application. And here let's open the Maven dependencies. So you can see we have the Tomcat version. It's 9.0.14. So let's stick to that. So let's download the 9.0.14. Let's copy this dependency. I guess it is copied. Let's go back. Where you will add it? Of course, you have to add that in a pom.xml file. So open that. And here, let me add that particular dependency. The moment you say paste and save, it will download Tomcat Jasper from the internet. It will take some time. Now, since I don't have the local copy of it, so you will get the repository from the official website. So as you can see, we got dependency here, we got Tomcat Jasper. Now once you have added that, let's run this application once more and let's see the output. So let's relaunch the application. Okay, let's go to browser and refresh. And now you can see we got the output. So this time we are not downloading it, but we are running the JSP. So that's the thing, if you want to run JSP, you need a Tomcat Jasper library to convert that. So it is working. We got welcome Telusko. Our job is done. So whatever we have done till now is very simple. We have created a page which is index.jsp, which is actually our web page, and then we have this home controller where it's a controller basically, and you can have a method which will accept the request for / and then it will simply call index.jsp. But what if you want to do something extra? Let's say I want to have a page where user will enter some values. So let's say I want to add 2 numbers. Yes, we can do something big as well, but let's stick to simple because we are learning Spring framework, right? We are not just learning logic here. So let's keep the logic simple and let's focus on the concept. So in the next video, we'll talk about how do we add 2 numbers using Spring MVC. So let's get the application. So of course, if you want to add 2 numbers, after calling the web page, it will, instead of printing welcome to Telusko, will also print the form where a user will enter 2 values. So let's do that quickly. So here I will say create a form for me, and the form will have the action, and I will say the action is add. So I want to call simply add. And then form ends, and here I want to create 2 text fields. So I will say, okay, so that's our first field and we want 1 more. So I will just copy this and paste. And now you can see we got the second one as well. So we'll simply say second number, and here we'll have it as num2. Now what next? I want to also have a button here, right? Which will, when you click on that, it will call add.
Let's do that. So I will say, okay, that's done. So we got our 2 input text for num1, num2, and we also got buttons. Everything is done. Yes, we don't have a perfect UI here, but doesn't matter, right? We are learning Spring. So UI doesn't matter at this point. Yes, it matters when you give it to your client. As of now, it should work. Now, once you got that page, of course, when you click on this button submit, it will call add. But don't you think we don't have anything here which will accept the request for add? Now think about this. What can be done? Of course, you need a page where you will show the output. But before showing the output, I want to process that information. So let's say if a user says 2 plus 3, I want to give it 5 as answer. Where do we do that? So of course, you need to create a controller. So if you're coming from servlet background, so what we do is we create controllers. But in Spring MVC, you don't have to create a separate class every time. What you can do is you can just add another method. Yes, you can create a new class, named it as calculator controller, in which you can have different methods. But as of now, let's keep it here. So in the same controller, which is home controller, we can have one more method. So we'll do that. I will say public. This will return a string. As of now, let's keep it string. And here I will say the method name as add. Of course, you can have any method name. You don't have to stick with add method name here, and simply return the page you want to call. Of course, right, if you add these 2 numbers, I want to show on some page. In fact, instead of showing it on a page, you can also return this as a data. But we'll see that later. How do we return a data as it is? I want to call a page, and we don't have a page as of now. Let's create one. So we'll just simply say copy and paste, and I will name this page as result.jsp. And in this JSP, I don't want the form and stuff. I just want to print the output. Okay, now how do we print the output? So as of now, it's simply saying result is. I'm not printing the actual output because we don't know the actual output. Let's go back here, and in home controller, you will simply say result.jsp. That's it, nothing much. So we have created 2 pages. One is index.jsp and result.jsp. Okay, so this looks fun. Okay, I'm not sure if this is fun. Let me just try. Oh, we're still missing something. How do you know that you want to call this add method for the add request? Of course, it will not match the name. You have to use a request mapping as the annotation. So when you say request mapping in this, you have to say add. So whenever you call add request, it will call add method. It's that simple. So let's run this. So I will just restart the application once. So let's go back to our code and let's refresh once again. So when you say refresh now, you can see not just we got welcome to Telusko, but we also got 2 text field here. Let's say 2 and 3. As of now, we have not done any coding for that. Let's click on submit. Okay, you can see it is actually calling result page. Okay, not in the address bar, because if you see the address bar, we still have num1 equal to 2 and num2 equal to 3. Okay, we are not specifying which page is getting called here, but result.jsp is getting called because we got the output as result is. Okay, that looks cool, but we want to perform the operation, right? So here I want to add those 2 numbers. Now how will you do it? Now let's go back to our servlet and JSP stuff if you have learned it before. So in servlet, what we do is if you want to take the input from the user, we use this very special interface which is known as HTTP servlet request. So using that, you can fetch values. So what I will do, I will just go to this add and I will say, hey, I want to use those methods. If you remember, it's not just one parameter, we used to pass 2 parameters. So in this service method, we used to pass the request object and the response object. We don't have anything here. So we have to create them, right? So let's do that. So I will say HTTP servlet request, and you can say REQ, and we got that object. So we'll say we got this object. Now you will be thinking how Spring will know that you want the instance of this interface here. That's the magic of Spring dependencies injection, right? If you remember, we have talked about Spring IOC or Spring dependency injection, where it will inject the object which you need. Now thankfully, this object is available with Tomcat, so Spring will say, okay, we have that object in Tomcat, let's use it. That's great. Now once you got that object, we can fetch the values now. So I will say int I, where you will have the first variable value. I know it's not a logical name to use, but that's fine. So we'll simply say request dot get parameter. You have to also convert this into integer, right? So you have to say integer.parseInt. Okay, that's how you do it. In fact, for second variable as well, we'll do the same thing. Let's copy this and paste, and this time we'll name it as j, of course, and here I will say num2. Now once you got those 2 values, you can simply add them, right? How do we add it? It's very simple. You can say int, I will have the variable name as maybe num3. I know if it makes sense. I will say I plus j. So the value of I and j will be getting added to give you num3. Now I want to print this num3 because this is my output in the result page. Oh, how will I do that? So we have to send this num3 to the result page. And to do that, it's very simple actually. You can simply say, hey, how do we do that? Okay, so in Servlet, we used to use a concept of HTTP session. So when we use HTTP session, we can simply add this num3 in that object, and in the JSP you can fetch it. That's one way. You can also use send display servlet, where you can pass this value here. You can say result.jsp question mark num3 equal to, and whatever value of num3 is, you can say num3 here. That's URL rewriting, right? That's one thing you can do. We have multiple options, right? As of now, what I will do, I will simply say, I will add it in a session. So I will say HTTP session is equal to, let's create the object of it. Oh, but how do we do that? So okay, first of all, we have to say control space. Let's import the package. And here I will say request dot get session. So we have this method which is get session, which will give you object of session. Okay, once you have that, you can simply say session dot, you can add, no, you can, okay, what's the method name? I forgot the method name. You have to say set attribute, and the attribute name, we can have num3. Name can be anything, right? You can change it. The only thing is, whatever name you use here, you have to use the same name in the JSP page. Oh, okay. So I will say num3 in this case. Okay, once you got this attribute num3, we are calling result.jsp. In result.jsp, I just have to say, we can use Java code here, we can use session object and we can fetch the value, or we can use JSTL. So as for the JSTL syntax, we simply have to say dollar and the curly brackets, and here you will say num3. That's it. So whatever name you have in the servlet or in the Java code, need to have it here. Okay, it makes sense, but sometime your JSTL may not work. So maybe your code is ignoring it. So I will simply say is EL ignored false. Sometimes it ignores EL language, which is expression language. Okay, let's keep it, just to be on safe side, I'm saying false. Everything looks cool. I think it will work. Let's restart the application. So let's go back to the page. In fact, I want to call the first page. Let's refresh. In fact, you can see the address is localhost :8080, and then here I will say num1 as 3 and num2 as 4 or 5. So when you click on submit, you want output as 8, and we got it. Can you see that we got the output as 8? So what is happening behind the scene? So when you send a request, the request is getting called for the home page, right? So when you say home page, this method is getting executed, which is calling index.jsp, and that's why we got that page which we have, where we have welcome to Telusko, and then we have a form. When you click on submit, it is calling add. Request is again going to dispatch a servlet, where dispatch servlet sees, hey, for the add we do have a mapping. So this method is getting called. So not just method is getting called, you are also getting the object of request. That's the job of Spring dependency injection. Now once you got the object, using that object you can fetch the values of I and j, where we got 3 and 5. Then we are adding them. We are putting that data in a session. Okay, so once you have data in a session, we can fetch it anytime, in fact, provided that session is running. Okay, this is working, but I still have some issues. Don't you think we are not using Servlet, we are working with Spring, and this code looks a bit ugly. Trust me, it looks ugly. Can we clean it? Can we make it more effective? And the answer is yes, and that we'll see in the next video. Okay, so let's make this code look good. Now first issue is we don't want this HTTP request object here. Don't you think Spring should automatically give you these values in the parameter itself? Okay, what I'm talking about is if I remove this part, I want these two values of int I and j here. Int I, comma int j. So we don't need to write these two lines. Okay, so we are reducing the code, right? Oh, okay, I'm just trying it out. I'm not sure will it work. Okay, the second thing is we don't need object of HTTP session here. So yes, we can actually pass it here. So we can say HTTP session. So we don't have to say request.get session. So our job is done, right? Because if Spring can give you HTTP request object, it will also give you a session object. Yes, it does that. Okay, but will this work? Of course it will not work, because you are not sending I and j, you are sending num1 and num2. But how will you assign it here? So we have to use an annotation here, which is at request param. And here in this request param, you have to mention whenever you send a value for num1, assign the value for num1 to I. Is that simple? Okay, let me import the package for request param, and I guess done. And the same thing has to be done for j. So let me just copy this code and paste it here. Okay, and this will name it as num2. So we got num1 and num2. So value of num1 is going to I, the value of num2 is going to j. So that's how you fetch the value. Okay, this is actually coming from the address bar. We'll see that. And then let's try this. Let's restart the application, refresh the URL, and you can see we got this page. Here I will say 3 and 4. Now you can see this data is going to the server. So let me click on submit. In the address bar, you can see the values of 3 and 4 are going in the URL. So it is fetching from there. And that's how that request param works. That's great. This is working. Yes, you can also use post request here and it will still work. So that's the benefit of using request param. So if we are reducing the number of lines we are going for, we don't want request object, we don't need to assign, we don't even have to pass it. That's awesome, right? It is working. But still, we don't want this HTTP session object here. Can we remove that? We'll see that in the next video. Let's try to solve that. Let's remove that HTTP session here. The way you can do that is with the help of a concept known as model and view. Okay, how do we use that? Now, if we talk about model will have data, right? We have discussed that in MVC. So in MVC, model is the data. So your data here is this num3. So we just have to put this num3 in the model object, and we also have to specify the view, right? And the view name is result.jsp. Okay, how do we do that? So we have a inbuilt class model and view, right? We'll say MV, we can have any name, doesn't matter. And we'll say new model and view. Now, once you got this object here, instead of using session, we'll add this in a model view. So I will say MV dot, there's an option of add object. You just have to say add object. Which object you want to add? So I want to add num3 as num3 itself. The way you do that with session, right? So we got model object. The amazing thing is you don't even have to return the string format. You can return MV here because MV will not just have the data but also the view name. Oh, we have not assigned that. Let's do that. So I will say MV dot set view name, and the view name is result.jsp. Remember, it is view name because most of the time people make mistakes here. They say they write set view. It's actually set view name. Okay. Let me just remove the extra lines from here. Yeah, so you can see we have added the value, we have assigned that to a model object. It's just that the return type here would be model and view. That's it. But then we don't need this thing here. So we don't need model session object there. Our job is done. Okay, let's try. Let's relaunch the application. So let's go back to the page, and here let's refresh it. It should work. There's nothing which we have done extra. Click on submit, and you can see we got 8. So the power of model view is it will take two things: the data, which is your num3, so we don't need HTTP session object, and it will also have the view name, so you don't have to return string format. So this works, and we are happy whatever we have done till now. Okay, but we have some issues. What if you want to have this page in different folder? What if you don't want to mention .jsp in the code? Because you might want to change your view technology in future. Now you're using JSP, in future you want to use something else. Can we make it dynamic? Let's see that in the next video. So till this point, everything is working, right? We are able to add two numbers as well. So if I say 4 and 5, I click on submit, you got 9. The only thing here is if you look at this code, we are mentioning the extension as well, right? That's something we want to avoid because maybe in future, I might be going for some other view technology, maybe velocity or free marker. In that case, I don't want to mention .jsp here. That's one thing. The second thing is if you look at the pages here, all these pages are there in the web app folder. Now, web app folder is actually a public folder, which means anyone can access this page throughout the world. They can simply go to the web page and they can mention the website name / the page name. It will not even call the controller. It will directly call the page and it will work. We don't want that, right? We want these pages to be secure. That's one thing. Or maybe you want to keep it somewhere so that no one will know the path. So if you want to make it secured, one of the folder we can use here is webinf. So you can keep these files in webinf. They are private. The only way to call them is through the controller. And that's how you can make it private. But what if you want to make it public but in a different folder? That's what we do, right? We put all our pages in different folders. So let's say I will say new and I will create a folder here and the folder name is view or views, and I want to put this file inside this view. So if I drag it here, that's done. So we got that into views now. And second thing, I don't want to mention the extension here. So let me remove that and remove this one as well. So you can see the extension is removed and the path is also changed. And after doing that, if you restart the application, and if you go back to browser, let's see if that works. Now, if I click on submit, you can see we got an error. It says 404. So maybe it is not able to find something, but what is that something? If I go back here, so that something is the page, right? So of course it is not able to find this result.jsp. Now in this case, you have to mention to your framework, hey, we are using Spring Framework, and then Spring Framework is using Dispatch Servlet. So we have to inform Dispatch Servlet, hey, whenever you are looking for the view, you have to find that in this folder, which is views, and then you have to also add the extension, which is .jsp. Of course, it should be configurable. To configure this, we have a very special file here, which is application.properties. This is where you will do the configuration. But how? Because when you say property files, we have to mention the key and a value. So of course, values we know, it will be the path of the JSP, which is views, and the extension, which is JSP. But we don't know the property of it, right? And so normally when you work on the project, you do remember those things. But what if you are doing this for the first time? In that case, you can simply go to this website, which is the first one. If you search for Spring Boot application properties, go to this website, and this is where you will find all the properties. If you can just go down, you can see we have this properties for logging, we have AOP, we have identity, then admin, banners. You can also change the banner, right, using this. What we want is Spring MVC. So if you can just scroll down, so we got Spring MVC, you can see that. And then here, if you want to do that, so if you want to assign the path and the extension, we have to use these two things, the prefix and suffix. Now prefix is what before result, which is the path, and suffix is what after result. Okay, so which result I'm talking about? So if you go back to the code, you can see here we are mentioning result, right? So before that we have to mention views, after that we have to mention extension, and to achieve that we have to put those two properties here. So we can go back there, we can copy these two properties and we can paste it here. Of course we have to change this. So what should be the prefix? So prefix would be views, of course, right? That makes sense. So when you will search for the file now, it will be views / and the file name. We have to also mention the extension, so you have to say .jsp. That's it. Once you have done that, I hope this time this will work. Let's restart the application and let's go back to the browser. And here if I refresh this and if I click on submit, oh, it's working. Can you see that? So that's how you can achieve this thing, which is removing the extension, which is JSP from the code, from the Java code, and putting that in the property files. The second thing is we have to also change the views. In fact, if you want to make it private, you can also say views belongs to web.inf folder, and that will make it private. So that's how you achieve prefix and suffix. See you in the next video. So till this point, everything is working, right? So we have added these two numbers. In fact, the numbers which I'm talking about is this. So if I pass, let's say 3 and 4, and if I click on submit, you can see we got the output as result is 7. So that's what we wanted. To achieve that, what we are doing is we have created a controller. So whenever you request for home page, it will return the index.jsp. And then when you request for, so in fact in the index.jsp, if you go there, what we are doing is when you click on submit, it is sending a request for add. Oh, so where we are handling it, so you can see in the controller itself, we have add method, which accepts the request for add. And everything is working. You can see it says request param, we got num1, num2, and things are working. Okay, but there's one thing which we have done in the last video, which is the introduction of model and view. So the reason we went for this is when you want to call a view, of course, right? You want to send some data to a client, and the client will expect a HTML page. So what we are doing is we have created the JSP, which will get converted into HTML after rendering. But then when we say you want to call a JSP also need a data. And data in this case is this num3. So basically we have to set up two things. The first one is the view name, and the second one is the data which you want to pass. So data in this case is there in num3. Okay, so for that we are using this model and view because it can hold two things: model, the data, and the view name, which is result in this case, result.jsp. So what I want to achieve now is, do we have some alternate option? Example, let's say this is best, model and view is best. We can set the name. In fact, there's one more thing about model view. You can actually set the view name here itself. So you don't have to use another method. So you can simply pass the view name in the constructor and that works. Okay, so the point is, can we use something else apart from model and view? Example, let's say I don't want to return model view object here. I want to stick to the string part here. Okay, that means in the return, we have to still mention the view name. So I will say result. What I have to change is I don't want to use model view. So then the question arises, how will you add the object? That's what we want to do, right? We want to add this data in the model. In that case, if you simply want a model, you can create an object of model and it will still work. But where? So the idea is I want to put this data in the model object. So model is something which will be available for the view as well. So in the parameter, in the bracket itself, you can say, you can specify the reference of model M. Okay, now what this model is? So model is basically an interface which will behave same as model view, except that we don't have a view here. So you can say we are saying model, and here instead of saying mv dot, we will be saying m dot. But you can see we got an error. The thing is, in M we don't have add object method. We have to use another method which is quite similar. You can see the method name is add attribute. So instead of saying add object, we have to say add attribute, and then we can pass the two stuff. The same thing as model view. It's just that we are not specifying the views separately. Now, which one to use? It's depend upon you. You can still go with model or you can go with model view. It's just that when you send a request and if you want to have that data in a model, doesn't matter if it will be used for view or not, or you want to call a specific view later, you can still use model. But if you want to specify model view both, I would say preferably you can go with model and view. Okay, you still have a choice. That's great. That's how we can use model here. Now, other than this model, we also have an option of model map. So you can say model map here. Even that works. You can say control space and enter. You can see the code will still work. So let me just run this code and we'll also see the difference between these two. So let me first run the code with model map. Let me relaunch the application and it is still launching. So let's refresh and you can see we got the same page. There is no error. That's great. This time we'll add some different numbers. We'll say 6 and 8. When you click on submit, you got the answer. So you can see we have not done any changes and at the output end, the only change we have done is in the controller. So instead of using model and view, we are using model map. Then what's the difference between model and model map? So if you click on this, you can see this is documentation for model map. Model map, as name suggests, supports a feature of map. So by default, when you add the attribute, it will get added in the map format. So you are adding data in a map, which is getting added in the model object. So it depends upon you which one to use. If you want to use simple object, I would say go for model. If you want to add map, if you want to have the data in a map format, of course, the best option for you model and map and model map. Okay, let's go back here. So this still works with model and model map both, at least this code. So try it out. So it will of course work. So that's it from this video where we have talked about model and model map. Now, once we have talked about model and model map, it's time to look at another annotation, which is model attribute. Now, before doing that, I want to make some changes. The first change is instead of adding two numbers, let's do something else. Now in Java, everything is object, right? So if you want to represent data, we represent data in the object format. Example, if you want to represent a laptop, if you want to represent a mobile phone, or maybe account details or user details, everything will become a class and then we instantiate them, right? That's what we do in Java. So here as well, I want to create an object of alien. Okay, now what is alien basically? So alien is a programmer. So I refer programmers as alien. So what I will do here is I will go back here and I will say new. I want to create a model class. So let's say class, and we'll name this class as a alien. And the only thing is I just want to make this into a different package. Okay, so here I will say the package is model. It's better to have all your model classes in model package. Now this alien will have certain variables, right? So let's say I want to go only for two variables here. So I will say private int AID and private string a name. Of course, in future we'll add some more attributes once we start talking about advanced concept. As of now, these two are enough. And now I want to have getters and setters for this. I will say source generate getters and setters. Select all and generate. So once we got the class, once we got the variables and getter setters done, let's go back to index.jsp. Now what I want is as a user, you will add your own records. So you'll be having the option of adding the aliens. So of course, I want to have the action as add itself, but then the data which you will ask is different. So we'll say enter your ID. So we're asking for the ID. And of course, this name will change. I will say this is AID. And then here I will say enter your name. So we're asking for two things, AID and name. Let's have it a name. So you can see we got these two details. So now when you click on submit, it will send the add request. In fact, just to make it more interactive, I will say add alien. It makes much more sense, right? So now when you click on submit, it will call add alien. But in the home controller, you can see we don't have anything as add alien. So we'll modify this and we'll make it alien. In fact, you know what I will do? Instead of changing the existing stuff, let me add another method here and say, okay, let me just say this is, so I will say public string, and the method name would be add alien. Of course, you can go with any method name. And now to call this, I have to map it with a request mapping, right? So I will say request mapping, and here I will say add alien. Now we have to get this method. Now, of course, we have to accept some parameters, right? So the parameter which we are passing from the index.jsp is these two details. We have AID and a name. So whatever we have learned till now is, if you want to accept the values, we have to use this two annotation here. In fact, two variables with two annotations. We have to say request param. So we can accept that with the help of request param. The only thing is here it will say AID, and the variable name is also AID. And here I will say instead of num2 will say a name, and here as well I will say a name. Okay, there's one change. A name is not of type int, it's of type string, so they have to take care of that as well. So that's done. Now this method will return something, right? I want to call a page. I want to call the same result page. I will say result because I'm lazy to create one more page. So let's stick with that. Of course, you can create your own pages later. But as of now, I want to call result. But this result page need to have something, right? I want to print something here. So what I will do is I will not print num3. I will print the object of alien. I want to print alien here. But will this work? Of course, if you go back to home controller, we are calling result that will work, but then it will not print alien because we don't have that object in the model. As you can see, we don't have any model in this method. So the first step is you need a model object. So I will simply give a comma here and I will say model m, so that at least I will be having the model object with me. And in that model object, I want to pass the object of alien. The amazing thing is we don't have the object yet. So let's create one. And the way you create object, you can say alien a equal to new alien. And then here you will say, let's import the package. And here you will say a dot. We have to assign the values as well, right? Whatever is coming from the client. So as a client, you will be sending data, right? So you will say submit by passing, let's say AID as 101 and name as Naveen. So these two details will be received here. I mean, here in these two variables, we have to assign that to the object. So we'll say a dot set a name. I will set a name as a name. In fact, once you got the object, we have to add this object in the model object. So I will say m dot add attribute. And here you will simply add the attribute as a. But if you add the attribute as a, it will not work because in the result.jsp, we are asking for the alien. So the name we have to refer here is alien. So I would say alien. So whatever data is there in A will be represented as alien in the result.jsp. That's what we want. Now, will this work? See, till this point, we have not done anything extra. It's just that we got a class. In fact, whatever we have done till now, we know about this stuff. Let's relaunch the application just to verify if everything is working. So application has been launched. Let's go back to the page. Let's refresh. So yes, of course, we need to see some changes. Instead of having num1, num2 will be getting ID and name. So I will say the ID is 101 and name is Naveen. I guess I missed something in the code. Let's see that what I've missed. When you click on submit, you can see we are getting the default package name, class name, and the hash code. We don't want this. We want to print the data, right? To achieve that, we do one thing, right? We always we override the toString method. If you remember, in normal core Java, we do that. So I will simply generate a toString method here, which will print data. This is what I missed. Let me just save it and let's relaunch the application again. So when you click on submit here, you can see we got the output. So this is what we wanted, right? So whatever user has entered will be coming here. Now you will say, hey, everything is working. Then what's new here? The thing is, if you look at this code, which is request param and request param, something is not matching, right? We are accepting individual values and then we are assigning them to the object here. It doesn't look good, right? What I want is, instead of having request param here, what if I can simply mention the alien object here itself? This is what we wanted. That means I don't have to mention all this thing. So the moment you pass the object, the moment you pass the values, in AID and A name, now since the names are same, right? It's in AID and A name, don't you think it should be assigned automatically to the alien object? Is it possible? Yes, and the way you can do that is with the help of model attribute. So once you have model attribute with you, you can directly assign the values here. But how to do that? That we'll see in the next video. So let's make it work. To make it work, we have to use another annotation, which is model attribute. So that means here, instead of all this request param, this stuff, we don't need this AID and A name separately. What I want is, I want to say alien A, right? This is what we wanted, right? And then to achieve that, we don't need this stuff here. We need to remove that. The only thing is, we want this object to be received from the client. To achieve that, we have to use an annotation here, which is @model attribute. That's it. Simply save this, so whatever is coming from the client will be assigned to this A, and our job is done. Let's verify. Let's relaunch the application. So this time I'm sending 102. Let's click on submit, and you can see we got the data. This is what we wanted, right? And the amazing thing is, on the client side, in the code, we are not using two request param annotation and then checking it one by one, getting the object of alien, nothing like that. It's very simple, right? The amazing thing is, model attribute is also responsible to add the data in the model. That means we don't have to do this manually. Whatever object you got is by default there in the model, and that's why it says model attribute, right? So we don't even need that model object. It's quite simple. Okay, but what if I go back to result, you can see here we are saying alien, right? And here we are saying A. What I will do now is, let's go back here, and here I will say A1. Will this work? So I'm not using alien, I'm not using A, because A is the name of the attribute and alien is the class name itself. Or you can say the decapitalized class name. But here we have a different name. We have A1 as a name. In this case, let's try what will happen. So let's click on submit. The moment you do that, you can see we have not received the data there. The reason is we have a different name here, which is A, and then here we are saying A1. Okay, how do we solve that? So model attribute says, okay, if you want a different name, that's fine. In the bracket, you can mention A1. So now whatever data is coming from this A will be assigned to A1. It's that simple. Let's relaunch. So when you click on submit here, you can see we got the data. So that's the beauty about model attribute. So it's an annotation which also accepts the parameters. So if you pass the parameters, it will take that name. Otherwise, it will take the name of the class, which is alien. Okay, but what if I have alien here? Okay, let's stick to alien. And here in the home controller, what if I don't write model attribute? Will this work? The answer is yes. If you don't have a different name, if you still want to go with alien, you don't have to mention model attribute. But it's a convention that you should write it, otherwise it will still work. But then, there will be a confusion because here we are saying alien, so it is working. What if you change it? What if you say A1? It will not work. So let's relaunch it without using model attribute. It will still work. So when you click on submit, you can see it is still working. So even without model attribute, it works because we are using the same name as alien here. Okay, now this is model attribute which we have used as a parameter to the method. Can we use model attribute at the method level? We'll see that in the next video. So let's say here in the alien, I want one more data. So let me create one more class and I want some data about it. Or maybe not even class. Let's say I want to print the message. Let's say welcome message. I will say welcome back aliens. So I want to print this message. The one way you can do that is by printing as it is, or maybe I want to change this alien to something else. Every time maybe I want to do that in the code. So what we can do is we can say welcome back, and here we'll say name. So by default, you can see we don't have any name here, right? So name is just an attribute which we are using here. That means before calling result, I'll have to assign name. Where should I do that? Of course, you will say you have to do that in this method because this is what is calling result. But what if you have multiple methods which is calling result? In this case, you can see even this method is calling result. So of course, we should not be assigning the name here. What you can do is you can create a separate method which is responsible to assign the value to the name. So let's say, I will say public void, I will say model data. Of course, you can have any name, doesn't matter. And here you will simply assign the data to the model. Okay, so how do we do that? So we have to use a model M. Now in this model, you can say M dot, and you can say add attribute, of course with the name. So we'll say the name here is name. And then the actual name which I want to pass is aliens. Of course, you can pass anything here, but let me just pass aliens. Now what will happen is, in the code, in the output, I want to welcome back aliens, right? So the name will be replaced by aliens. But will this work? Of course not. If you want to make it work, we have to use an annotation here, which is model attribute. The moment you say model attribute, what will happen is your Spring framework, before calling any request mapping, it will first call model attribute. This model attribute will create a model object, and then in that model object you are adding the attribute which is name with the name aliens. Now it doesn't matter whatever controller you call, whatever method you call with the request mapping, everywhere this name will be available. So in the result page you will get that name, right? So we can use model attribute in the method parameter or on the method level. So let's relaunch it. So let's click on submit here, and you can see we got result is, okay, we have not received the result. I don't know why, what went wrong there, but at least it is working. You can see we got welcome back aliens. So let's figure it out what went wrong there, why we have not received the alien. Okay, because we are saying alien here and the attribute here is A1. That's bad. Let's remove that. I guess that was the issue. Let's save that. Okay, but at least that this is getting right. We are getting welcome back aliens. That is working. Let's relaunch it. Okay, so let's click on submit, and so that is working. We got a result is this, so we got this data, and then we also got welcome back aliens. So that's how we can use model attribute on method level. So whatever we have done till now is awesome, right? We have created this project and it works like charm. So we can send data to the server and server will give you the response. The amazing thing is, instead of using normal servlet JSP, we are using a Spring MVC framework. And that too, we are not using normal Spring MVC, we are using Spring Boot here. The reason we are using Spring Boot is, when you work on Spring MVC project or any type of Spring projects, we need to do a lot of configuration. And Spring Boot says, hey, you don't have to worry about the configuration. So if you look at the project, we have not done much of the configuration, we were focusing only on the logic. Yes, we did some configuration in the property file. So if I open that file for you, so you can see this is where we have mentioned that we want to work with this folder views, and then the extension for the page is JSP. Other than that, everything is quite simple, right? We are doing everything in the code. But then before Spring Boot, we should still work on Spring MVC. I mean, a normal Maven project where you have to do a lot of configuration. Until this point, we have not seen that. So what if you are working on a project of Spring MVC but without Spring Boot? So in this video, let's create a project with the same features. I want to have alien, I want to have homepage. So with the same feature but with the help of normal Spring MVC configuration. So yes, we will be using Maven here. We have to add dependencies. We have to do some configuration. So what configuration I'm talking about? Now first of all, when you say Spring Boot project, so this project knows that this is Spring Boot MVC. So whenever you send a request directly goes to dispatcher servlet. But when you create a normal Maven project or normal web project, we have to navigate it. We have to mention, hey, if you want, send your request first to dispatcher servlet. So we have to configure that. Second thing we have to configure is we have to mention that this is a Spring MVC project where all the configuration, I mean all the controller have annotations. Okay, that's we have to mention. Second, we have to do this configuration as well. But then what type of files we'll be using to do this configuration? So in general, when you talk about configuration, one thing come to mind is XML. So we'll be using XML to configure this. Okay, it looks a lot of work, right? And technically, yes, we have to do a lot of work, but it's worth learning. So what I will do is I will go back to my application, go back to the project. And instead of using the same project, I will be creating my own, I'll be creating a new project here. So let me right click here and we'll say new. And of course, in the new project, I will be just copy pasting the existing code to save our time. So here I will create a Maven project. Okay, so not a Spring project or something. Let's create a Maven project. And in this Maven project, so click on next. I want to create a web application. Select that, click on next. So it is asking for the group ID here. So I will say com.telusko. Artifact ID would be Spring MVC. Okay, nothing much specific here. Click on finish. Now, once you click on finish, it will create a project, a simple Maven web project where you have to add dependencies. Okay, so we have to add dependencies first, right? So we'll do that. Or maybe I will simply first copy paste. I want to understand what errors you get. And there's one more issue here. The issue is, yes, it is giving you index.jsp, but unfortunately, it is not giving you an internal Tomcat server. So you have to add the Tomcat server externally. Okay, that is something we are remaining with. So what I will do is I will simply close all this thing code now. And I want to add the external server. So the way you do that is by clicking on this no server available. I want a Apache Tomcat server. And in this, I will select 9.0, click on next. Okay, so it is saying, do you have this setup? Need to check. So browse and let me search for the location of Tomcat. So yes, I have the Tomcat 9 available in my downloads. I will select that and click on open. I don't remember when I've downloaded it. But in case if you don't have the Apache Tomcat, you can just go to Google and search for it. It's not that big deal. And then click on next. Just shift your project here so that you don't have to add the Tomcat in your project manually. So click on finish and that's done. So you have added the external Tomcat to your project. And soon this error will be gone. I don't know why it's not going there. Let me just check once. I will go to properties, code build path. Okay, there are some library issues. It says, what is missing? Something is missing here. The Java folder is missing. Okay, we'll do that. And I just want to make one more change. Instead of having it to 1.5, I will change it to 1.8. Click on finish. Okay, that's done. And I need to create. So you can see it is giving you error because you don't have the Java folder. Okay, even the Tomcat is not set up here. So I will just go here and say add external server. There should be a server option. Add library. I want to add a server runtime. Apache Tomcat. Yes, finish. Click on apply. And error solved. Can you see that everything gone? Okay, so once we have solved that issue, I want to copy all this controller. In fact, I will just copy paste the packages here. Of course, I want a different name. We can change them later. So I will just copy that and paste in my main folder or Java folder. Okay, so you can see we got two projects here. And then the change, I don't want the same package name. I want to have a different package name here. So I will say refactor rename. I want the package name to be Spring MVC, not boot. Click on OK. And the same thing here. Okay, done. So once we have done those two changes, it is still giving you error. Okay, can you see that we got error here? Now, first of all, when you talk about Spring MVC, we don't need this main file because this is used only for the Spring Boot. Let's remove that, and we are getting error for controller as well. Now, what is the error here? The thing is, whenever you work with Spring Framework, you have to add Spring dependencies, and you can see we don't have it here. Oh, from where you will get it? You guessed it right. We have to add dependency in the pom.xml file. So here we have to add Spring MVC dependency. So save. From where you will get it, just go to the Maven repository, MVN repository, and here you have to search for Spring MVC. And you can see we got Spring Web MVC. Just select that. Okay, which version? I will go with this table one, which is 5.1.4. Click on that and copy this. Just go back to application and paste. Now, once you say paste, it will take some time to download. Okay, it was quick. That's great. Because maybe I've used the same version before. So you can see we got all the dependencies here. The moment you got dependencies, I will go back to home controller and can you see that? Gone. All the errors gone. Okay, that's working. So what do you think? If I run this application, oh, how can I run this application? Because we don't have the pages. So I want the pages as well. So these two pages, I will just go back here and index. In fact, I want them in views. So let me just copy the entire folder and let me paste inside the web app folder. Okay, so when I say web app, inside this, we already have index.jsp. We don't need it. So I will just right click and say delete. I don't want that folder or the file. So in the view, we have two pages, index.jsp and result.jsp. Okay, this looks cool. What else we can do here? I guess this is the configuration which I wanted. Let me just run this code. So what do you think? If I run this code, will it work? So the answer is no, actually, because the moment you run this application, it will search for the index.jsp. Oh, before that, I have to do one more thing. I want to shut down the internal server which we were using for Spring Boot. Otherwise, it will give you the conflict for 8080 port number. So I will go back here, index.jsp. Let's run this code. Or in fact, I can run the entire project, right? So I will say run on server because this time we are using external server. Click on next and click on finish. Yes, it takes some time. I guess it will use the internal browser. And can you see that we got error? It is not able to find the index.js page. How do we solve it? Yes, we have to do a lot of configuration, but that we'll see in the next video. So it is time to solve the issue. So the issue is we are not getting the page, right? Because the moment you run this application, and when you say you are calling for the home page, it will look for the index.js page in the web app folder. As you can see, we don't have it there. That's one issue. The second issue is I want the request should be sent to the controller, not directly to the page. To achieve that, we have to configure our XML file. So now normally when you create a web application, you get this amazing file here, which is web.xml. And in this, if you go to source, this is where you have to configure that, hey, whenever I send a request, the request should go to dispatcher servlet. If you remember, in Spring MVC, all the requests should go to dispatcher servlet first. Okay, how do we do that? So it's quite simple. You just have to go here in web app. We don't need that. And we need to create a servlet tag. That's how you provide the servlet mapping, right? So we'll say servlet tag, and we also need a servlet mapping. Okay, once we got these two things, in servlet tag, we have to specify two things, as we do in all the servlet projects. The first one is a servlet name. Let me just have the name as Telusko. And we need one more thing, which is your servlet class. Okay, now what is the class? We'll talk about that in some time. But before that, I want to map with this servlet mapping here. Okay, so first of all, when you say servlet mapping, again, we need two things here. We need a servlet name. In this case, you have to make sure that this name is same as this name, because that is how you link this to outer tags here. And then you have to also map with the URL. Now, why do we need URL? So to mention for what type of request you want to call this particular class, which you have not mentioned till now. So I want to call dispatcher servlet for all the requests. So for all, you can simply use / there. Okay, so but then we have to mention the class name, right? So what is a class name? So as I mentioned, whenever you work with Spring MVC, request should go to dispatcher servlet. Okay, so that's a class. So we'll simply mention that here. So we'll say dispatcher servlet. Oh, it's not coming directly here. Dispatcher servlet declaration. Oh, it's giving you entire stuff. We don't need that. Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. We don't need to actually create all this thing. It is giving you everything. But let me just type it here, and then we can get it from the control space. I will simply type it here. So it belongs to Spring Framework, org.spring framework.web.servlet.dispatcher servlet. So dispatcher servlet belongs to this particular packet. That's how you map it. In fact, the other way is you can simply, if you don't want to type all this thing by yourself, you can simply say dispatcher servlet. You can see it says you can auto-complete it, click on enter. It will give you almost the same thing which we have done here. You see that you can handle. But I would like to go with the same text which I have written. Let's stick to that. Now we are saying request should go to dispatcher servlet. But then it is dispatcher servlet who will send the request to the controller here, right? So how would dispatcher servlet knows that it has to send the request to the controller? And that's where we have to configure the dispatcher servlet as well. Because if we don't do that, it will give you an error. Okay, what error it will give you? Let's see. Let me just shut it down and let's relaunch the application. Run on server. Yes, click on next, finish. Okay, so you can see there's no error as of now, but then the moment you try to call the home page, we got a different error this time. And the error is file not found exception, and the file it is trying to find is telusko-servlet.xml. Oh, that's weird. Why only this file name and what this file will do? Okay, so first of all, this file is responsible to configure your dispatcher servlet. Okay, that's one. Second, why the name is telusko-servlet? So basically the name should be something-servlet. Now what is that something? The name of your servlet name. So since it is Telusko here, and that's why in the error itself it is saying Telusko. That's the reason we got Telusko-servlet. So if you give a different name here, if you say A, it will be a-servlet.xml. Okay, so we have to get that file, but where? In the web INF. So we'll right click here, we'll say new. Okay, so we need to create a XML file. So select XML here, click on next, and okay, what should be the name? As we discussed, the name should be telusko-servlet.xml. Click on finish, and you can see we got this file here, and here we have to add a bean tag. Instead of typing that, let me just copy paste it. This is where you will specify the DTD for the beans we'll be creating, and we'll say beans. Okay, that's done. We have assigned the beans tag, and now we have to do some configuration. The first thing is we have to mention to the display servlet where are my controllers. Second, we have to mention, hey, we are using annotation for the controllers. And third is the path. So let's go step by step. The first one is we have to specify the context. We have to specify the package, in fact, the base package. So for that, I'll be using component scan. It is ctx:component scan, and you can see it is asking for the base package. So you just have to mention in which package you have all the controllers. Okay, so in general, I can specify com.telusko. You should be very specific here, but that's fine. They should work. The next thing you have to mention is you have to mention that we are using annotation configuration. So you have to say ctx annotation config. That's it. Okay, will this work? Let's try. So after doing all this configuration, let's try. Let's see what happens. Yes, restart the server. Okay, just calling that page. Oh, this time we got a different error. Okay. Maybe we are running a very wrong file here. Let me just run the application. Yeah, so you can see we got a different error this time. It says something not found. Okay, 404. Now what is not found? It says there's no mapping for get index. Oh, there's no mapping for the index. It's because we are calling the controller. You can see it is calling the controller. It is no mapping for the index. It is there. Okay, it is there. The only thing is it is not able to find the extension and the path. Because if you move this index.jsp to web app, and if you write .jsp here, it will work. But I want to specify the path as well. And to do that, we have to create a bean, and then this bean will have a class. So the class who is responsible to do that is internal resource view resolver. Now this belongs to a particular package which you have to mention. So you have to mention the entire path here. That's bad. Okay, this is the entire path we have to mention, and then we have to close this. That's your bean tag. Now in this bean tag, now this here, which is internal resource view resolver, is responsible to search for the view and to give the extension and to specify the path. And to achieve that, we have to specify two properties. The first one is prefix, as we are talking about prefix. The prefix I want to have is, we'll say value. So they are in the view, right? So we'll say slash views slash. We have to specify the path. The only thing you have to mention now is the extension, and to do that, you guessed it right, we have to use suffix. So we'll just paste it here, and this will be suffix. Okay, the value will change. So the value here will be .jsp. That's it. So whatever you have done in the configuration in Spring Boot, the same thing is done here. We might have to add one more property here for the JSTL. Now, since in our code, we are using JSTL, so let's make it supportive. So I will say property and we'll say view class. So the view class I want to go for is JSTL view. And to achieve that, we'll say org.springframework. So this is the path. So it is org.springframework.web.servlet.view.jstl view. Okay, I'm tired now. I guess it is done. Let's try. I hope this should work now. Let's relaunch the application. Okay, something worked. Let's go back to the page here and say, hey, I want to call the home page, and now we got another error. It says class not found. JSTL is not there. That means we have to also add the JSTL now. Okay, so let's try this. Let's go back to here. Let's go back here and let me just remove the property for time being. Relaunch, go back here. Okay, it's working without that. Let's try. So you go back here and say 4 is my ID and my name is Naveen. Click on submit. Oh, it is working. Can you see that we got AID 4 and name is Naveen. So we got welcome back alien as well. So everything is working, and this time we are using normal MVC. We are not using Spring Boot. So let me just go for a quick recap what we have done till now. So basically we have this home controller, but as we are working with Spring MVC, the first request, in fact, we are working with web project, the first request will go to the web.xml. This is where we are saying whenever you send a request will go to Display Servlet. And to configure that, we have this file which is Telusko-servlet. So this is the configuration for Display Servlet, where you are mentioning two things: the component scan, annotation, and the most important is the view resolver, in which this part is not required. If you want to write that, you have to also add dependency for JSTL. Let's not do that here. And you can see we are specifying prefix as views and suffix as .jsp. And everything is working. It's simple. So that's it from this video. Now once we have seen how to create a simple Spring MVC application, let's get back to Spring Boot because that's where we want to learn some more advanced concept. Now this is the project which we were talking about before, right? The demo project, which is Spring Boot application basically. So you can see it also says it's a boot application. So what I want here is I want to have some more features. So before that, let me just run this code once again just to verify what we have here. So I will say run as Spring Boot app. Okay, so let's run this and you can see it is asking you for two things, the name and the ID. So I will say ID is 101, let's say rows. And if you click on submit, you can see it's working. We got 101, we got rows. It also says welcome back aliens. Okay, what I want now is we are only sending data, and that if you see the data has been sent using a get method. So normally when you send data from a HTML page to the server, it goes in, you can call it with the help of get method or a post method. So in the get method, you actually pass the data in the URL. Okay, that's something we don't want because whenever you send data to the server, you should always use post. Whenever you fetch data from a server, you should use get. So here in this scenario, if you look at the pages which we built, the index.jsp here, it is asking you, it is sending the data to the server. So in this case, instead of using get, we should be using post. And the way you can do that is by mentioning method is equal to post. So now you will be sending data in a post format. So let me relaunch the application. So I'll get back to the browser and here you will say refresh. Okay, where is that? Refresh. And now I'll be sending, let's say 101 and rows. And if you click on submit now, you can see in the address bar, we don't have it. We don't have those values. So it's going there with the help of post request. But what is happening on the server side? So if I open my home controller, this method, which is add alien, accepts both the request, the get and the post both. Okay, now the amazing thing is, request mapping does both, right? But then what if you want to support only one? You can do that, you can mention that. So what I will do is I will say, instead of using request mapping, in fact, there is one more way. You can have one more attribute here. So you can say value is equal to the value which you have. And then you can give a comma here by specifying the method. And you can see the method is, so you can mention method equal to request method dot get. Now, when you say get, it will only support get now. So if you send a post request, this will not work. And if you want to use post, just mention dot post. It will only work with post now. So that's how you can restrict. So you can say post or get, you can be very specific in this case. This is one way. The another way of doing that is instead of using method stuff here, we can actually change this request mapping to, we have one more annotation here, which is known as get mapping. Now get mapping is same as request mapping with method get. So it will only work with get now. If you want to use post, we can also use post mapping. So basically we have three things. We can use request mapping, which supports both. We can use get mapping, which only supports get. And we can use post mapping, which supports post. So that's how we can be very specific in this case. So that's how we use get and a post in this scenario. In fact, we'll also use get in the next video. So till this point, we are only using post mapping, right? We were sending data. But what if you want to receive data? So what I'm talking about is, let's say, if I go back to this index.jsp, and this is where we have this button which will send data. But I also want a button which will receive data. Okay, or, instead of having a button, let's go to URL and say, I want to fetch a data. So let's example, if I go to Safari again, and here, instead of having the colon 8080, I will say I want a data about an alien. So I will say get alien. Now when you say get alien, or maybe I can say get aliens, which will give you all the aliens. So I will say get aliens in this case. So this get aliens, oh, it is redirecting to me to Google. We don't want that, but that's fine. So I want to return the alien names, the list of aliens. Of course, I can use static list here. So let's do that. So I will go back to my home controller and let's create a method which will accept get aliens. In fact, I don't need this add anymore just to reduce the number of lines we have in the code. So I will go back here and I will say public string, and the method name would be get aliens. Again, as I mentioned, you can use any name, doesn't matter. And we don't want to return string. Do you want to return string? Yeah, let's return a string. So let's return the list of aliens in a string format. And there's one more thing. If I go back to alien, we want to do one more change here. The change is inside this alien, I want a constructor because I don't want to create an object and assign the value using setters getters. Let's use constructor here. So I will say source generate constructor using field, both the fields. Okay, so once we got the constructor, let's go back to the code. Now here I want to create certain aliens. Before that, I just want to return some blank string so that you can just avoid the error. And I want to call this whenever someone requests with a get request, and the URL which I want it to work here is get aliens. So here let's create a list of aliens. So I would say list of aliens. I will say this is aliens equal to, okay, let's import the package for list. I will say control space the list, and here let me create arrays dot as list because I don't want to say new array list. This is shortcut way of creating multiple lists here, and you will say new alien, and let's say 101 comma Naveen. That's the first alien we got. Then we give a comma, and again I will say alien. We can have one more alien here which is 102, and I will say rows. So you can see we got two aliens. We got a list of two aliens, and let's return this list here. So I will say return aliens dot toString because I'm sending that data in a string format. So we have to convert that into string format. Again, I'm not even converting this into JSON. Okay, my bad, I know. I'm just converting that into a string. Okay, so if this works, let me just relaunch the application. Okay, so it says restarted. Let me just go back to the thing here. Okay, now I want to request for get aliens. So slash get aliens, enter. And oh, we got an error. It says, oh, there's a problem here. Can you see that? If you look at the error properly, it says it is not able to find. So there's a 404 error. It says not able to find view, and we got the answer. You can see that we got a list in the text format, and it is searching for that page.jsp. You know why? Because by default in Spring MVC, whatever string you return, it gets returned in the format of name. Whatever you return, it will be trying to search for the name of it. We don't want that. We want to call a page. So we did that mistake. We should not be returning a list here. We should be returning the page which will display this. So let me just return a page. I will say show aliens. We don't have this page as of now. We need to create one. So let's quickly create a page of JSP. So I will say new, and I want to create a JSP file with a name show aliens.jsp, and here I want to display that result. So I will say $aliens. I want to print aliens here. That's it. Or maybe I will just simply print result because I don't care what we are sending. I just want to print whatever we are sending from the client side. I want to have one more thing. I just want to say is EL ignored, just so that in case if my Tomcat says, hey, I will not be supporting EL, let's do that. So let's say is EL ignored, false. Okay, everything looks good now. I hope this time, oh, it will still give you error because we have not added that in a model. Okay, let's do that. So I will say model M, and here I will say model.add attribute. As I mentioned, you can also use model map here. We discussed that before, right? And I will say this is result, and this is aliens. That's it. Let's relaunch the application. So let's go back here and say enter. Can you see that we got the output? So we got the data from the server, and this time we are sending a get request. So you can see this is your post request and this is your get request. So if you want to work with get, we say get mapping. Okay, but let me just add one more twist. What if you want to fetch a particular alien, not just all the aliens, you want only one alien, let's say 101 or 102. How can we do that? And that too, I want this data to be coming from database. Oh, we are having so much of restrictions here, right? Okay, so first of all, let's try to get one data, and we'll see the database part later. So that we'll see in the next video, how do we fetch one particular data.
Spring project has a lot of modules, right? We have talked about Spring Core, which talks about dependency injection. We have Spring MVC, which talks about how can we implement MVC pattern with the help of run controller in Spring. And then we have also worked with Spring REST that we'll see in the future videos. But what about the database? What if you want to connect your Spring application with database? Now, even it doesn't matter is it Spring, we normally if you want to connect with Java, a normal Java application with database, we have to use JDBC, right?
Now, we all know the pain of JDBC because in Java world, we work with objects, right? So we have to convert our objects into data, which will be stored in a table format. To solve this problem, we got ORM, which is Object Relational Mapping. So imagine a class here and a table here. So we can map it, right? Because the class name will be your table name. We have some fields in your class, you'll be having certain variables. So you can map those variables with the table column, right? But what about the data? What about the rows there? Now for one class, we can have multiple objects. In the same way, one table can have multiple rows. And each object here will represent one row there. Think about this. Let's say we have alien object, and alien will have three variables, AID, a name, and let's say age. So we can have all this in a table columns. So if you create the first object for alien with three different values, that will be one row there. If you create second object with three different values, that will be the second row there. And that's how we can do the mapping, and that's where ORM is very famous. But how do we implement ORM? And that's where we have JPA, which is Java Persistent API. Now, the actual implementation for JPA, maybe we can use Hibernate there. So that means we have to build the application, we have to work with Hibernate and a lot of configuration. Can we use all those things in Spring? And the answer is yes, because Spring provides you dependency injection. So the instance for Hibernate can be created in Spring framework. And that can be done with the help of Spring ORM. So basically you are using a Spring application, you are using Hibernate, which connects with MySQL, which connects with database. So we have a huge chain there. So we have Spring, we have Hibernate, MySQL and database. In between, you will also have Spring ORM, which will connect these two. Right now, the advantage would be, so the instance creation will be done by Spring ORM for Hibernate. The configuration will be done in the Spring configuration. Next, what about transaction? What about begin transaction, commit transaction will be handled by Spring transaction. So how exactly that works, we will see in the practical video. So let's try to implement the database connection here. So what you're trying to do is when you run this application, and that too we are doing it in normal Spring MVC, we are not doing it in Spring Boot now. So yes, when you talk about normal Spring MVC or normal Spring, we have to do a lot of configuration. So just be with me because in this video we are going to do a lot of configuration. So let's get started. The first thing is when you say you want to connect with database, we have two options. You can use normal JDBC or we can work with Hibernate. Now, since we work on big applications, it's better to go with Hibernate because it can handle your transactions in a good way. You can achieve ORM here. So let's do that. So what I will do is the first thing we need is we have to go to the pom.xml file and we need to add certain dependencies. So basically we have to add approximately 4 more dependencies here. In fact, 5, I guess. So let's get started. The first one we have to add is, now see, when you work with Spring MVC and if you want to work with Hibernate, you need Hibernate core dependency. That's very important. Now, when you say you need Hibernate core, where you will go? So you have to go to the Maven repository. So you have to go to this website, which is mavenrepository.com, and here you have to search for Hibernate core. So when search for Hibernate core, you can see the first link is Hibernate core. You can select that and you can pick up any version. I preferably go with the latest one because it has a good number of usage. Let's copy that and go back to your application and paste. That's the first dependency we have added. We have to add some more because when you say you want to connect Spring and Hibernate, now Hibernate being a ORM framework, you need to add a dependency to connect Spring and Hibernate here, which in this case is Spring ORM. So ORM will be sitting between Hibernate and Spring. So let's open that. I'll go with 5.1.4 because that's the Spring version we are working on. Copy this and go back and paste. Even this is done. Now what next? Now when you say you are working on Spring and Hibernate, whenever you work with Hibernate, we have to handle transactions. So you have to begin transaction, you have to commit transaction. But what if you want Spring to handle it? And that's where we can use Spring transaction. So we just have to add one more. Okay, we have to add few more, but let's go step by step. So we have to add Spring transaction because this will handle the transactions for you. So let's paste it. We have added Hibernate because we want to use Hibernate here. We added Spring ORM because we want to connect Spring and Hibernate. We want Spring to handle the transactions, and that's why we are saying Spring transaction. Okay, now we need 2 more. Okay, last two. The first thing is when you say you have a database, of course, you need to install some database, right? Now in this machine, we have already installed MySQL. Again, we'll see the setup, how to install MySQL and how to configure it. So we'll see what is MySQL and how to open MySQL Workbench and from where you can download it. But then in this machine, I've already configured it. So the thing we need here is the MySQL connector. So the setup we are using is MySQL. So we have to use MySQL connector. And for that, we have to download MySQL connector. So in case if you are using some other DBMS, let's say Postgres or Oracle, make sure you use that particular connector. So I'm downloading MySQL connector. Let's copy that. I will go with this version which looks stable. Copy and go back here and paste. Okay, when this is done, now all this dependency takes time to get downloaded from the Maven repository. But since in this machine I've already done that before, so it is getting from the local repository. Now, when you work with Hibernate, when you work with databases, we need to create some connection pool, maybe 10 connections at a time, 5 connections at a time, and we have to configure them. So to configure this type of pooling and to use pooling in the project, we need to use certain external jar files or maybe a third-party pooling service. So to use that, to use third-party service here, we will be using C3P0. Again, you can choose whichever service you need. This is my favorite, C3P0, because it works. Let's use this one. I will prefer the latest one. Copy and go back and paste. So you can see we have added all the dependencies and job is done. Just to give you a summary, we have added these dependencies: the Hibernate code, Spring ORM, Spring transaction, MySQL connector, and C3P0. Okay, once we have added all the dependencies, what next? Now we have to configure Hibernate, because just by saying we are using Hibernate, it will not automatically connect with database, right? We have to configure it. And to do that, where do we configure this? And we have done that before, right? So if you want to do any configuration, we have this very favorite file, which is Telusko-servlet. This is the dispatcher servlet configuration file. You can add the configuration here itself. Now, first of all, we are using Spring transaction, right? So in this beans, we have to also add a TX. You can see we have MVC, we have context, but nowhere we have TX. So let's add that. Now this TX, we can simply copy this line and paste it here. MVC will become TX, and here as well we have to say TX. That's done. We need to add the thing here as well, so we will be copying this one, and let's do that here itself. In fact, we can add it anywhere we want, but let's do it here. So instead of MVC, again we have to say TX. Instead of MVC, we have to say TX. I could have easily copied from somewhere and pasted it here, but I wanted to show you how can you do it by yourself without copying. So this is done. Next, we have to add certain configuration. Now, when you say certain, there are a lot of configurations. So what I will do is, instead of typing everything, now it's time to copy paste. So you can see I have copy pasted a lot of stuff. Don't worry, I will explain each and every line here. Now, the first thing you need is, we are saying, let's go bottom up. So the first thing we need is, we want to handle transactions, right? So we want someone to take care of transaction. In this case, we are saying, hey, Spring, you will take care of the transaction. Spring will say, okay, I will do it, but I need some configuration. So you're saying, okay, if you want to handle transaction, I will create an object of my transaction manager. In fact, this is an object of Hibernate transaction manager. So how do we create the object of this? So it's very simple. You just have to create a bean. So we are creating object of Hibernate transaction manager. And then we are saying the ID name is my transaction manager. So this one is dependent on this bean. But if you want to create this bean here, we need to create object of session factory. Now, when you learn Hibernate, we have a concept of session factory, right? So we work with multiple sessions, and all these sessions are created by session factory. That means we have to create object of session factory here. So let's set the property as session factory. But unfortunately, we don't have the object yet. So we are creating the object of session factory here. So you can see it says bean session factory. Now this session factory is the object of local session factory bean. The amazing thing is, as a programmer, we are not instantiating them. I mean, we are not creating object of them. It will be created by Spring Framework, thanks to dependency injection. So you can see we got the object of this one, but it needs certain properties. The first property is data source. Now this data source will have all the configuration of database. What is a database? I mean, which DBMS you're working with? What is a username? What is a password? How many size pool you need? All those stuff will be done in this my data source. That's one. The next thing you have to mention is in which package you have all the entities, because normally you work with Hibernate, you have to specify entities. every table need one entity. Next, you have to set some Hibernate properties. One of them is MySQL dialect. So based on which DBMS you're working with, you have to set up this one. So if you're using Oracle, you have to use Oracle dialect. If you're using Postgres, you have to use Postgres dialect. We are using MySQL, so let's say MySQL dialect. And we also want to see the SQL query in the console. So once you run the code, I want to see the query in the console. And for that, we have to set this particular property. Great. But then we have still not created the object for my data source, so it is still missing. And you can see that's we have done here. So we are saying we need my data source. This is the object of combo pool data source. Now from where you're getting this, remember we have added this C3P0. In this, we have to do certain configuration. The first one is we have to set up the driver name, JDBC URL, the way you work with normal JDBC, and the username and password. I know I should not be revealing password on the internet, but that's fine. This is the local machine password, so that's fine. That's my MySQL password in this machine. Okay, so this is the configuration which you have to do. I know it's clumsy, but that's how you work on Spring, right? Now, this is not something you'll be doing every day, right? So this is something you'll be doing only once. The moment you work on project, every day you will add some new features to the project, but this thing will remain same. Yes, you will be doing some minor changes in future, but as of now, this works. Okay, but then what else we have here? So will this work? Of course not, this will not work. Let's go back to home controller and we need to do certain configuration. So if you remember, we were supposed to accept the request for get alien and then get aliens. We need to add that, but how will you do that? That we'll see in the next video. Now, when you say you want to work with database, of course you need MySQL for that, right? Of course, depend upon which DBMS you work with. So in this course, we are working on MySQL. So how do you install MySQL? It's very simple actually. Just search for MySQL download. This will take you to the official website of MySQL. Now, based on which OS you're working on, maybe Windows, Linux, or Mac, it will give you those options here. Okay, so you can see we are into downloads, and here we have option of community edition. So basically, if you are using it for free, so make sure that you use community version. In the community version, you can install two things. In fact, we need two things here. The first thing you need is a community server. And the second one you need is the MySQL Workbench. Now, MySQL Workbench will behave like the GUI for your application. So I will say download on this one and download on this one as well. So two downloads. This is the community server. Now, based on which OS you're working on, maybe Mac OS or Linux, you can select that. Now, which one to choose? Of course, based on which OS you use, you can select that. Click on download. Now, this will download the MySQL server. So you can see it is downloading. The second setup we need is MySQL Workbench, and this will be your, the GUI. So now click on download. So you can see both this will take some MBs. So it will take some time. Okay, so you can see we got both this setup. The first thing you have to set up is the MySQL server. When you click on this one, now depending upon which OS you use, we will have different steps, but it's quite simple. You just have to say next, 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 nothing fancy. So you can click on continue, you can click on continue, continue, agree, continue, install, the same steps. And you have to enter the password here for your machine if you're using Mac. Okay, setup done. Now, once you have done this setup, it will also prompt you for the configuration. Now, since in my machine I already have the configuration, it is not prompting me. So in the configuration, the only thing it is important here is the password. So make sure that you give a proper password. Now, once you have done with the setup, you have to install MySQL Workbench. So you can see if you're using Mac, it will give you this step. But again, if you're using Windows, it's quite simple, right? So you can see I have installed MySQL. Let me open that now. So I'm opening my MySQL Workbench. Now, this is the first screen you will see. And then you have to click on this one if it is available. Otherwise, you have to click on plus connection here, where you have to mention in the host name as localhost and whatever port number you have configured during the configuration. By default, it is 3306. And then you have to enter the password. Click on OK and test the connection. If it is successful, that's great. You can go ahead, click on OK. I have to give a proper name. I will say this is try. Okay, so you can just click on this and you will see your MySQL Workbench. Now here we have to get a database, right? So the query you have to type here to create a database, it's very simple. You have to say create database Telusko. The amazing thing is I already have the database here, so I will not be executing this. The next thing you need is the table. So I will say create table alien. Okay, before this, you have to also say use Telusko, because that's how you specify that you want to use the database. So we'll say create alien. This will have two fields. One is a ID of type integer, and second one is a name, which is of type varchar2 or varchar20, which is the size. And then we have to also insert data. So we'll say insert into alien values. You will insert, let's say insert two values, 101 comma Naveen, and the second one you can simply give a comma here. You can say 102 comma, and you can say this is, let's say, rows. So we got this two data here, and then you can also hit this select query. So you can select star from alien. The thing is, I already have this thing in my database. If you want to execute this, click on this symbol. I just want to say select star from alien because I know it is there. So I will first say use and execute. You can see we have 101 Naveen and 102 rows in this database. Now, once you have your MySQL ready, let's fetch this data in your code. Once we have added the dependencies, which is all the dependencies here, and then we have also done the configuration. And then on the other side, we also have a backend ready with us, which is your MySQL database. In fact, MySQL DBMS, in which we have created a table, which is aliens. So how do we connect it? Now, first of all, if you want to connect with a database, you need a layer. So in fact, it's not compulsory, but then that's a general thing we use. Whenever you want to connect with database, we normally create a DAO layer. So the way you can do that is very simple. You just right click on your project. In fact, right click on your package here and say new. I want to create a new class, and this will be a alien DAO. Now, for every particular table, so let's say if you have multiple entities in your database, let's say you have alien table, you have accounts table, you have user table. What you can do is you can create a separate layer, a separate DAO for each of the tables there. In fact, you'll be having different entities as well. So the moment you talk about Hibernate, we have to put entities as well. So that's your alien DAO here, which is a DAO layer. In fact, DAO stands for Data Access Object. So this is the class where you will have all the methods using which you can access the database. Normally, I'm talking about the CRUD operation: create, read, update, and delete. Okay, I want this to be in a package name as DAO. Again, not compulsory. You can use any package name there. In fact, the moment you start using Spring Boot, in Spring Boot, we don't refer them as DAO. We refer them as repositories. Your choice. You can still use DAO or you can name it as repository. Let's continue with DAO and click on finish. And you can see we got a DAO class here. Now what we want here. Now we want certain methods, right? The first method we need is, in fact, what I'm trying to fetch. I'm trying to fetch all the aliens. You can see here we are trying to, in the home controller, we have this method which is get alien. In case if it is not there in your code, make sure that you copy this from the code which we have done in the earlier sessions, the Spring Boot videos. So you can copy that. The only thing is in the attribute, we have not assigned anything because we don't have the values. So what I want is, I want to fetch values. I want to fetch the aliens with the help of get alien method. So here as well, inside the DAO, let me create a method as get aliens. So I will say public, which will return me the list of alien. And then this will be method name as get aliens. Of course, you can have any method name, but this makes much more sense. Let me import the package for both. So list and alien, done. And here we have to return the list of aliens. Now, first of all, from where you will get it. Now, since we are working with Hibernate, in Hibernate, we have this amazing feature called as Session Factory. Because to fetch data, we have to use sessions, and to use sessions, we have to use Session Factory. So let's use it here. So I will say private Session Factory, and here will be Session Factory. Okay, that's done. Now, once you got Session Factory here, we have to import the package for that. Package imported. Now, once you got Session Factory here, let's use Session Factory to fetch the data. So before using Session Factory, we have to get session object equal to. Now, how do you create a session? Now, first of all, you don't have to create this session. You just have to use the existing session created for you. So in the container, we have the session available, just use it. And the way you can do that is by saying Session Factory with the object of Session Factory dot. There's a method which is get current session. So it will not create the session for you. It will use the existing session. Okay, once you got the session object, I can simply fetch the values. But how do you fetch the values? In fact, this session object here, which is if I type session here, and the moment I say dot, you can see it has so many methods. One of the methods we have is get. Now, if you want to fetch one particular element, you can use get. But what if you want to fetch all the elements? And that's where we will be creating a query. So I will say create query. In this create query, you have to type the query. I will say from alien. This is JPQL, or you can say HQL. And you can specify the alien.class, the type of data you are trying to fetch. So what this will do is this will create a query which will return you, which will talk to the database, which is Telusko, and will fetch all the aliens. Now, if you want to convert that data into list, you can simply say .list here. So it will give you the list from the table. And then since it is giving you the list, we have to save the list somewhere. So I will say list of alien. Let me call it as aliens equal to. So whatever data we are receiving from here will be saved in list alien. And once you got it, once you got your alien, you can simply return it. That's what we want to do, right? We want to return all the aliens. Okay, that looks fun. I mean, I hope it will work. But there's one more thing. Whenever you say you are creating object of session factory, we have to provide auto-wire here. But you want to be thinking how Spring will create object of it automatically. Actually not. If you see the configuration, in the configuration we have created the bean named as session factory. So when you say auto-wire, you will get this particular object. Okay, so nothing is happening automatically here. You are doing some stuff. Let's go back to alien DAO. I guess everything will work. Actually, no, everything will not work. The thing is, okay, in fact, first of all, let's run this code and let's see what errors you get. Now to run this code, first of all, you need object of alien DAO here because you want to fetch all the aliens. So I will say alien DAO, and then I will name this object as DAO. I don't want to say new alien DAO here because I want to use Spring feature. And to achieve that, we have to say add component here if you want Spring to create object of it. And here we can use our favorite auto-wired so that it will give you the object, existing object. Oh, we already have it here. I guess I've done that before. So this is what you need. You need object of alien DAO. And once you got it, you can just go back here and say DAO dot. The method name is get alien. It will give you all the aliens and your job is done. Hopefully. Let me just relaunch the application and let's see what happens. In fact, I should run this once. Okay, something is happening. It is trying to connect to database, I guess. That's why there's nothing wrong here. Now, if I try to fetch, if I say get aliens, the request, I will say enter. Oh, we got an error. It says could not obtain transaction synchronized session for current thread. What went wrong here? The thing is, when you say you are trying to work with session, you're trying to fetch data. The thing is, whenever you work with database, we need to handle transactions. Okay, it simply means before doing any stuff, you need to begin the transaction. And after you have done everything, you have to commit the transaction. So in Hibernate, we do that manually. We say begin transaction, we say commit. But since we are using Spring here, Spring ORM, you don't have to do that by yourself. You can simply use annotation here. So the annotation name is transactional. So the moment you say transactional, it will say, hey, I will take care of all the transaction beginning and commit. That's great. Our job is done. Let's relaunch it. Let's see what other different error we get this time. And let's say enter. So as expected, I'm expecting an error here, but let's see. And we got an error. It says, can you see that we got a different error this time? It says alien is not mapped. The thing is, when you work with Hibernate or ORM tool, we have to make sure that your model classes are actually entities. That's how you can connect your table with your class. And the way you do that is by using @entity on top of it. And here as well, you have to say @id, which defines your primary key. So you have to specify two things, the table as entity, the class as entity, and the primary key as ID. That's done. I hope this will work. This time I'm not expecting any error, but you never know. Let's go back here and say enter. And we got what? Nothing is coming. Yeah, so we got the output. Can you see that we got all the aliens? Now in database, we only have 2 rows, and that's why we got 2 data here. But if you have more rows, it will give you that. The amazing thing is in the console, you can actually see the select query. So we have done that, right? So in the properties, we have mentioned that we want to see the SQL. If you don't want to see that, simply say false. It will not show the SQL in the console. Let's verify with database. Do we have it there? So you can see that these 2 records are there. So that's how we can fetch all the aliens. But what if you want to fetch 1 alien? What if you want to add a new alien? That we'll see in the upcoming videos. Now once we know how to fetch all the aliens, we want to fetch 1 particular alien. Can we do that? In fact, we also want to add a new alien to the database. So if you see database now, we only have 2 records. We have 101 Naveen and we have 102 Rose. So in this video, first we'll try to add the alien and then we'll see how to fetch 1 particular alien. The amazing thing is we already have this add alien method here. We just need to say, hey, Spring ORM, just add 1 particular alien for me. Now, in fact, if you see the homepage as well, which we have it here, when you say submit, we'll call this particular method here, and then which also accepts the alien object. Okay, that simply means we need to save it somewhere. In fact, before that, I just want to do one more thing. Instead of calling result page, I want to call show aliens page, because let's stick to it. Let's use this one particular JSP file here. In this JSP, we are simply printing result. That means if you want to call it, you also have to assign to a result. In fact, we'll be using the same stuff. Maybe we'll not need it that. We just need to add the model object, which we have it here. But that will be with name A, right? I want to have the name as result. So what I will do here is in the bracket, in double quotes, I will say this is result. Okay, that's done. But then I also want to save that in database, right? So of course, for that, we have to call dow.save. So you have to say dow dot, there should be a method named as add alien. Unfortunately, we don't have any method which is add alien here. So that means we have to go to our alien dow, and this is where we have to create a method named as add alien. Let's do that. So let's go back here and say public. Are we expecting something here? No. So I will simply say void, and I will say add alien. This add alien will accept a particular alien. So I will say alien. Now, since we are accepting here, we'll also have to send it, and we have done that here. Let's go back to our code. And now how do we set it? So of course we have to repeat this statement. So we have to fetch the session object. Let's copy and paste. And then with the help of this session object, we can save it. Now the amazing thing is this session has a method named as save. You just need to pass the object. Your job is done. In fact, before saving, we have to start the transaction and we have to end the transaction, and that can be handled with the help of add transactional annotation. And job done, right? It's so simple. We are simply adding one extra method with this feature and job is done. Let's go back to our controller just to verify. Everything looks cool. Let's run this code. Let's see what happens. So I guess server got restarted. So what I will do is I will try to call the home page, refresh, and that's our home page. Here I will try to add one more alien, which is 103, and this time the name would be, let's say, Kiran. And if I click on submit, okay, so there is no error. You can see we got the alien as 103 and the name is Kiran. Now if you look at the console, it says insert into alien. That means we are able to fire the insert query. Just a final confirmation. Let's go back to database because we are still not sure, right? If you refresh this code, you can see we got 103 Kiran. That means it is working. So it is so simple to add the element in the record. So we have done with fetching all the values. We are done with adding one value or one alien. How can you fetch one particular value? So let's do that. So we'll go back to home controller, and here I want to have one more using which you can ask for one particular alien. Now for that, I just want to do one more thing. In the index.jsp, we forgot to add the line which was there earlier. So if you remember, we added this in the Spring Boot project. The same thing we need here, paste. So it will ask you for one particular alien, and when you click on submit, it will call get alien. Okay, so that means in the controller, we need one more, which will be get alien. So I will just copy this code, paste it here, and this one will be get alien, and this is also get alien. Now, when you say get alien, you have to also accept a particular ID, right? So what I will do here is I will say at request param int AID. Now, since they have the same name, so we don't have to do it multiple times. I mean, we don't have to mention that name here. Okay, once you got AID here in DAO, the method name should not be get aliens. It should be get alien by passing one particular ID. So we're not passing all, we are passing only one ID. Unfortunately, we don't have this method in the DAO. Yes, of course, we can go there, we can create the method, or you can use a shortcut here. So you can click on this error and say, hey, create a method name as get alien. So you can see we got the method name as get alien. This method returns a particular alien. So I will say one particular alien. But what should be the code here? So the code is very simple. Of course, you need a session object here as well. So I will say copy and paste. In fact, we should be saying code reuse, right? Okay, so let's create an alien object. I will say alien A is equal to. Now this alien will be coming from database. So I will say session dot. The method name is get. So we have two methods. You can also use load here, or you can use get. So let me use get. In this get, we have to mention what type of object you are trying to fetch, the alien object. And the ID is whatever is coming from the user, which is AID in this case. So you got an alien here, and then here we have to say return A. So we are returning the alien. But again, we have to transaction, we have to commit transaction, and for that we'll be using @transactional. And I guess job is done. Let's verify once. Let's relaunch the application. And here in the output window, let me refresh the page. We got two forms here. The first form is for submitting the alien. The second one is the fetching for a one particular alien. I will say 102 and click on submit, and you can see we got rows. So it's that easy to work with database. You don't have to write complex queries. You don't have to do JDBC setup. Everything is done, right? And that's the power of Spring with Hibernate, and the combination of these two is Spring ORM. So I hope you are enjoying this. There's so much you can try it out. You can fetch one particular alien. You can add alien. You can also use load. Okay, so that's great. So that's it from this video. So till this point, we have seen how to connect Spring and Hibernate with the help of Spring ORM, and everything is awesome, right? But the only problem is the number of configuration which you have to do. First of all, we have to add dependency. That's fine. That actually makes sense to add all those dependency. But still, look at the number of dependencies which we have added. We have added all this dependency by ourselves. That's one issue. The second issue which I have is the configuration. Look at the configuration, and that too in XML. Yes, you can convert this into Java configuration, but still, as a programmer, we are focusing on configuration. We don't want that. We are programmers, we want to focus on logic. And that's where Spring Boot says, hey, you focus on convention, which is logic. I will focus on configuration. So let's do the same thing, whatever we have done here in Spring Boot. Now, of course, we need to specify all these properties, because this is not something Spring Boot can guess, right? Spring Boot don't know that we are using MySQL. Spring Boot don't know that what is your IP address and the database name. Spring Boot don't know your username and password. So in this case, we have to configure all this thing, but not in XML. In Spring Boot, we have this awesome file, which is property files, right? It actually makes sense to write everything there, and it is a bit easy. So let's go there and let's do all this stuff. You don't need to do that because Spring Boot will take care of it. So let's close this, and we don't need this anymore. Let's go back to Spring Boot application, which is demo in this case. And you can see we have home controller from where you will be accepting request. The only thing is till this point, we were returning the static content. We don't want that. We want to return the dynamic content coming from database. And then we have a model class here, which is alien.java. Now what is missing here is the repository, right? The DAO layer. That's something we have to create. So we have to get a DAO layer. What else? We have to add dependencies as well. But do we have to add all the dependencies? Technically, we don't need all. First of all, we need MySQL because you are connecting the application with MySQL. So let's do that first. So let's go to Safari, and now we want a MySQL connector. So just go to mavenrepository.com and search for MySQL connector. You can pick up any version you want. Of course, we are doing this from a long time now in this series. So now we know which one to copy. So let's copy this version and paste it here. So MySQL done. Now we need one more. Not Hibernate, not Spring Transaction, not all those dependency, but one which is Spring Data. Now Spring Data is something using which you can connect to database using Spring application. And it actually makes sense to use Spring Data when you work with Spring Boot. Again, I will tell you why. So what I will do now is let me add that dependency first. So I will go to again Safari, and here I will search for, in fact, you can open any browser. Let's search for Spring Boot Data. Now, when you search for Spring Boot Data, this is the dependency which you have to add, Spring Boot Data JPA Starter. So let's click that. Now, which version select? So I will pick up any version because anyway, we will be removing the version number. It is mentioned globally. So let's paste it here after Spring Web. I don't want to mention the version number here because that's something we have assigned here. So not have to mention in every Spring dependency. So you can see I have added two dependencies here. The first one is Data JPA. And second one is MySQL connector. Now, once you have done with that, what I will do is, let's go back to application. You can see nowhere I have configured anything for database, okay? But still, what do you think? Will this work? We just added two dependency. Normally in normal project, even if you add dependency, it is not compulsory for you to do the configuration. If you want to use them, then only you have to do the configuration. But that's not the case with Spring Boot. Example, if I run this application now, so let me say run as, let me just stop the other executions. I will say run as a Spring Boot app. So you can see we are getting an error. It says failed to configure data source URL. Oh, that's weird Because nowhere in the application, you can check the entire source code here, nowhere I'm talking about the database connection. We just added dependency. And that's where problem starts, because the moment you say Spring Data JPA in your project, it is compulsory for you to to configure the database connection, otherwise it will not work. Oh, that's a compulsory. Oh, let's do it then. So let's go back to the application properties, and here we have to provide the configuration. Now what configuration you ask? The first one, you have to mention the URL. In fact, first of all, we'll add the dialect. So when you work with Hibernate, see behind the scene, Hibernate is running it, right? So, or JPA Hibernate is running it. So we have to specify the dialect here. So let's say spring.jpa.properties. Why I'm typing all this thing when I can do the shortcut? So you don't have to type it, you simply have to say hibernate.dialect. That's weird, I'm not getting the entire stuff. Let me just type it here. Spring.jpa.properties.hibernate.dialect. Now once you got the dialect, you have to specify the dialect name, which dialect you're actually working with. So I'm working with MySQL, but that belongs to org.hibernate.dialect.mysql5 dialect. Okay, so as your dialect changes, this will change. So if you're using Postgres, this becomes Postgres dialect. That's the configuration you have to do. Now the next three important. The first one is URL. Now when you work with JDBC, you know what we need. We need URL, we need username, and we need password. So let's assign that here. So I will say data source.url, the first configuration. So that is your JDBC :mysql //localhost :3306 / database name is Telusko. The next one we need is username and password. So I will say username. So that's for data source dot username. Where is that? It's here. So username we want is root, and data source dot password in this case is 1234567. That's my database password. That's done. We have provided the configuration. We just want to solve this error first. So let's run this and let's see what happens. The moment you relaunch the application, now you can see we have not got any error. So the only thing we have done is we have added dependencies and we have configured the application.properties. Next step would be we need to create a DAO layer. Then we have to go to home controller, we have to use DAO layer. We have to also make sure that your alien class has entity annotation and at ID. But that will do in the next video. Now once we got our dependencies and then we have also configured our application.properties by specifying these four properties here, let's create our DAO layer. Now if you remember in Spring MVC as well, we were supposed to create a alien DAO class. But what we will do here is instead of creating a class, let me create an interface. I'll right click here. I will say let me create an interface and we'll name this interface as alien repo. Now you might be thinking, okay, so we got the interface here, we'll be writing some methods here, the CRUD operations, add alien, get alien. Maybe you can also try removing the alien. And then we will create some class which will implement this particular interface. That's what we are thinking about. Let's see that later. But what I will do is I will simply extend this class or this interface with another interface named as JPA repository. So this JPA repository will ask you for two things. One is it will ask you for the class, which is alien in this case. And the second one, it will ask you for the type of primary key. In this case, we are using integer. Let me import the package. So you can see we have created the repo here. Okay, so the point is if you got the repo, which is your DAO in fact. So once you got the repo, you have to create a class which will implement this interface. We'll do that in some time. Let me just go back to home controller and now I want to instantiate the repo. And the way you do that is very simple. You say alien repo. Let's name it as repo itself, the way we have done for DAO. And let's write auto-wired. Now one thing which is very important, if you want to instantiate this alien repo, you need a class and we have not done that till now. Okay, let's keep it for later. Now once we got the repo, we can simply perform certain operations here, right? We can call those methods. We'll do that, but before that I want to go back to alien, and in alien we have to specify that this is an entity, right? And then we have to also mention the @id annotation here. So that's done. Let's go back to home controller. Now once you got the repo, let's first try to convert this get aliens here. So I don't want the static names. So let me remove that. So how will you get the aliens? It's very simple. You simply say repo dot. Now, of course, in the interface, you can see we don't have, or not this one. If you see the interface here, we don't have any method. But see the magic. The moment you say repo dot, can you see that? How many methods you got? In fact, we also have a method which is find all. Find all is a method which we have not declared and we are not even defining it. Okay, so definition part is later, but how it is coming? We have not declared it. Now that's where this JPA repository is there. So when you say your interface extends JPA repository is a interface belongs to the Spring Data JPA library which we have added. And if you go there, you can see it has so many methods. All are declared. You can see we have find all, we have find all by ID, we have, the list goes on. You know, we have get methods, we have remove. There are so many methods available here. If you can't find methods in this particular interface, even this interface extends another interface here. Some methods belong here. There's no method which is available here. Some methods are available in CRUD repository. And you can see we have some methods here. Okay, that's fine. You can just check them out later. So there are methods which are there in JPA repository which you are getting in Alien repository. You will say, okay, but all of them are declared, right? None of them is defined. That means we have to define them. Now, is it a good thing or a bad thing to define all the methods? Okay, let's see that. So without defining the class, what do you think? Will this work? Of course not, right? In Java, we have learned if you have not defined stuff, of course, this will not work. Let's try. Let's relaunch the application and let's see what may go wrong. I will say run as, in fact, I just have to restart the application. So you can see we have not got any error. Maybe we will get a runtime error. Let's go back to application, refresh. There's no error till now. Let me fetch all the aliens. I will just go back to the address bar and I will say get aliens. I will say enter. Oh, we got the error. Okay, it's not something we have not got the error, but then this is not the error because of that alien repository. This is the error because it says no default constructor for entity. The thing is, when you have this class alien, which has a parameterized constructor, it also needs a default constructor since you are making it entity. We forgot that point. So let's create a constructor here. I'll just type it. We don't want to write anything in that. That's why I'm just specifying this. Let me restart the application once again. Go back to the Safari and hit refresh. And can you see that? We got the output. I know that's weird, right? Because nowhere we have written the code for fetching the data. We have not implemented the interface, which is alien repo. And that's the magic. The library which we are working with here is the Data JPA. Now, Data JPA says, say everyone works on CRUD repository, right? Everyone works on CRUD, create, read, update, and delete. So when you have those operations, what if I can do it for you? So Spring Data JPA says, hey developer, you don't have to worry about those operations. I will do it. So it has certain classes which implements JPA repository and it will take care of all the operations, the basic operations. And that's why we specify JPA repository, which will work with alien. So all the operations, finding, deleting, saving, everything you will get just because of this line, which is JPA repository. And that's the beauty. So yes, there is a class which implements this repository, but we are not defining it. It is done by Spring Framework. And that's why I'm in love with Spring Boot. So just let me just go for a quick recap what we have done. We have created this layer, which is alien repository. You can imagine this is a DAO, which extends the JPA repository here. Now JPA repository is responsible to give you all the basic operations. In the application.properties, we have specified 4 properties. One of the URL, username and password, and the dialect. And that's it. We have one more. In alien, we have to make sure that this is entity, this is at ID, and we got a default constructor. Now, if you compare this code with the code which we have written here, look at the DAO layer code. Look at the code. How many lines are there? In fact, we just have 3 methods here. What if you have save method? What if you want to have remove method? Or save is there. What if you want to have update? So this code will go up. In fact, the idea is the more code you write, the more bugs you're adding in the software, right? And that's why Spring Boot is so awesome. You write less code and you get less errors. So that's it from this video in which we have talked about Spring Data JPA. So now let's implement the get alien, which is fetching only one particular alien, and how to add a new alien. So we already have those methods here in the controller, right? We have get alien and then we have add alien. Now first of all, we don't need this list anymore. Let's remove that. And here, instead of returning the static code which we have done, let's return the data from the repository. Now we don't have to add any method in the repo because everything is coming from JPA repository. So what we'll do here is we'll say repo dot. Now which method we use to fetch that? So we have a method which is get. So the method name is get1, in which you have to pass the ID, which is AID in this case. And that's it. Your job is done. It will give you that particular element. Let's also implement the same thing, or maybe let's run this code first. So let's relaunch the application. And in the Safari, let's go back to the home page. Let's say refresh. Now to fetch, let's say 103. Let's click on submit and you can see we got Kiran. That's what we have in database, right? So this is working. And just look at the code. We are not doing much of the code, but everything is given by Spring Data JPA. So let's implement add as well. Now, what do you think? What should be done here? It's very simple actually. You just have to say session, not you have to say repo dot. The method name, okay, we have to search for it. Now what if you don't know the method name? So technically it should be somewhere around save or add or something. So if you see we don't have any method like with a, so let's try save. So it saves, there's a method name as save where you have to pass a. So now we are trying to save the alien object. Let me repeat, we are not doing any commit and rollback part here. Everything is done by Spring. So let's relaunch the application. In fact, in normal Spring MVC as well, we were using add transactional. So we were not doing those begin transaction, commit transaction part. So let's see in the Safari, let's refresh and okay, this time we are adding it, right? So let's say 104 and this time we'll add, let's say Mayur. Now if you click on submit, you can see we got 104 Mayur. It is displayed in the page, but what about database? So let's go back to our MySQL and let's refresh. Can you see that we got 104 and Mayur? I guess I've entered the wrong spelling for Mayur, that's fine. But we got the data, right? That's important. So that's how we can add element and that's how we can fetch a particular element. In fact, you can also try with remove. That will be assignment. How can you fire the query to remove something? Now, what if you want to fetch something based on some other parameter? So what I will do is let me just go back to the index.jsp and here, what if you want to fetch not based on the ID, but let's say based on the name, or maybe a table has a different parameter. When you say AID, that's a primary key, right? So it is very easy to fetch something with the help of primary key, and that's what your repo also suggests. In the repo itself, you specified the type of the ID you have, which is integer. But what if you want to fetch based on the name? Normally what happens is, in a table, you can have multiple aliens with the same name. How can you fetch something with name? Because if you go back to home controller, and if you, let's try this here. So if I say, let's say I want to fetch something and we have this repo. The moment you say get, you can see it is asking you for the ID. It is not asking you for the name. Can we do that? Can we fetch something with the help of name? That we'll say in the next video. So let's try to find a particular alien with the help of name. Now, if you go back to your alien repository, we know that this extends JPA repository. And this JPA repository, by extending some other interface or it has certain methods in it, all the methods are related to the ID because that's how you find the element from the database, right, with the help of primary key. But now we want to fetch something not with the help of primary key. So what we are trying to do is, if I search for a particular alien, I'm not passing the AID, I'm passing a name. So what I'm saying is, let me just copy this code. Let me create another method, and this method name would be get alien by name. Of course, you can have any name, doesn't matter, but let me just go with this name. So get alien by name, and here as well, the request would be get alien by name. I know it doesn't make sense to have in the URL, but that's fine. We can use the same thing. But you can have any URL, doesn't matter here, okay? So it's not that you have to follow this rule at this point. Now here, instead of having param as int, I will be having string, and this will be a name, right? So we are fetching with the help of a name. Now here with this repo, when you say get one, unfortunately, we cannot pass a name here because a name is not a primary key. So what to do? So what if I say, you can simply remove this part and you can say repo dot, you can see we have a method which is find by ID. So when you have an ID, you can find by ID. But now we have to say, hey, I'm not finding by ID, I'm finding by name. Just type it there. So you can say find by a name. That's it. And just pass a name here. But you can see we got an error. Of course, right? We don't have this method anywhere. And this is your own variable. Even JPA doesn't know that you want a name there. Okay, so what to do now? Now, since this method is not available in JPA, what if you create this method in your own repository? Let's create that. Let me just click on this and say create method find by name in the alien repo. You can see we got the method and this will return you. Okay, now the thing is, it is possible that in a database you might be having multiple aliens, not one. So in this case, let me just go with the list of aliens. And here as well, we need to return the list. Okay, let's go back here. And now, will this work? Now, of course, right? If you talk about all these methods which are available in JPA repository, if JPA says, I will implement all the methods, that's fine because it is its own declaration. They have their own definition. But now, this is our declaration, right? So that means now we have to get a class which implements alien repository to define this particular method. Okay, let's not do that. Let's run this code. Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll get some errors. Let's run this code and let's go back to Safari. So this time I'm fetching an alien not by ID but by name. But we don't have a form there. We also need a form. So what I will do is I'll just copy this code and paste it here. This time I will say enter your name. And this will be get alien by name. Is it the same thing we have? Yeah, get alien by name. Let's go back here and anything mentioned. Yeah, so we have to mention it is a name in this case. Let's go back to the controller just to verify. Yes, we have a name, we have a name. Let's run this now. So let's relaunch the application. Go back to the home page, refresh. Okay. Oh, if you still not got the form, why? Oh, I'm in the wrong form. My bad. Let me just copy this and now since we have multiple projects, that's where the confusion starts, right? So let's go back to index.jsp here and paste. So now let's relaunch the application. So refresh and you can see we got enter by name. So I will enter name Naveen. Let's see if that works. Click on submit. Oh, it worked. Maybe it will not work with the second one. Let me just type Rose. Okay, it worked. Let me type some weird name. I will say Reddy. We don't have that in the database. Okay, we got empty list. That means it is fetching from database. And the amazing thing is it is working. And that's the magic of Spring JPA or Spring Data JPA. Now this thing here, it has a special feature and it is known as the query DSL. Now DSL stands for domain specific language, which means depending upon what variables you have, depending upon what properties you have, JPA will provide you the queries. But that doesn't mean you can use anything you want. You have to follow a particular thing here. So example, it should start with find by. You can't simply say anything else here. So it can be get by or find by. And then here, after that, this should be your variable name. The first letter has to be capital. You can't say a name or you can't say anything else. You can't even say name because we don't have a variable as name. The variable name is a name. So you have to follow that protocol. The first thing is you have to say find by or get by. Then you have to mention the variable name. You have to also pass the name which you are searching for. So that's how we can specify our own stuff. But what if you want to have something more? Let's say if you want to provide descending order, you can also do that. You can also say order by. If you got a list and you can, if you want to reverse it, you can do that. You can say order by a name. Let's say control space. Okay, but let's verify this once and go back to your Safari. I'm fetching by name. I will just submit. And you can see at least we got one name. But what if I go back to database, let me just insert some more. In fact, why from database? We can do it from here. Let's say it is 106 and let me add Naveen one more time. Oh, we have, how can I say order by Naveen? Because we only have one record, right? My bad. Let's try. So I will say submit and you can see we got two Naveens here and first is 101, second is 106. So I will say order by AID.name. Here as well, you have to change it. So I have to say order by AID. Let's relaunch and let me say refresh here. They are in sequence. Let's also say descending order. So that's what we do in the SQL, right? We say order by and then we also say DEC if you want to see in reverse. Okay, this is what we wanted, right? So you can see we got AID 106 as first and 101 as second. So that's how we can play with this. In fact, we can also apply or and here. So you can say find by a name and you can pass the first parameter. You can also say or find by a name with some other name. So you can try that. So you can have multiple methods available. So that's the beauty of query DSL here. So that's great. We have query DSL. We can have multiple methods here. But what if you want to have your own query? Can we have our own queries here? That we'll see later. Till this point, we have seen how to work with JPA repository. Now, JPA repository provides you certain features, right? You can create the resource, read, update, delete. But all this thing works with the help of primary key. But what if you want to fetch some data with some other parameter, which is not a primary key in this case? So yes, you can create those methods just by writing find by and mention the variable name. You can also specify, is it order by, is it like or not like or something like that. You can mention all those stuff. But what if you don't want to use methods, but you want to use the query? Okay, I'm not talking about SQL query here. We can do that. But what if you want to use JPQL? What if you want to use HQL? So this JPA repository or Spring Boot data provides you that feature. So what you can do is, if you want to use a query, it's very simple. First of all, what I will do is I will just come in this section. So I want to fetch the alien based on their name, but not using this method. So I want a different method name here. So I will say list of alien, and I will have the method name as find, just to show that it is not matching with any of the method which we have done before. And then in this, I want to accept a particular variable. So I will say string a name, the way we have done in the above code. Okay, so once we have done that, we have to do one more change. If you go back to your home controller, here as well, you have to mention the method name as find. So it's not anymore find by a name, order by something. We just have to mention find. Go back to alien repo. And now here, this will not work, right? Because we have not specified in the name what you want to fetch. In fact, what you want to pass. And is it order by or something? So in that case, you can specify the query here itself. And if you want to specify the query, we need to use a query annotation. So I'll be saying @query. Okay, you have to make sure that you're taking it from JPA repository. Now, once you got the query annotation, in bracket, you can specify the query which you want. Now, in this case, I'm using JPQL, so I'll be saying from alien. So I'm not using SQL where you have to say select star from stuff. You can simply say from alien where a name is equal to. Okay, now this the actual value is coming in the method itself, right? So whatever value you're receiving here from the controller will be passed in the query. So in that case, you have to use a placeholder. Now, if you are coming from JDBC, we have used prepared statement where you pass question marks. Here, we don't have to pass question mark. We have to use placeholders. We can say colon a name, right? But how do you specify that whatever is coming in the a name will be replaced here? Or maybe I will simply say name just to show the difference. So I want to specify this name is a placeholder for this a name. And the way you can do that is by using a param annotation. You have to make sure that it is coming from the repository, data repository again. And in the bracket, you have to mention the name using which you are fetching it. So its name. So whatever is coming in this a name will be assigned to this name at the runtime. Okay, that's what we have specified here. Let's verify if it is working. Let's relaunch the application. Go back to our Safari, and now I'm fetching a particular alien. Click on submit, and it worked. Can you see that? It worked. So yes, we can use the methods or we can use query. In fact, the advantage with query, you can pass complex queries. Okay, not just this is simple, but try different complex queries here. So that's about how can we use query in JPA.
So when you say client and server, we have two different entities here. And normally we imagine that client will be a human. Normally that's what we do, right? So as a human, we go to different websites and we access the different resources available online. So basically there's a server there. Now server is responsible to send you data, and as a client, you consume data. Now as a human, we want data in a proper presented format. We don't want our data in XML or JSON or a plain text. We want our data with a good layout. Like HTML, we have images, we have marquees, we have headers, we have all these different amazing designs there.
So basically, server is responsible to serve you HTML. But then now things are changing. Initially, when you say client and server, we were having machines and humans, right? So human will be client, machine will be server. But now we have two applications. Let's say if you are building two different websites or web resources or web services, now one web service wants to access data from the second web service. Now, mind you here, the first machine is a client, the second machine is a server. So in this case, even the client is a machine. Now, as a client, we don't want HTML, right? I mean, as a machine, we don't want HTML. We only want data. So if one service wants to access the second service data, it's only about data. It's not about the design. So let's take an example here. So let's say you have an Android app which will be showing you the current weather, okay? So now the thing is, your application will not know the exact weather for this particular area, or maybe in the weather in US, or maybe in specific area in India. So you're not sure exactly the values, right? So now here you will request the server. So we have different services available. So you can send a request to them by saying, hey, I want to know the current temperature. I want to know the current humidity. And this server will send you the data, not design, only data, because this app has a design inbuilt. So when you say you are sending data, so how it will request? So we only want data, but then you will simply say, okay, we can do that. So we can use servlet JSP, we can send request, it will return data. In fact, we can do that in normal Spring MVC as well. But we have second issue here. The second thing is, when we talk about servlet or JSP, we normally perform actions. If you remember, when we create forms, in forms we say action and we specify the name. Now that is your URL, and you also specify the action which you want to take. So one action will be having one URL. But then what if you don't want to depend upon action? You want to depend upon noun, okay? Something like this. So let's say you're going to a website. You have a website which provides you a lot of resources. It provides you all the employee names. It provides you all the account details and different stuff. Now, if you want employee details, instead of saying www.abc.com query is equal to employee, you can simply say www.abc.com/employee. Now, which makes more sense, having Q equal to employee or /employee, the employees, right? So you're specifically mentioning that you are going for a noun here. You want employees. So that's what we are going for. So we are going for a good URI with the help of nouns, and we are going for only data. Now this data will be basically the object state. Okay, so let's say on the server, we have a lot of objects and you want to send data. In fact, the Java we do that. So every object will be having data, and this is represented by some Pojo class. So if you just want to send the data, which is the current object state, so you're sending the state of the object, and that's why this can be done with the help of representational state, and we are transferring, so it will be transfer, and in short we call it as REST. Okay, so that's why we have this very famous API, or the service named as RESTful Web Service, or API. So this is an API which will give you data that will be representational state, okay, that will be we are sending to the client. In fact, client can also send data to the server. The amazing thing is, when you talk about MVC, when you talk about servlet JSP, we maintain sessions. So server is responsible to maintain some data, but that's not the case with REST. In REST scenario, what we do is, every request is stateless. Okay, so even server don't know that this client has sent the request before. So that means every request from a client will have all the data. You can't simply say, hey, I was there last week. You can't do that because server don't know you. Every request will be stateless. So in that case, if you want to, let's say if you want to maintain login, if you want to maintain some data that you want to inform server, hey, I was there last week, you have to send a token. Okay, so that means when you have sent the first request to the server will be giving you some token. So next time when you go to the server, you have to carry that token. So these are some things which are important when you talk about RESTful web service. So the first point is, we are not working with actions, we are working with nouns, okay? So you will simply saying www.abc.com/employees/aliens/laptops, or even if you want to pick up a specific laptop, let's say the laptop of Lenovo, so you can simply say /laptops/Lenovo. It will only give you Lenovo laptops. Second, everything will be stateless, so you can't simply maintain session on the server. And we are talking about the state of the object here. But how will you implement that? So we are not going to use Q equal to something. So we are not going to pass parameters in the address bar. And the client will not be a normal browser. Oh, there's one more important thing. When you say REST, it uses the inbuilt methods of the HTTP protocol. So we have certain methods, right? So we have get, post, put, and delete. So we'll be using these methods. So if you want to create a new data on the server, so normally we call them resources. Data will be resources. So if you want to create a new resource on the server, you will say post. If you want to update the existing resource, you will be using put. If you want to fetch the resource, you will say get. So we can use all these normal HTTP methods in REST API. But how exactly we can do that, we'll see in the next video.
Once we know the theory of REST, let's try to implement it. But hold on, we have an issue here. When you say you have a normal web application, so we have a server and then we have a client. So normally when we imagine client, we are talking about humans. But on the other side, when you talk about REST, it's more about a client server, but then here the server will provide you some content, but not a design or not in a format of HTML. So when you say client, it will be a machine or it will be an application. Now this application, we have to build it, maybe Android, maybe a website. But then since we don't want to do all those stuff, we don't want to do something extra, let's use a client which is provided by someone else. The client which we are going to use is specially used for REST testing or REST API use. The client name is Postman. In fact, we have so many REST clients available, but Postman is quite famous. I will say Postman. Initially, I was using it with as a extension for a Chrome. You can see we still have it. I guess it is deprecated. So they recommend you to use this application. So it doesn't matter is it Windows or Mac, it still works on all the OS available. So if you click on this, so you can see you will get an option of download. So depending upon which OS you're working with, you can select it. So click on download and it is a simple installation, say next, and your job will be done. Now in this machine, I already have Postman with me, so I'll be using it. So it will take some time to download, so let's not use that. Let's use the existing version. So I'm launching the Postman which I have and it will ask me for login, okay? I will simply sign up with Google or sign in with Google. So I'm starting my Postman here. Okay, so it says the Chrome app is being deprecated. Okay, I know that. Close that and close this one. Now you can see this is how your Postman looks like. I guess I'm still using the Chrome extension, but that's fine. I will just install the new one for the next video. But as of now, this will work. The UI is same for everything. So you can see we have a history here for all your URIs, and this is where you will fire a particular request. Time in, let me request google.com and let's see what happens. So I will say google.com, enter. So I'm sending a get request to Google, send. Okay, so you can see we got the data here. Normally this is your HTML page, but then when you say REST API, you will be getting your data in XML or JSON. So this is where you will see your XML or JSON. We have an option here, but then we are not returning the XML or JSON, right? That's why we will not be seeing that. So this is your get request. If you want to work with post, it's very easy. You can click on post, specify the URL or URI here and click on send. If you want to use put for updating data, you can also use delete for removing the content. If you want to send data with some headers, you can do that here. If you want to send actual data, you have to do that in body. We have certain options here. Again, we'll be seeing that everything one by one. So I hope you will be installing Postman for after this, and then you'll be doing a proper setup so that you can be ready for the next video.
Now once we have our Postman ready, let's change the code. Now till this point we have worked with normal Spring MVC where we were sending data, we were fetching data, but not just data, we were fetching the entire page. That's what we do in normal MVC, right? And all the requests were actions. So we were sending post request, we were sending get request, but here let's use noun. So what I will do is I will open my Postman and here we'll send a get request. Now this time I want to fetch all the aliens. Now if you see the earlier one, if you go back to your code and if you open index.jsp, what we are doing is we are saying submit and the action is add alien. So in the address bar, it was add alien. In fact, to fetch all the aliens, we were using get aliens. But why you have to say get aliens, which sounds like a verb? Here we want to use noun. Example, if I go back here, I will simply say localhost colon 8080, that's the protocol we are using, slash. So instead of saying get aliens, I will simply say aliens. And here you can simply say send, and this should give you data. Now here you can see we don't have any mapping there which will handle aliens, and that's why we got an error. So the error is, it says 404 not found. Okay, that's great. We got the error. And if you see we got the error in JSON format. That's weird, I know. Okay, let's go back to the application. Now here, what I want to do is, now first of all, we don't need the index.jsp anymore. In fact, we don't even need any JSP because we are not using views here. We are simply working with JSON or XML. So let's go back here, and now in the controller, I want something which will handle my aliens mapping. Now, in fact, I can create a new controller, or we can change the existing controller. Now, I'm quite famous when it comes to changing the existing code. So let's do that. So I will go back here. This is the same thing we want, right? We want this particular method. So I will just copy it and I will say paste here itself. Or maybe it will make much more sense if you create a new file, right? Let's do that. So here, let me create one more controller. I will say new, and let's name this as a alien controller. Of course, you can have a different name, but since you are working with alien, let's do that. So I will say alien controller. Okay, nothing much. I want it to be in the same package. That's fine. Click on finish. Now you can see we got our alien controller, and in this I want that particular method, which is the mapping. So we got this method right here, and then I want this to be a controller. So let's do that. So I will simply say controller, nothing fancy, right? Now we got our class. So let me import the package first. Okay, but don't you think it should not be get alien, should be aliens? So I will say aliens here. Okay, and then we have one more. We don't need model anymore, because when you say model, that means we are working with session, we are sending JSP. Here we are not sending JSP, so we don't even need a model, but we want to fetch data, right? And we have done that before. We wanted repo as well. If you remember, we also need a alien repo which will fetch data from database. Let's copy that as well. Okay, so once you got your alien repo, let's fetch data. So I will simply say repo dot. We want to fetch all the aliens. I will say find all, as simple as that. But this will return you the list of aliens. Now we have a choice. You can save that in a list, or you can simply write returns repo dot find all. That's your choice. I will go step by step. I will say list aliens. Let's fetch aliens here. Say control space and control space for this as well. Okay, once you got all the aliens here, we are not supposed to specify the page name because we are not using JSP. So let's specify aliens. But will this work? Think about this. This aliens is a list object. We are sending data to string. We don't want that, right? So what I will do here is I will convert this into toString. Let's try. Let's see what happens. Now once we got this, let's run this application and let's see what happens. So let's relaunch the application here and go back to Postman, and here you will send request here, and we got an error. Can you see that? It says again not found. That's weird. We have a mapping for aliens, right? But look at this output. It is giving you the message which is all the aliens. That's weird. We got all the aliens, but still it says error. The thing is, that's how your Spring MVC is built, right? Spring MVC says whatever you return, I will search the JSP with this name, because that's how we have configured the application. If you see our application.properties, here also we have said that whatever name you will send, I will simply add .jsp and will search that name in views. So whatever you are sending here is actually your JSP name. We have to mention, hey, this is not a JSP name which I'm sending actual data. The way you can specify that you are sending actual data is by using another annotation, which is response body. So when you say response body here, it will send that data as a data, not JSP name. Let's relaunch the application. Go back to Postman, and here you will say send. Can you see that? We got our data, but with small error. Okay, it's not actually the error, but we wanted JSON, right? We wanted XML, but we got a plain text. This is not JSON. We want data in JSON format. If you want to achieve that, if you want to send data in JSON format, don't say toString, because when you say toString, it will convert your data into string. We don't want that. So we'll send aliens, and here as well, we'll not send string. Let's return the list as it is. Now you might be wondering, will it work? The answer is yes, it will work. Let's try. Let's relaunch the application. And here if I say send, you can see that we got our data in JSON format. That's what we wanted, right? We got JSON. So that's how we can have a GET request. Now what about POST request? What if you want to fetch one particular alien? That we'll see in the next video. So we have done with the first step of REST, where we were able to fetch all the aliens, and that too with a URI. So if you want to see, this is a URI which we are using here. So we are saying localhost :8080/aliens. So when I say all the aliens, when I click on send, it will send a GET request to the server, and from a server side, we are returning all the aliens, but that too in a JSON format. The amazing thing is we are not using JSON anywhere. I mean, as a programmer, we are not converting our Java list into a JSON. And that's where your Spring Boot provides you this amazing feature. So if you can see your Maven dependencies, we have a converter. So you can see we already have a converter here, which is Jackson. So Jackson is responsible to convert your Java data into JSON. Now, since it is inbuilt, so we don't have to change the things by ourselves. It is that easy. Now, what if you want to return XML? Can we do that with Jackson? That will be one question. But then at least the JSON is working, and that is happening with the help of Jackson here. If you just go to Google and if you search for Jackson, so we are searching for Jackson documentation, and that's your official website of it. So they have it on GitHub. Let's go there. Okay, so Jackson basically converts your Java data into JSON. So you can see it has JSON parser in that. We have JSON generator. So using JSON generator, you can generate JSON files, and vice versa as well. So what if from a client side you receive a JSON? So it will convert that data into Java object. That's how you can use Jackson, and in fact you don't have to add in the project. It will be done by Spring Boot. Now once we know how to fetch all the values in JSON format, and that too with the help of Jackson, now I want to fetch one particular record. Normally what we do is in REST API, so when we create our URIs, what makes much more sense is, let's say I want to fetch one particular alien here, which is Mayur. If you want to fetch Mayur, we will be saying 104. And the way you do that is by saying, first of all, this is your actual website. In fact, we can replace this with the website name. Then you will, instead of saying alien, so you will say alien because you are fetching one particular alien. But now you will also pass the AID, which is 104. So instead of saying Q is equal to 104, this makes much more sense to have a URI like alien/104. This is more like fetching a particular resource from a computer. So if you have a Windows machine or any other machine, when you go to any particular folder, inside that folder, if you go to a particular folder, and then if you search for a file, the entire path will be something like abc/pqr/ maybe text.txt. That's how you have the path, right? Because it shows the path of the file or the source. In the same way, we have this here. So when you click on send, you can see this is not working yet because we don't have any request mapping which will accept alien/104. Now, if you want to achieve that, we have to create a method here. So we'll say public. Now this method will not be returning the list, right? It will return only one particular alien. And let's have the name as alien. Now this alien will accept a particular AID. So I will say AID here. Now this has to be mapped. So I have to say get mapping since we are using get here. And then we'll be having mapping like alien. But then we have to also mention 104 here, right? Because that's how we are mapping. So we have to say 104. And here we have to return the alien. So the way you can do that is by saying alien. I want to first fetch the alien equal to using repo. So you can say repo.getOne. So getOne is a method which belongs to JPA repository, which will give you one particular alien. And let's pass AID here. And I guess our job is done. We can simply return alien. But do you think it will work? What is your first reaction? Now say it makes sense because whatever we have done is almost same with this method. We are missing one thing. We have to also say request response body before the method. But we have one problem. So this might work for 104. What if you have 103? What if you have 101? Okay, we have to make it variable, right? You can't simply say 104 here because it will only work for 104. In fact, let's try this for 104 once and let's not accept, or maybe I have to accept it. So it will give you error because we are expecting something here and we are not passing it. Let's see what the error you get. So let's go back to the Postman and let's say hit. And you can see we got an error. It is your status 500 and it says optional int parameter AID is present in the parameter, but it cannot be translated to a null because we are not passing the values. So path is, there is no 404 this time. But then we have to assign the values to here, right? So this 104 need to be assigned to AID. So what we will do is, since this 104 will change, let's put that in a curly bracket. So you have to say AID. So that's how we work. So if you think the URL will be different, it will be alien for sure, slash it will be some number. We are not sure about the number. So we can simply put that in curly brackets AID. And here we have to use an annotation which is path variable. Now let's restart the application and let's see what happens. Let's go back here, click on send, and we got an error. Okay, I guess we have missed something here. So we have to also mention what is the name which you are trying to map here. So you can see I'm mapping this AID with this particular AID. So we have to use path variable AID here. And now let's relaunch the application. I hope that was the issue. So let's click on send, and okay, we are still getting same error. It says type definition error. So let's try find by ID because maybe that there's a conversion issue with get one. Okay, so find by ID gives you optional aliens. That's what happens in Java 8. In Java 8, just to make sure that you don't get null values, we get an optional value there. So the only thing is you can do here is we can say we can say or else, and let's return the blank alien object so that we can say we have not received, we don't have that alien in the database. So we can say new alien, and we can have a value which is, let's say 0, comma, double quotes. Okay, so this should work now, I hope. Let's go back there. Let's send. Okay, so it is working. So that there was something wrong with get one. Okay, so that's how you can do it. So we can say find by ID. What if this ID is not available in database? And that's where you can pass blank value. So what I've done is if I go back to my hit and let's say if I search for 10, we don't have this value in database. So if you click on send, you can see you will get empty data and you can say, we have not found it. So that's how you can work with one particular data. Okay, so everything is working. But now what if you want to send the data? Because till this point we have seen how to fetch data, but now I want to send data. So what we will be doing is, if you see database, we have 4 records here, right? We have 4, in fact we have 5, 106 is also there, Naveen. So we have 5 records. I want to insert a new alien. And that too from Postman. So we don't have a form officially, we don't have a HTML page where you can send data. We have to do that from this particular Postman. Instead of saying get, we'll be using post. Now get is responsible to fetch data and post is responsible to send data to the server. And the URL. Now since we cannot specify the URL by specifying the query string here, so we'll not be doing that in post. So we'll send the request to alien itself. Okay, but we have an issue. Don't you think we already have alien for get mapping? The advantage with REST is you can have the same URI but with 2 different methods. One is get, one is post. So get will be used for fetching data, post will be used to send data. And that's how you can differentiate between 2 methods. Okay, we'll see that. Once we write the code, it will make much more sense. So you can see we are sending a request with alien, and when you click on send, it will send a request. But hold on, we got an issue. It says 404. Why? Because we don't have a code on the server, right? And then we are not even sending data. How do we do that? If you want to send data, you have to click on body. And here you can type the raw string. You can have your own JSON format here, or we can actually use this form data. In this form data, you can mention key, what you're sending. So I'm sending AID and the value for me is, let's say 107. And I'm also sending a name and the value for me is, let's say Komal. So I'm sending this 2 data, 107 and Komal here. And that's it. Just click on send and it will send your data. But yes, we still don't have the mapping here. Let's do that quickly. So here in the code, we'll have one more method which returns same object alien, and we'll have this method name as add alien. Now will it accept anything? And the answer is yes, we will be accepting an alien. Let's have this as alien itself. Let's return the same alien again, but before doing that, we have to add that data into the repository. So we will say repo dot. The method which we use is save. So we can say save and we can pass the particular alien. Our job will be done. That's it. Oh, okay. Not that's it. We still have to do the mapping, right? So that will be done with the help of, you guessed it right. So the way we have get mapping, we also have post mapping. So let's use it, post mapping. And here we'll say alien. We don't have to specify anything after that. No slash, nothing. Because data will be coming in post. So we can directly assign that to alien. So you can see we have both as the same URI. What is different is the method name. So this is get and this is post. So there will not be any confusion. Let's restart the application. Let's go back to Postman and here click on send and you can see it worked. At least we got our data here and there's no error. Let me just go back to database to verify. Let's hit refresh And you can see we got it. We got 107 and Komal. See, it's that easy. Once you have everything set up, it's very easy to add more methods and then doing stuff. So that's how you can fetch all. You can fetch one particular data. You can also delete data. We can also do that. You can also update data with the help of put mapping. But before that, I also want to talk about the content negotiation. Example, if you look at the code now, this is your JSON format. What if you want XML? You can see we are still getting JSON format even if I say XML. In fact, the idea is you can say I want all the aliens and you can hit a get query. You can see you'll be getting all the aliens. And even if you say XML, you will still get JSON. So how will you get actual XML here? The way you can do that is by going to headers. And inside headers, you have to say, I will accept. So you have to mention, I will accept only XML. So we'll say application/XML. Hey, I'm not expecting JSON here. I'm expecting a XML format. By doing that, you have to send a request now and it will return you XML. But you can see this is not working. And we also got a code here, which is 406, not acceptable. What's the issue? It should return XML, right? But unfortunately, what if I say, okay, it says cannot find acceptable representation. So what is happening is by default in your code, we only have a support for JSON. We don't have a support for XML. And to get that support, we have to add one more jar file. What is that? We'll see that in next video. So let's do content negotiation here. So when you say content negotiation, it's quite simple. From your client can mention, do we need XML or do you need JSON? In fact, you can accept both. That's your choice. But here we'll mention something. In fact, in the last video, we tried to fetch XML, but then it's not working. You can see we got an error. The thing is, by default, your Spring Boot supports JSON, and that's why you got Jackson library here. But if you want to get XML support, you also need to add one more jar file. Now, which is that? So let's open our Maven repository. And here, let's search for Jackson data format XML. So since we are using Jackson, let's continue with that. And then we are using XML converter now. Okay, now make sure that you pick up the version which is suitable for your application. So whatever version you have for normal Jackson. So you can see it is 2.9.8. Let's pick up the same one, or which is the latest one here. Let's copy that and go back to the application. We want to do that in a POM file. Let's do it here. Let's add it here. Paste. And now you can see we'll have one more jar file for Jackson XML format. So yes, it will take some time to download, and I guess it's done. So let's restart the application. Go to Postman. So when we did last time, we got an error which is 406, but this time let's see what happens. And this time you can see we got all the values in XML format. That's how you can do content negotiation. I mean, not just for fetching data, but also for sending data. You can also mention on the server side if you want to restrict what type of data you can return. Example, like you can just go to server side and here you can mention, hey, I don't want to return JSON. Even if a client asks you for JSON, will not return that, will only return XML. You can do that here. So here we have talked about get request, we have talked about post request, and the amazing thing is from a client side now you can actually mention what you need. Example, if you go back to Postman, so let's say you're sending a request for aliens. So if you click on send, you can see we got all the aliens here. Okay, but we got it in the format of XML because we have mentioned here. So if I remove this part and if you send a request, you can see you got JSON. And if you say XML, in fact, you can request for XML as well. So you can just go here and you can mention you want XML, so it will fetch XML. But can you restrict it? So let's say from a server side, you can specify, hey, I don't want to return the JSON. I want to return only XML. You can do that. So here you can say path, and then you can give a comma here and you can specify what exactly your server is going to return. Is it XML or is it JSON? So you can request whatever you want from a client side. If you request for JSON, it will return you JSON. By default, it will return you JSON. But if you specify, hey, I want to accept only XML, then it will go for XML. So if you click on send, you can see it will return XML. But what if I don't want client to request for JSON? So you can mention that here. So you can go back here and say produces. So we have a attribute as produces, and you can in the curly brackets, because you can specify multiple types here. So you can specify that in this curly bracket. So you can give a comma and you can specify that. But here I want to accept only one. So I will say application/XML. So this is the only thing I want to return. Let's see if this works. So let me restart the application, go back to Postman, and you can say send. So you can see there's no error when you request for XML. But what if you request for JSON now? The moment you request for JSON, you can see we got the same error which we were getting for XML. So it says 406 not acceptable, right? So you can specify from a server side what you need or what you want to return. It makes sense to return both XML and JSON, but sometimes server has a choice. You can specify, hey, let's not work with XML, let's work with JSON. Hey, let's not work with JSON, let's work with XML. So you can mention that with the help of produces in the server code. Likewise, you can also accept data from a client, and in the post mapping, you can specify what you want to accept. We'll see that in the next video. So with the help of produces, we can specify what a server is going to respond. Is it XML or JSON or some other format? But what if when you send data from a client to server with the help of post request, let's go for post here. And let's say I'm sending a new alien now, and this time let's specify the body and let's specify the values as 108, and let's have a name as Praveen. Now, if you specify the data here, let's go back to header. Now in header as well, you can specify the data in different format. In fact, in body, we are sending a form data, okay? But then we have not specified will it be JSON or XML. So you can go to header and you can specify here content type. And if you say application, let's say JSON, and instead of going for form, let's go for raw. So you can see in raw, you can mention, are you sending a JSON or XML? So let's send JSON first, and the way you can send that, first of all, we don't have a JSON format. Let's create one. So we'll have curly brackets open. The first attribute is AID. Let's give a colon there, and in double quotes, we can mention the value. So the value, let's say it is 108. We'll give a comma, and here we have the name as a name, and the name is Praveen. So now we want to send this data, and we are sending a JSON data. So in the headers, we have specified that we are sending JSON. The body type is also JSON. Let's click on send, and it worked, is it? No, we got an error. What's wrong? There's nothing wrong on the server side. We got 204. Let's verify from the database. I guess I'm not sending the data properly. Let's verify. Let's go back here, click on refresh. Oh, it says null. That's bad. Okay, is there something wrong with the format? Let's use an annotation here, which is request body. I guess that's the issue. Let's try once more, and it worked. Okay, now what was the issue? So normally when you send data from the client to the server, of course we have two ways. We can use a form, or we can send data in JSON or XML. Now when you send data in JSON or XML, we need something to will convert the data into the Java object format, and that's where you can use request body. So if you remember, we have also worked with response body before. So response body is responsible to convert your object into JSON. If you want to do reverse, we have to use request body. So that was the issue. That's our JSON format, and you can send it. So this is working. You can just go back to database. We have added some two null values. Let's ignore that. And you can see if I say refresh, we got the answer. Now this is working. But what if on the server side I have to mention, hey, this server will only accept JSON, because now this will accept both JSON or XML. Or maybe I want to specify only XML. So in that case, you will specify, so we'll say path equal to aliens and alien, and then here we'll specify consumes in curly brackets. In fact, we have two options here. We can specify in double quotes the way we have done for producers. Otherwise, we have an option of media type. So we can say media type dot, we can specify the type here. We can say application. So it depends what type of data you want to work with. Is it you want to work with this type where you have double quotes, or you can use this type? I prefer go for the double quotes part because it makes much more sense to me, but yeah, that's your choice. So you can say application.xml, and then let's work with JSON here. So let's say it only consumes JSON because we are returning XML. Let's consume JSON. And let's restart the application, and you can see if I give a new data, let's say 109, let's stick to Praveen now, and let's click on send. So it works, there is no issue. But what if you want to send XML? Will it accept that? Now, first of all, to get the XML, I need to know the XML format. Okay, so that's our thing. So let's say copy this. I just wanted the format, so that's why I'm doing all this stuff. So I'm sending post request now. I want to specify the content type, what I'm sending. So I'm sending XML. In the body, I will mention the XML now. So we'll say paste. This is XML, that's right. But then the data which I want to send is 110. And the name will be, let's say, Asha. And click on send. So you can see we got the error. It says not supported. So content type application XML not supported because we are accepting JSON here. So that's how you can negotiate with the content. That's how you can specify what you want to accept. And there's one important thing which we have done in this video is request body. So if you want to convert the data from the JSON to the Java object, you use request body. So that's from the content negotiation where we talked about produces and consumes. So our code is working here. So we have seen how do you work with Spring MVC. We have seen how do you work with Spring REST. Now, it doesn't matter what type of application you are building. It may be a standalone software. It can be a web application or a web service. There is one thing common for all the application, which is maintaining the log file. In fact, we have one more, maintaining security. In fact, we have one more, handling the transaction. So basically, it doesn't matter what type of application you're building, you have certain tasks which you will be doing everywhere. Now look at the methods here in the controller itself. So this is our alien controller. And you can see we have get mapping for get aliens. We have get mapping for get alien for one particular alien. And then we have it for add alien. What happens is whenever you call a particular method, we always maintain a log. In fact, in this code, just to make it simple, I have not written any log statement. But that's what we do, right? So here we have to write those beautiful logging statements. Maybe there will be one line here by saying, hey, the execution started. In fact, just to keep it simple, let's use this out here. We can use log as well, logger class or something. But let's use system.out.println and we can say get aliens method called. So this is what we can do here. And maybe before returning the statement or before return statement, we can say get aliens method executed. So we can do the log there, right? So before calling and after calling. Not just here, we may have to write it everywhere in all the methods. Now that's one. Second, we have to, maybe sometime you have to also maintain security. Not all methods need it, but let's say if you have certain methods and if you want to maintain security there. So that means first 2 or 3 lines, they will be used by security statements. So we have to maintain log. We have to write log statement. We have to write security statements. And then maybe you have to also handle transactions. Now, when we talk about a method, in this method, you can see if you talk about this particular line, this is the actual business logic. This is what we want to do. We want to find all the aliens. But apart from this, we have certain other lines as well, which is only for extra things. Okay, this is not something a user expecting. User expecting all the aliens. This is something which we do to maintain the application. Because we want log file to maintain the application. We want security to handle the application. Now, don't you think we should be doing all these extra things, not inside the actual code, but somewhere outside? So what is recommended that don't write any extra code inside the business logic. Keep it outside. So what we can do here is we can create a separate class. Let's say this is only for logging purpose. So I will say logging. And then we'll name this as aspect. Again, we'll talk about why aspect. We'll talk about that later. But we got an aspect here. So we got a separate class aspect. And in this class, I want to create a method. Let's say public void. And I will say get log. Or maybe a log method. That's it. Instead of having, yeah. So let's have a log method. Now in this method, I will print get aliens method called. Okay, so what I'm doing is I want to maintain log, but not in the business logic. So you can see we have our business logic here. So I don't want to do that here. Whenever I call get aliens, I want this to be printed. But how? How we can connect them? There is one way you can create object of this class here, and then you can call the particular method from here. But again, we are disturbing or we are, making our business logic dirty. We don't want to do that. We want to keep it clean. Business logic will be different from the other logic. Now this thing here is actually called as cross-cutting concerns, because these are concerns which are actual logic, but then these are applicable for all different methods. So when you can take it common, if you, instead of doing that in this method, in this method, in this method, you can take it common. So we can call them as cross-cutting concerns. Okay, but still the question is how this will get called. And that's where we have to use a special concept, which is AOP, which is Aspect Oriented Programming. But how can we do that? That we'll see in next video. So let's implement AOP here. Now, first of all, to understand AOP, let's search for AOP. In fact, we'll search for Spring AOP documentation. So it will take you to the official website of it. And let's go here, Spring AOP. And you can see we have beautiful concepts here. So it stands for Aspect Oriented Programming with Spring. Now, there are certain terms, okay? Now, first of all, Spring AOP is not that difficult. It's just that the terms are a bit weird. Now, first of all, we have a concept of aspect. Now, what is aspect? Okay, so you can imagine one class which will have all the methods, all the cross-cutting concerns. Example, the class which we are working with here. So this logging aspect will be aspect for us. Then we have a join point. Now see, our code, our business logic, let's say we have certain methods. And then out of those methods, I want to maintain log for, let's say, 2 or 3 methods. So we have to connect them. So we have to connect a particular method with the cross-cutting concern. So I want to call this log whenever I call get aliens. So get aliens becomes my join point. This log becomes advice. So you can see we have one more, which is advice here. The expression, the wildcard expression which we are going to use. Example, I want to execute this log whenever I call get alien. So we have to specify some wildcard pattern, right? That will be a point cut. And then the most important concept here is weaving. Now, AOP is not new, okay? So in Spring also we are doing it, but in general, when you talk about AOP, we have to connect the actual method with the advice. Now, this connection can be done at compile time or it can be done at runtime. Now, when it comes to Spring AOP, we do it at runtime. So you can see that's what it says. It says Spring AOP, like other pure Java AOP frameworks, perform weaving at runtime. Okay, we have some more, just be with me. So we have types of advice here. You can see we have 5 types of advice here. In fact, 3 are after itself. The first one is before advice. This simply means when you want to call a particular method. For example, I want to call this log whenever I call get aliens. So this will be called before calling get aliens. That is before advice. After advice means I want to call log after the execution of get alien. And then we have around, which is during the execution of get alien. Again, we'll understand each and everything step by step in these subsequent videos. So that's about this AOP words, right? And then we have certain types of advice. So just to recap, aspect will be a class where you will have all the methods. Join point will be the point of execution where, or the point of the execution where you want to call a particular advice. Advice is the actual method you want to call, which is log. Point cut is the expression which we use. And then we have weaving, which specifies when you want to connect it. In fact, in advice as well, so if we talk about this log advice, we have 3 types there. In fact, we have 5, but in general, we can talk about 3. So we have before, so before execution of the method, after execution of the method, and then we have around, which is during the execution of a method. So let's implement now. So let me minimize this documentation which we have here. So let's implement. So let's go back to our Maven dependency. Now, since we want to use AOP, so of course we have to add some dependencies for AOP as well. Now that's what we do when you work with normal Spring application. But in Spring Boot, if you can see, we already have Spring AOP here. And that's the benefits of using Spring Boot, right? You get all the dependencies required. So we got Spring AOP dependency. Otherwise, if you are working with normal Spring MVC, you can simply go to Maven repository and search for that particular library there. Now the first step would be, we need to make this class as aspect, because this is aspect, right? And the way you do that is by using an annotation here, which is at aspect. So say control space and done. We have made this as an aspect. The second thing is, I want Spring to know this. I want Spring to know this, there's a class exists like this. And the way you can do that is by making this as a component. So that's done. We have specified that this is an aspect and this is also a component. I want to call this log method whenever I execute get aliens. That's what we are trying to do. So that's your join point, right? So this is your join point. And to achieve that, we have to write a point cut. Oh, but we have not seen the syntax for it. So what could be the syntax? Now, to mention the syntax, we have to also mention the type of advice you are working with. So the type of advice is, we have 5 options, right? Out of which 3 are very famous: before, after, and around, or you can say in general. I want to execute before, so I will say before advice. Simply say add before, your job will be done. And in bracket, you have to mention the expression. So we have to go with the expression, which is very simple. You have to say execution, because we are executing some methods, but which method? So in the execution bracket, you have to mention the exact method name. Syntax would be, you have to mention P. In fact, you have to mention public. Then you have to mention the return type. Now in this case, the get aliens return type is what? In fact, I will just simply copy the method name as it is instead of getting confused. So I will say copy, go back here and paste. So that's my method name, public list aliens get aliens. But you have to mention the fully qualified name for it. So okay, when I say fully qualified name, it means you have to also mention class name. So the class name is alien controller. And then you have to also mention the package name. Now I'm not sure about which package it is. It is com.telusko.spring MVC. Oh, that was a big name. So you have to mention the entire path. So you have to mention the package name and then the class name and then your method name. So once you do that, your job will be done. So you have mentioned 2 things here. This is an aspect. And second, we have to use add before annotation. So I guess this is done. Let's restart the application just to verify. So as you can see, we got an error. Okay, it says there's no matching type as alien. Okay, that's bad. Maybe you have to mention the package name here as well. Let's do that quickly. Or maybe, in fact, you can also give star there if you don't want to mention the entire. This can be anything. It can be any return type with name get aliens. Let's try now. Okay, so there's no problem now. Let's go back to our Postman. And here, let's send a get request. In fact, we already have here. Let's send that. Okay, so this is executed, but we have not. Oh, there was an error. Maybe because I have mentioned the. Okay, send. Can you see that? We got the output, but look at this code here. It says get methods called, and that is happening with the help of this log. Okay, just to confirm once more, I will say from aspect just to verify if this is the method which is getting executed. Let's say send once again, and you can see we got from aspect. So we are right, it is coming from aspect. Now the amazing thing is your actual code don't even know that there is a log or there is a logging happening, right? That's the importance of separating the concerns from the actual concerns. Now, not just for logging, we can use it for other purpose as well. For security purpose, for transactions, we can use it. In fact, Spring Framework internally uses this concept to achieve a lot of stuff. Okay, so we have seen before, we have seen aspect, but how can we use after? And what if you want to maintain log, really log file here? So we'll see that in the subsequent videos. So let's use logger here. Now we are doing the log on the system.out.println, right? That's not the right way. Now to achieve log, you must have done this before as well with normal Java, but the same thing we'll be using here. So let's create an object for logger. So we'll say private static final. So the class name is logger itself. Let's import the package for that. So let's take it from org.slf4j just to keep it simple. And then we'll say logger is equal to. Now the way you can get the object of it is with the help of inbuilt class. We'll say logger factory dot get logger, and you have to mention the class name here. So the class which I'm working for is logging aspect. So we'll say logging aspect dot class. Now once you got logger object, we can simply go back here, and instead of using system.out.print, we can say logger dot. Now we have to specify the logging level. So it can be info, it can be debug, it can be error. So in this case, I will go for info because this is just our information. And that's our message. That's it. Okay, but we have to also mention the file name if you want to go for, and then what level of info you. In fact, let's run this application. Let's see if this works. Go back to Postman and say send again. And you can see we have, okay, where is the log? So you can see we got a log here, which is get aliens method called from aspect. Now this is info level, but what if you want to customize it? So yes, you can go to application.properties and you can mention what type of log level you need. And the way you can do that is by specifying logging.level. So logging.level.root, and if you say equal to, it should give you the pop-up. So you can see we have all these options here. So now if you say you only want to see warning, then it will not show you info. So I want info, so you can specify info. Anyway, it is coming there. So you can specify in that way. In fact, you can also save it in an external file with the help of with the property. So we have a property, we can do that. So we can say logging.file, and you can mention the external file. Maybe I can use app.log, that works. Let's save this application and let's relaunch it now. You can see if I say send, we got the log, that's great. But it should also create one file, which is app.log, which I can't see here. Refresh the project, it should be, yeah, so you can see that we got app.log, and this is where you will get your log file. So that's how you can use log in AOP, the way you generally use log. In the last video, we have seen how to use before advice. Now in this video, we'll focus on after. Now when you say after, it means it will execute after the execution of a particular method. So in this case, we are working with this method, which is get aliens, right? So what I will do is, let me create one more advice. So we can copy this and we'll say copy and paste. Now this method name will be, let's say, log after. Okay, and let's name this one as log before. Now the only thing you will change here is, instead of having before, we will making it as after. And then we'll say aliens method executed. So we have to import the package for this. Let's do that. Okay, that's done. Let me just rearrange the annotations here once. So let's relaunch the application after doing that. So we got before and after now. Let's go back to Postman, and here, so that's my send request, and you can see we got data. And look at the console. It says get aliens method called from aspect. That's what we are doing, printing here. And then after the execution, we got get method executed. In fact, we are not actually confirming, we are not able to actually get, is it really happening after the method? So what I will do is, before returning the statement here, I will print a statement, or maybe, yeah, let's print a statement, and let's say, we'll say fetching aliens. That's it, just to understand if it is happening after the execution. So let's relaunch the application and go back to Postman. Let's say send again. Okay, server got not started. Okay, you can see we are saying get method call. That means this is before aspect. Then we are printing this, which is fetching aliens, and then we are saying executed. So that's how we can use after. But if you remember, when we have seen documentation, we were having two more afters, right? So one is this after. So if you see three other parts, so we have after returning advice, after throwing advice, and after finally. By default, it is after finally, but we have these two as well. Okay, now looking at finally, you can guess, if you are coming from Java background where we have worked with exception handling, finally simply means irrespective if you are getting the error or not, this method will be executed. So that means this method here will be executed irrespective of the exception. To understand that, what I will do is I will go back to my alien, and here let me just generate an exception. So before saying fetching aliens, let's say if I have int I equal to divide by 0. So I'm trying to create an error here just to see what happens if you get the exception. Let's relaunch the application, go back to Postman, and when you click on send, look at the console. We got the exception, that is something I was expecting, but are we getting the message? So you can see log, it says get aliens method executed. That means even after the error, this is getting executed because this after is after finally. So irrespective of the error, if you got the exception, still it will execute the advice. Even if you don't get the exception, it will print the advice. But what if you want to print this advice only when your method is successfully executing? And that we'll see in the next video. In the last video, we have seen how can we use after, which is actually after finally, where it doesn't matter if you got the exception or not, this will get executed. What we want is we want to execute this only when you get a successful execution. In that case, instead of writing after, we will be writing after returning. That's it. That's the only thing you have to do, nothing much. I know in your mind you'll be having a lot of thoughts, we will be doing something this, something that, but it's damn simple. You just have to say after returning your job will be done. Okay, I know you don't trust me. Let me just restart the application. Go back to Postman, and anyway, we are generating the error. So let's click on send. You got the same error on this console, but let's go back to our real console. And here, of course, you got the exception. If you see the message here, nowhere it says method executed because it was not successful, right? And now if I make it successful, of course this will work. But before making it successful, I want to do one more thing. Let me copy this method and paste it here. I want to say get aliens, or maybe I will say issue. Now I want to print issue whenever you got an exception, which is error. So I will say log exception. So when you say log exception, now this method will be called only when you get an exception. But to do that, we have to change this. So instead of saying after returning, we'll be saying after throwing. So as I mentioned, we have three types of after. We have after returning, we have after throwing, and after finally. So after returning will work only when you get successful execution. After throwing you will get when you get the exception, and after finally you will get irrespective of the exception. And let's run this code. Go back to Postman, and here if I click on send, you can see we got, okay, let's go back here. Yeah, can you see that we got an issue here? So issue is because we are getting the exception, and that is after throwing. But now I will go back to my controller, and here let me remove that particular exception. Now when you don't have the exception, of course it will not be calling after throwing. Let's launch it, and you can see we got normal output, and here in the code you can see it says called and executed. Okay, so executed is getting called because of log after. So that's how we can use after returning and after throwing.
This video will talk about Spring Security. Now, Spring Security is a de facto standard for securing your Spring-based application. Now think about this. Now it doesn't matter what type of framework or the language you are working with. Whenever you make an enterprise level project or maybe a web-based project, one thing which concerns everyone, and that is how do you provide security for it. Okay, I'm not talking about the JVM level security, I'm talking about the web level security. Example, whatever application you have on the web, now it can be a simple application, it can be a very complex one where the data about your users are very important. In fact, overall the system is very critical. So you want to secure those type of applications in a good way. When I was working on my first web project, the problem is I was able to complete the entire project. The only problem which I was facing was about the login and logout. And trust me, as a developer, my main focus was how can I complete all the features which a user needs. I forgot about login and logout. And then at the end of the project, what I did, I added some new features. That's what we do, right? We complete the project and then we add some extra modules. Now, when I was working with login and logout, everything was working initially. But after some time, I was getting access denied for some pages. Even after logging, I was getting that. I have done that. So we have two different types of pages, right? We have public pages, we have private pages, and we have to make sure that public pages should be allowed to everyone, even if without login. But what about private pages? That's where you need login, right? So that's one concern which I was facing. The second one was logout. When I was logging out, when you go back, again, you were logging in. So that was some issues which I was facing. The second issue we have when you work with the application is passwords. How will you save your passwords? Normally, when I was working on my first application, the mistake which I did was on the client side, when you see a page where you can have your username and password, you can simply type a password there and then you can see the password as well, right? And that's why we say, okay, make this password hidden. So you will say # there. But what about the server side? I was actually able to see all the passwords, okay? So in fact, not the actual users, but when we were testing the application, when we were creating our own fake accounts, we were seeing our own password because I was storing all the password as it is. And then I realized, I did some research, I realized you should be encrypting your passwords before saving it. But do you think encryption is safe? People can hack it, right? So if you can hack the database, if anyone can hack your database, they can actually decrypt the passwords. In fact, they can do it with the help of brute force attack or something. They can decrypt your passwords. Then we can go with the stronger one, right? Instead of going for a basic encryption, maybe we can go for hashing. We can go for SHA-256 because MD5 was something which was obsolete at that point. But I was using SHA-256 and then I heard a news, which is they were able to create
two hashes of the same message, and anyone can hack it now, right? So even SHA was compromised. Then we had a new option, and that is bcrypt. Now bcrypt is an algorithm which is specially made for saving passwords. Okay, so that means when you create the application, you have to provide login, logout, you have to do all the code. In fact, for every method which you call, for every servlet which you create, okay, you can translate with other applications as well, other languages as well. So for the servlet, for every servlet, we have to check for the username and password. We have to verify the sessions, and everything has to be done by you. What if you want to use LDAP? What if you want to use the new Google one, which is Auth2? For everything, you have to include libraries, you have to do a lot of configuration, and that's where Spring says, hey developer, you don't have to worry about all these things. You want login? I will help you. You want logout? I will help you. You want to use bcrypt? I will help you. In fact, in Spring Boot security, we already have a bcrypt library. What if you want to use LDAP? Spring Security says, I will help you there. Okay, when I say Spring will help you there, that doesn't mean Spring will give you everything by default. You have to configure it, okay? Spring will give you those features, but then we have to do some configuration there. Okay, when I say some configuration, trust me, it is some configuration, because if you do that by yourself, you need to create multiple files and you have to die doing that. And that was my experience when I was working on my first few applications. In fact, I did well when I was working on a big project, but everything has to be done by we developers, okay? So we were 5 to 6 people, and then everything was so difficult to manage. I'm not talking about the features, I was talking about the security, okay? So Spring will help you there, but the moment I say Spring will help you, that doesn't mean Spring will give you everything. There are certain things you have to do by yourself, you have to configure it. So when you do this for the first time, it will be difficult because we'll be getting a lot of files, we'll be getting a lot of functions. But that's the thing, right? You will be doing this only once. You will not be doing this every time because you will build the project only once. And while you're building the project, you will do all this setup. You know, day by day, you will keep adding new features. You will not be doing the same thing again and again. So that's why Spring Security is amazing. It provides you login, logout. It provides you... Oh, we have forgot about one thing. It's not just provide you authentication. It also provides you authorization, which simply means authentication is who are you, your username and password. But what about, let's say if I talk about web application where a user can read the articles, a content creator can create the article and they can write the article. The admin is responsible to create new users. Admin is responsible to create new content writers. So here everyone have a different role, right? So as a user, you can only read the articles, you cannot modify it. As a content creator, you can edit your own content, you cannot edit someone else's content. As an admin, admin can add content, admin can remove content, everything. How about those roles? And that can be done with the help of authorization, and Spring Security will help you in both authentication and authorization. But how exactly to do that? That we'll see in the practical video. This video will try to implement Spring Security. As we have seen in the theory video that we can use Spring Security to secure our Spring-based application. Now, it can be the enterprise application, it can be a desktop application, or it can be a web application. In this example, we'll try to implement a web application and we'll try to secure that. Now, first of all, if you say you want to secure it, of course, you need a web application here. Okay, so I had a choice of making the application from scratch and then implementing security, or we can use the existing application and securing them. But I thought you'll be watching this for the first time, so let's go with step by step. So let's create a project. So I will be doing this project live here. So let me create a simple project. So I will say new, and then we'll be using here Spring Boot. Okay, we'll not be working on normal Spring because it takes a lot of configuration. And nowadays, most of the projects are built in Spring Boot. So let's go for Spring Starter project. And here, you can mention your name here. So I will say this is my secure app. Of course, you can name anything, doesn't matter. And then let's give a package name as com.telusko. You can have any package name, doesn't matter. And here as well, okay, so this package name should be com.telusko.demo. No, not demo, but secure app. Okay, now once we got that, let's click on next. Now here, what are the things we need? Now, first of all, we have to specify the Spring Boot version. Now this version is working perfectly, so let's not change this. And then here, we can search for certain things. Example, we want to make a web project, right? So we'll select web. That's one thing we require. The next thing we require is JPA because we also need to work with database. As of now, we don't need that, but later on we'll be needing that. Okay, let's not do that now. The next thing we need here is security, but then we'll do that later as well. So we can select that here. You can say security, or you can add that later manually. Let's click on next and click on finish. Now, once you got your web project, you can see on the left hand side, we got a project which is secure demo or secure app. That's our project, and you can see we have all the dependencies added here. Now, once we got them, let's create a simple application. Now, first of all, whenever you say you want an application, you need a controller, right? Because the query which I'll be firing now is, okay, this is the application which we got, but when we want to call these methods. Example, if I go to my browser, here if I say the port number by default will be localhost colon 8080. If I say local colon 8080, you can see it is showing nothing, right? We got refused. But even if you do that, and if I say get aliens, I want to get details about all the aliens, because I feel programmers are aliens, right? Because we live in different world. If I click on enter, you can see it will not return anything. We want this. We want it to return get aliens. Okay, number of aliens, let's say 3 to 4 aliens. So then their ID, their name, and their, let's say, current technology they're working on. So if you want to implement that, let's go to our thing. Let's create a home controller. Of course, right, you need a controller to work with this. So let's create a home controller, because we'll be having something to handle the home request. So that's our controller, and I'm expecting that you should be knowing Spring MVC a bit. So we'll have to say controller here. That's one thing. And then here you have to mention certain methods. The first method you need is public string, which will return the home page, right? I want to return the name of the home page. So I will say home, and here we'll simply return, we'll say request mapping, and this will be false. So whenever you call a home page, it should return the home page. Oh, but unfortunately we don't have a home page. We need to create one. So we'll simply return, we can also return index.html or index.jsp or home.jsp. The page name doesn't matter. You can have any page name. Just make sure that you mention that page name here. So we are saying home.jsp, but you can see we don't have pages here. So let's go to our main, and inside main, so you can see in our SRC we have main. Inside this main, we need a folder. So let's get oh, not this one. Let's create a folder name as web app. So we'll say folder web app. This is where you have to put all your JSP pages. We can also use theme leaf here. That's your choice again. And here in this, I want to create a JSP page, which is named as home.jsp. Now in this page, home.jsp, I want to print welcome aliens. That's it. I just want to print welcome aliens. So whenever I call home.jsp, it should print return, welcome aliens. Let's try this first. Right click here, say run as. I hope it will work. Let's try. So I will say run as Spring Boot app. You can see it says it started. Let's go back to our browser, and here if I say enter, oh, we got an error. You can see it says download. That's weird, right? We don't want to download a page. The thing is, Spring Boot by default doesn't work with JSP, right? You have to add one more dependency to make it work with JSP. Don't worry, you will get the source code in the description area where you can directly download the code. But if you want to work with JSP with Spring Boot, you need to add one dependency. So for that, we need to go to Maven repository, and this is where you will search for Tomcat Jasper, because this is responsible to convert your JSP into servlet. And we can pick up any one. Let me just go with this table one. So let's go with 8.5. This one. This should work, I guess. Let's paste it here. And you can see, in fact, there's one way you can do that. You can actually check the Tomcat version you're working with. So you can see the Tomcat version which we are working here is 9.0.14. In fact, that should be the best option, right? Let's go with the suitable one so that it will not create much issue later. Let's format it. Okay, now once you got this Tomcat Jasper, it takes some time to download. Okay, so once we got our Jasper, let's restart the application once again. And now if I go back to the browser, let's go back here and say, okay, I want to call the home page, and you can see we got welcome aliens. At least this is working. Now we want to have one more page which will show all the aliens, okay? And I know we are going for a lengthy code, but then this will make much more sense later. In fact, let's not do that now. Let's say I want to secure this home page, okay? Let's do that. Let's implement Spring Security here. What I want is, whenever a user goes to the home page, like the moment I say enter, I want to make sure that the user is logged in. I know when you call home page, anyone can call the home page, right? There's no username and password for the home page. But at least for this application, I want to secure it. I want to ask for the username and password for this home page. If you want to do that, the first thing you have to do is, in your controller, instead of calling home.jsp, you should be always calling login.jsp. where a user will enter username and password. That's one thing you have to do. The second thing you have to do is, once a user is entering username and password, you have to verify it. Okay, we'll do that. The next thing you have to do it, you have to also maintain the session. There are a lot of steps you have to do, right? Instead of doing that, what if I say you can use Spring Security here, which will give you all those features? What I'm talking about is, let's go back to our POM XML file, and this is where you just need to add one dependency. Trust me, that's how it works. Let me just prove my point. What I will do is, if you want to get that login form, okay, let's go back here and search for Spring Security boot, and you can see this is the one we have to use. Again, the version you can go for is 2.1.2. Let's copy and paste. In fact, you don't even have to maintain the version because that's something you have defined in the global scope here. Let's format it once again. And you can see we have added Spring Security as well. Now, once you have added it here, let's relaunch the application and let's see the magic. Just by adding that Spring Security, let's see the magic. Let's relaunch it. Let's go back. And now here, if I say refresh, can you see that? The moment I refreshed, we got a login page. We have not created any login page in our application. And that's the beauty of Spring Boot or Spring Boot Security. Now, one thing is amazing here. We are securing the application. Everything will be maintained by Spring Security. We don't have to maintain the session or something like that. Okay. But then what is a username and password? I don't know. Let's try. So by default, the username is user. So when you talk about Spring Security, the username is user. Oh, but what's the by default password? Is it ABCD or 1234? So if you go back to your console, let's scroll. Can you see that we have a security password which is generated here? So of course, this is not a recommended way of doing that. This is just a static password which you got. But just for the time being, we can try it. So you can see it says user and username and password. Let's click on sign in. It worked. Can you see that? We got welcome aliens. So if you have 10 pages, if you try to access any other page now, we don't have any other page, but let's try with get aliens. You can see it says, oh, we don't have that page, right? That's the issue. But then if you want to access the application, you have to provide login and password. Now, I know there's one question in your mind. Of course, as a user, you will not remember this password. What if you want to create your own account? Of course, we can do that. What if you want to fetch data from database? Of course, you'll be having a table there, which will have username and password. So let's say if your application has 10 users, every user need to have a different username and different password. How can we do that? Even we can do that. So we'll see that everything in the next video. We'll see how do you change the username and password, because we don't want to work with this user and password which is specified by the Spring Security. What if you want to have username as Naveen and password as 1234? Can we do that? So yes, in the next video, we'll see how do you change the username and password which is in memory. Maybe after that video, we'll also see how do you fetch data from database. Okay, so we'll do that everything, but in the upcoming videos. That's it from this video, where we have seen how do you create a simple Spring application and how do you add a Spring Security module there. Welcome back, aliens. My name is Naveen Reddy, and in the last video we have talked about how can we implement Spring Security, but then we have just added the jar file, right? And when we ran the application, we were getting this login page. The username for this was by default user, and the password was generated by the application itself. So if you can see, we got the password, and when you copy this password, let's go back to our thing and say enter. You can see now we can access the application. You can see we got welcome aliens. But then we don't want to have the system defined username and password. What if you want to have your own username and password? And that's where you need to do some configuration. Now, what configuration I'm talking about? Now, when you talk about Spring application, if you want to configure something, we can use annotations, or we can create a class where you can provide the configuration. So let's create a simple class here, and we'll name this class as application security config. Again, you can have any name, doesn't matter. So I'm going for app security config. Let's click on enter. And here, if you want to do the configuration, we need to extend a class here, which is named as web security configure adapter. You just need to extend this class so that you will get all the configuration features. Now, since this is a configuration, we have to write add configuration, which is the annotation which we normally use for the configurations. That's one thing. We need to add one more annotation by specifying enable web security, which will enable the web security for the application. So we'll simply say enable web security. That's it. We have to add this to annotation. Now, once we have done with this, we need to override two methods. In fact, let's go with the one method itself. And that method is, so let's say source override, and the method name is user details service. So this is the method you have to override. Click on OK, and this will override that method. Now we also need this object of user details service in our application. And that's why you will simply write here at bean. I want this to be a Spring Bean. Okay, but then we don't want this return stuff. Let's create our own because we want to have a username and password which I will define. Of course, you can fetch this username and password from database, but time being, let's go with in-memory username and password. To achieve that, I will simply create a list of user details. Now, user details is an inbuilt class in Spring. Okay, first of all, I have to import list, and then I can import user details. Now you can see user details is an inbuilt class in inbuilt type in Spring Security. And now once we got let's say users equal to, but then okay, let's create an array list for this for all these users. But then question arises, how can I create users? Now if you want to create users, it's very simple, right? We can simply, since it's a list, we can simply say users.add. But you can see when you say add, it is asking you for the object of user details. I don't have any user details here. So what we can do is we can use an inbuilt class named as user. So we have an inbuilt class named as user. So we'll say user dot. And you can see we have a method which is with default password encoder. Of course, right, when you work with the applications where you want to store the password, your password should be encoded, right? It can be a plain text or it can be an encrypted text. So time being will go for the default password encoder, which is actually not recommended to go for, but for time being it will work. Then we'll say with a username. So we have to use a builder pattern here. So we have to say username, and the username I'm going for now is Naveen. And let's say I want to go for the password as well. Again, this is not a good way of doing it. Just for the experiment we are doing it, just for to understand how it works behind the scene. So we have user dot with default password dot username dot password dot, I can simply say build. Now what it will do is it will create the object for you, but I can see an issue here. Yeah, it says this method which is with default password encoder is deprecated, but that's fine. Again, we should not be using this, but we will see that later. How do we remove that and how can we use some other encoding type? But as of now, it will work. This is how you define your username and your password. But we still have issues. Now see, Spring is not just about authentication, right? It's also about authorization. How can you specify your role in the application? Now you might be an admin, you might be a user. So here we can simply say dot, I can also specify the roles. You can see we have an option of roles where you can specify the list of roles I can go for. Time being, let me say this is just a simple user. So I'm saying username Naveen, password 1234, and the role is user. And then we can simply say build. And then once you got this, once you got the object of users, we can add multiple users, okay? We can say users.add with the same syntax. We can say some other name, some other password, and some other role. We can add multiple users. Of course, right? Every application has multiple login. And now I will simply return the new, but then what should I return? Now, since we wanted to return the object of user details service, which is not using any database here, so we are using in-memory database, or not even database. We'll say in-memory. There's a class which says in-memory user details manager. This is the class we have to use, in-memory user details manager, and where you have to return the users. That's it. So this will take care of user details service. Now, I hope this will work, hopefully. Let me just relaunch the application. So this time we'll not be using user and the password generated by the system to log in. And you can see we are not even getting the default password now. Let's go back to our Chrome. And here, okay, first of all, we have to relaunch it. So let me say localhost 8080. And now it is asking for the user, and I will say password or not user. Because let's say if you try with user and some weird password, you can say it says bad credentials. We want to say Naveen and password is 1234. Let's click on sign in and it worked. Can you see that? That's how you can have your own username and password. But hold on, we don't want to use this. We want to use database, right? I want to fetch my username and password from database. How will I do that? That we'll see in the next video. So I hope you are enjoying this series. Let me know in the comment section and do subscribe for further videos. Welcome back everyone. My name is Davin Reddy, and in this video we'll try to implement Spring security where the username and password will be verified from database. In the earlier videos, what we have done is we created a Spring application, in fact Spring Boot web application, where we tried to implement security. In fact, initially we were getting the user and the password from the Spring itself, but then later on we thought, why can't we have our own username and password? And we have done that here. But now I want to fetch these details, which is Naveen and 1234, whatever username is there in the database, I want to verify that from database. In order to achieve that, first of all, I don't want to give my specific username and password. I want to fetch this from database. So what we'll do is, first of all, we'll comment the entire part. We don't want to use this. Then how can we achieve that security? So the steps are, first of all, you need to create one method which will return the object of authentication provider. This is what it will return. And the method name can be anything. We can say auth provider. Okay, that's the method we have to create. Now this method has to return the object of authentication provider. So let me just import the package for that. That's done. And this will be a bean because we want this to be a Spring Bean. And now once we want this to be Spring Bean, which it returns. Now what I want is I want to create the object of it, right? Now, when you say you want to connect with database, we have a special thing which we normally use for database, which is DAO. DAO basically stands for Data Access Object. So let's say DAO. So there is an implementation for authentication provider, which is DAO authentication provider. Let's use that. We'll say provider. We simply have to return this object, right? So we'll say provider equal to new DAO authentication provider. That's it. We just have to get this object, and here let's return that object. So let's say return provider. Now, will this work? Of course not, right? We have not written any code which will connect with database. Of course, this is responsible to, talk to database and verify it, but we have not done anything as of now. Now, first of all, we need certain things. For example, if you want to work with this type of application, in your POM, we need to have database properties, which we have not done till now. Okay, how do we achieve database properties here? So it's quite simple. We need to add a boot, right? We have to add JPA. So what I will do is you can just download this libraries from Maven repository. Just go to Google, search for Maven repository, and you can search for the repositories which I have. Otherwise, let me just copy paste which I have with me. So I've added two dependencies here. The first one is for Data JPA because we want to use JPA here. And then of course you have to also mention the database connector, which is in this case, I'm using MySQL. But hold on, have we configured the database in MySQL? So before recording the video, I have created this database here, which is Telusko. And you can see we have a database which is named as Telusko. Of course, you can use any DBMS which you want, not just MySQL. You can use Postgres, you can use MS Access, whatever database you prefer. I prefer MySQL. So you can see we have a database named Telusko, and the table name is user. Now, if you see this table user, we have 4 records. Just ignore the first and second. We will be using this later. Concentrate on this third and fourth. So we have a username as Spider-Man and the password is web. The username is Superman and the password is fly. Okay, just random username and password here. And okay, so we are using MySQL. The second thing which is important here, the username to access MySQL is root and the password for this machine is 1234. So based on the machine which you are working on, of course, you will be doing some setup for MySQL. Remember the password. For this MySQL, the password is 1234. Let's get back to this. And so we have to specify these two things. And in order to connect with database, we have to do some configuration for application.properties. These are the properties which you have to add. So first you have to mention URL, which is Telusko in this case. You have to mention the root, username and password, and then you have to also mention driver class name for MySQL. As your DBMS will change, it will change the URL, of course, whatever username you have, whatever password you have, and it will change the driver class name as well. Okay, once we have done with that, we need to have a model class which will be connecting with a database. I mean, of course, a class which represents a table. In this case, since we're using JPA, we have to do that. So in this case, let's create a class named as user. And in this class user, I want to have three properties, the same properties which we have for our database. So if you go to MySQL Workbench, you have ID, username, and password. Let's create these three variables quickly. Okay, so we got three variables and we need to have getters and setters for this. Right click here and we'll say source, generate getters and setters. I will say select all, click on generate. So you can see we got the fields and we got getters and setters. Here, I want to make sure that this will connect with database. So I have to say this is entity. Let's import the package, done. And then this ID has to be a primary key. So I will say at ID. We don't have a choice, right? We have to mention that. It's compulsory. Now, once you got this class which will connect with database, I mean, it will represent the database table. Now, what next? Let's go back to our application security config. As I mentioned, this is not complete yet. So what are things you have to specify here? So one more thing which you specify here is every provider, normally what happens, whenever you work with the applications which will connect with database, so your controller or your configuration will be interacting with a service layer. And then this service layer will connect with the database layer. That's how we normally work with. So controller talking to service, service talking to DAO. In the same way, we have configuration talking to service, service talking to DAO. Okay, so that means we also need a service class here. And to achieve that, in fact, we'll say provider dot. Let's mention our service provider. So we'll say set user details service. That's my service name. Okay, but then we don't have the object of user details service. Okay, that means we need to create the object here. So let's go back here. We'll say private user details service. Let's import the package for this. And then let's have object name as user details service itself. And this has to be auto-wired. I will not be creating the object for this. It has to be auto-wired. That's one thing. We have to also mention one more thing, which is the password encoder. If you remember, we have done that here as well. We have to do the same thing for this. So we have to say provider dot. We have to set the password encoder. So we'll say password encoder. Now, but which one? Time being, I don't want to use any encryption technique or any hashing concept. I will simply use no op password encoder dot get instance. Because I don't want to encode now. Yes, I know this is not something which you should be using. Never save your password in plain text, but as of now, we are just experimenting stuff, so it should work. Now, once you got this object, everything should work. But hold on, we still have one issue. We have got the database, we have got user class, but then this user details service, how it will know to connect with a DAO layer. We don't have this class, right? Let's create a class which will represent this. So what I'm talking about is let's create a separate class and I will call this class as my user details service, a very simple class, and this will implement an interface, the interface which we want here, which is user detail service, so that once you click on finish, you can see you will get the ready stuff, everything. You don't have to override this method by yourself. This is just the feature of Eclipse. Okay. Now, once you got this load user by username, you can see it's something to do with database. It also throws the exception. Let's see how to use that. But how will you get this username? And of course, you have to get this username from a repository. If you have worked on JPA before, this is what you do, right? You create a separate repository class or interface for every table you have. Okay, that means we have to also, I know we are creating a lot of files, but it will all make sense once we complete the entire code. Let's create one more interface which will represent the user repository. So I will say user repository, which will extend JPA repository, and click on finish. You can see we got user repository extends JPA repository, and in here, instead of having T, we should be saying, hey, I want to work with user where the type of your ID is long. That's it. You have to mention user and long. Of course, if the classes which you create in a separate package need to be imported for sure. Okay, but which method we have to use here? See, by default, you will get all the methods for find all, find one, but we want a separate method, which is if you go back to our application security config, you can see I want this class. So you can see we want to find a user by the username. So that means we need to have a special method here, which will return the user, and it should be find by username. it will accept string username. That looks good. We got this interface and it has a method which is find by username. Let's get back here. So here I want to call that method, but then to have that method with us, we need to create the object of user repository, right? So we'll say user repository and we'll say this is repo. Of course, you can have any name. On top of this, you have to say at AutoWire because I don't want to instantiate it, right? And here you can simply say user is equal to, because this repo, when you say repo dot find by username, you have to just pass username. So whatever username you got here will be searched in database and it will return that particular user. What if you don't find the user? Of course, right? When you log in, it is possible that the user which you're searching for is not there in the database. So in that case, we'll check if user is equal to null. We can simply print a message user not found. That's one way. Or the other way is, as you can see, this method throws the user not found exception. Can we simply use that? Let's say throw new user name not found exception. We can do that, right? And we can print our own message. We can say user 404, which is user not found. Of course, we can do that, right? Just for fun. Okay, this is done. What if there's a user? What if there's a user? In that case, you need to create, in that case, what you will do, because you can see we have to return the object of user details. Oh, that's tricky. Unfortunately, this is an interface. Okay, how can you create the object of it? That's bad, right? So that means, first of all, we need to create a class which will implement this method, which is user details. Okay, we still have one step to do. So let's create that class. Okay, I will repeat every step, don't worry. So let's create one more class here. And that class, we can have any name to it. We can say user details implementation, or we can simply say user principal. Okay, why I'm using user principal as a method name or the class name is because principal simply means the current user. Okay, so let's have that. This will implement a interface which is user details. Let's pick up that and click on finish. And you can see we got a class which is user principal, which implements user details, and it has all these methods. Time being, since we are not implementing, you can see we have method like is account not expired, is account not logged, is credentials not expired. So we have all these things which we have not configuring now. So let's keep it true by default. In case if you want to have database fields there, because let's say after every 30 days, you want to change the password. So you can do that in this method. But as of now, we are not doing anything else. Okay, but still we have to say get password and get username because that cannot be true. In this case, you will say, do we have the object access here? We want the object of user, right, which we are working with. So in that case, what I will do is I will create a constructor because I want that object anyway. I want the user object here. So I will create a constructor with a field, but which field I'm talking about? So I will say private user. Which object I'm talking about? So if you go to my user details, you can see we have this object here, right, which is user. I want to have this access to this object in this particular class. And the way you can do that is by creating the constructor. I will say source generate constructor using fields for the user. Click on generate. We got the constructor. It should work now. So with that object user, I can simply say user.getPassword and not here. Here we'll say user.getUsername. That's it. We just have to write these methods. But we have one important method here, which is getAuthorities. This is where you have to return the collection of authorities. That's weird. To achieve that, we can simply say return. I want to return a collection, right? So I will simply use a collections class. I want to return all the unique collection. So I will say singleton, collections.singleton. I may pass a list here. But time being, I just want to return the users. So I will say new simple granted authority, and the role which I want to focus now is only users. I want to focus only on users now. Let's do that. We don't want this return statement, and that's it. Our job is done, I guess, here. Oh, I know we have written so many methods, so many classes. Okay, once we got this user principal class, let's get back to our code which we are writing. We don't want to return null. We want to return the user principal class which accepts a user as the object. You can see this user which I've created here, I'm passing it here so that it will go to user principal and it get assigned here, and we can get the username and password. Everything looks cool. I think our job is done. Let's get back to app config. Everything is done. Yes, it is implemented. This is auto-wired. So this will be getting connected with my user details service object. Hopefully this will work. Let's restart the application. And of course, even if you get the error, that's where the learning starts, right? We should be getting errors. Okay, and we got the errors. Okay, I was just joking and we got the errors. The error is, I'm not sure what this error means. It says found being not able to inject the object for user details service. But why? Oh, I forgot to mention one important thing here. We have to write add component or add service. My bad. Let's relaunch this. Okay, now there's no error. As you can see, everything is working. Let's get back to our browser. And here I will search for localhost :8080. It will ask for the login. And this time I will use weird password and something. Let's click on sign in. You can see it says bad credentials. And in the console, I guess we have not got anything in the console. That's fine. Let's get back here and let's enter the actual username. So I will say Superman Fly. That's the password. Fly is the password. Let's click on sign in. And it worked. Great. You can see that it worked. We got welcome aliens. So this time it is accessing the data from the database. And that's the beauty of Spring Boot security. Let me do the recap what we have done. See, whenever you talk about security, it will first check this file. Now, this file is very important when it comes to security, in which you are creating a method which is auth provider, where you are fetching data from the database. As you can see, this is for database code. This user details service is responsible to fetch from database, right? Let's go back there. And you can see here, we are creating the object of user repository. This is the interface which we have. Since we are using JPA, so we don't have to implement this class or this interface. JPA will take care for that. And then in this, we have a method which is load user by username, where you got username. We are fetching the data. If the user is not available, then you will simply throw the exception, which is 404. This is fine. But then we are returning the object of user principal. So we need that class as well. So you can see we have user principal, where we have the user object. It is accepting the object which you are passing from the detail service. And then we just want to return all the users. And that's it, nothing fancy. We got a user class as well. Everything is simple. That's how you are able to run this application. I hope you are enjoying this series. Let me know in the comment section and do subscribe for further videos. And also let me know what else you need in this code so that I can try to make a video on that. That's it for everyone. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Till this point, what we have seen is we implemented Spring Security, of course using Spring Boot, and then we were able to log in with the help of username and password, which is fetched from database. To achieve that, we have used an authentication provider in which we have created the object of DAO authentication provider, and then we have assigned the user details service object, and then we have used one thing here, which is the password encoder. Now the amazing thing is we have specified it is no op password encoder, which simply means I don't want to encode my password. It will be in plain text. And if you go back to your database, which we have already used, you can see we have a username as Spider-Man and we have a password as web. Now, is it a good idea of having your password in a plain text? Of course not, right? If anyone can hack your website or anyone can hack your database, they will be seeing all your user passwords. We don't want that. At least your user details should be secure. So instead of using no op password, we should be using some encryption way. Now, of course, you can use some encryption technique here, and you can convert your normal plain text, the plain text password into a secure text, something like that. Let's say cryptography or ciphertext. Now, in this case, the problem is even if you go for ciphertext, it is not a good idea, right? Because anyone can decode or anyone can decrypt. So they can use certain techniques and there are certain hacking ways. So yes, it is not safe to work with ciphertext. What about hashes? Now, one of the way you can do that is with the help of SHA. Because in SHA, doesn't matter how big your password or how small your password is, the output length will be constant. That's not the case with ciphertext, right? So we should be using hashing here. But which one? Should we use message digit 5? Of course not, that's very old. We can go for SHA 256 or SHA 512, But then, a few years back, there was an attack on SHA as well. So hackers were able to crack it, or hackers were able to create some collision codes. So what to use now? Now specifically, the problem with SHA is we can have multiple computation or multiple calculation happening at the same time. You can find SHA. But what if you can make it slow? What if you can have multiple rounds of hash? Because if you have multiple rounds, it will be easier for you to protect it. And to achieve that, especially for working with passwords, we have a new concept which is known as bcrypt. So if you search for bcrypt online, it says bcrypt is a password hashing function designed by these two great people, and then it is based on Blowfish cipher. That's great. The thing is, it came because SHA was not that secure. If you read the article, there are so many articles on this, how to use it. In fact, we have some website where you can generate the hashing. Example, if you go to this website, which is browselink, and if you type a password, let's say if I want to encrypt 1234, instead of saving 1234 in the database, we should be storing the hash of it. So we can simply click on bcrypt here and you will get the output. Now you can see there's something interesting here which says 10. Now this 10 simply means it is going for 10 rounds. By default it is 10 rounds, but you can also make it 12 rounds. If you say 12, it will calculate the hash 12 times. And if you say bcrypt now, you can see the code will also change. So this $2A means it is for bcrypt. Then we have $12 is the number of rounds you have. And then if you go forward, this is your actual password, okay, of $. So this is your actual password. But in the database, you will be storing everything. If you try for ABCD here, if you say bcrypt, what will change is the next part, right? This thing will remain constant. Let's go for 10 rounds here and click on bcrypt, and that's your password for ABCD. In fact, if you go to database, you can actually match. Can you see that at the end? Okay, we got a different password this time. Yeah, this is different, but that's fine. You can use this one as well. So what I will be doing here is, you can see we already have two passwords here, but I'm not sure, is it 1234 for which one? I forgot the password. Is it 1234 for Naveen? Let's try. So what I will do is I will try to use bcrypt. So this too is actually bcrypt passwords, which I already have it in my machine. So let me just go back to my workbench, and here, instead of mentioning no op password encoder, we should be using bcrypt. Now you might be thinking we have to add some libraries, right? Don't worry. By default in Spring Boot, we have a library for bcrypt. Let's try. So we can simply create the object of bcrypt here. So we can say new bcrypt, and you can see we have bcrypt password encoder. Let's click on that. And you can see it has also imported the package here, which is bcrypt password encoder. That's great. Now we don't need this one. So we can say Control-Shift-O, which will remove all the unwanted, which will arrange all your imports. And that's it. That's the only line you have to change. It's that awesome, right? Now let's relaunch the application. Now, of course, one thing will not work. The password for Spider-Man and Superman will not work because they are in plain text. So let's try for Naveen and Kiran here. So we'll say localhost :8080, and of course it will give you a sign-in page. This time I will say Naveen, and the password, I guess it is ABCD for Naveen. Let's do that. And when you say sign in, can you see that it is working? So the password which I have stored in the database is this one, but I'm just trying ABCD, it is working. Let me just do that once again. So let's say localhost :8080 login, and we'll say Naveen. If I use some different password, you can see it says bad credentials. And if I try for Spider-Man, and if I say web, this will not work now because the password is stored in plain text. So in database as well, when you create the user account, you have to make sure that you store the password in a bcrypt encryption format or bcrypt hash formats. That's about bcrypt. In the next video, we'll also see how do you customize this form page, because I don't want this login form. Of course, this is good, but this is given by Spring, right? What if you want to have your own the login form? Can we use that? So that we'll see in the next video. I hope you are enjoying this series. Let me know in the comment section, and also click on the like button. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. Till this point, we have tried to secure our application with the help of Spring Security. And then to achieve that, we have created multiple configuration. In fact, we have done with this class where we are saying, hey, you have to verify from the database with the help of this class here. And then we have also changed the password encoder from no op password encoder to bcrypt, so that we want to store our password in a secure way. That's done, right? But if you see the output which you used to get, so if you go to that localhost part, so if you type localhost 8080, you can see we got this login page. The amazing thing is we have not created this page. This page is given by Spring Framework. Now, of course, right, if Spring is giving you something, it will give you something very simple. You can see this page is damn simple, but can we customize it? Unfortunately, I don't know the way to customize this. There might be another way, but what if you get the option of creating your own form? Of course, right, when you have your own form, you can have extra features. You can add anything you want, right? You can change the color scheme as well. So what if we can create our own login and logout page? So what I will do is I will just go back to my application, and before the video itself, I have added two pages here. One is login and second logout. Now you might be thinking it will be a very complex page. Don't worry, I just kept it as simple as possible. You can see this is a very common page, very simple page here, which has a form tag, which is calling login, and then we got username and password, two fields, just it, both are input field. And then there's a button, that's it, nothing complex here. There's one line which I've given here. Again, we'll talk about this later. As of now, there's some Spring security message there. That's simple, right? The logout page is a page, let's say after logging out, you want to show some page that you have successfully logged out, and then you will also give an option of calling the home page. Okay, that's a very simple page which I have created. But then will this work? Of course not, right? When you run this application, by default, Spring will have its own login form. So we have to inform Spring Framework, hey, I don't want you to give me a login page. I want to have my own login page. How do we customize that? In order to achieve it, let's go to App Security Config. This is where you have to create a method where you can specify all this configuration. Let's do that quickly. Now, instead of creating that method by yourself, you can actually override it. So there's already a method which is there inside Web Security Config adapter. So let's override that method. So I will go to source and I will say override a method. And the method name here is configure, which takes HTTP security as the parameter. Let's click on OK. And you can see we got this method. As of now, this is only calling super. We don't want to call super config. I want to have my own configuration. In order to achieve that, we can simply use this object which is HTTP, and then we can set multiple properties here. So the first thing I want to do is I want to disable CSRF, which is cross-site reference, and we can simply say crf.disable. That's one thing. Now we have to mention that we want to go for a login page. So we can simply say dot here and we'll say form login. Now when you want to have your own form, you simply have to say form login, in which you have to specify the properties. Now, of course, right, you have not mentioned what is your login page name. That's very important. So we can simply say login page, and here you have to mention your login page. In fact, you don't have to mention the login page. We have to mention the request type or request name. In fact, we are working with Spring, right? So Spring will have its own MVC. So you have to mention whenever I want to log in, I can simply call /login, which will call a controller which will handle the login page. Okay, so we have to say login.permit all because I want to call this page. We have to also mention what happens when you say logout. We have to also work for logout. So we can simply say here logout because we want to achieve logout as well. So I can say logout dot, there is a method which is invalidate HTTP session. I know if you're coming from background of, working with servlet JSP, everything has to be done manually, right? So here we don't have to worry about that. We simply have to say invalidate session. Everything will be taken care by Spring Framework or Spring Security. And then we have to also clear all the authentication. Yes, we'll simply say true. Once you're logged out, of course, you have to clear everything. And then what is a request type? So let's say, when do you say a person is want to log out? Maybe it is /logout, it is /out or /get out. Anything can be done, right? So we can simply say logout request matcher. So on which request you want to do that? So we can simply say and path matcher. And in this, you can specify the URL. So I want to say, I want to log out when I say log out. That's it. You can give any URL here. It actually doesn't matter. And we have to say one more important thing. What after you say logout? So you have to call some pages after logout. So I can say, whenever I call a logout, so we'll say logout successful. Okay, something went wrong here. Oh, okay. So we have request matcher. My bad. Let's call this class. And here I will say logout success URL. Okay, now which URL I want to call? So let's say time when I will say logout success. That's it. So it will call logout success, or you can also call homepage. That's your choice. And I will say permit all. That's it. This is the thing you have to enter here. So we got a login page, we got logout page, and we are doing it here. But will this work? Of course not, right? When you say you're calling a login and logout, you have to also change something in the home control, right? Because we want to handle the login logout. So here we have to add those two methods. So I will say public string, and I will say login page. Okay, so we'll simply say login page, and it will return in double quotes. We'll simply return login. That's a login page we have. So we already have a login page here, and then we just have to add a request matcher for this method, this particular method here. And here I will say login. Simple. And then we also have to work with logout success because we have to call the logout page. I will simply copy this since I'm lazy. I will say this is for logout, of course. I will say logout hyphen success. And here I will say logout page. And then I want to call the logout page here. So I will say logout. That's it. Simple page. I think it will work now. Everything looks cool. Let's relaunch the application. The moment I say I can't say any error, we got error. It says permit only works with HTTP authorized request. Oh, we have to do that as well. So let's go back here, and I guess we have to add one more. So I have to say dot authorize request dot and matcher. I will say whenever I call login, it should allow that. Let's try with this. Permit all. And now since form login is different, so we'll simply say and there because I want to specify more properties there. Okay, so it's working. There's no error. Let's go back to our page. I will say refresh, and we got an error. It says circular path. We are not able to find login. Oh, we have to mention the page, right? So I have to say login.jsp, and here as well I have to say logout.jsp. So I have to mention the extension as well. Let's relaunch it. And now let's go back here. I will say http://8080 enter, and you can see it says welcome aliens. That's bad. I guess maybe we have to also say any request has to be authenticated because we have not mentioned that. So let me do that once again. I will say localhost://8080, and now you can see that we got a login page. This is our customized login page which we have, and now I will say Naveen and ABCD. When I click on submit, you can see we got welcome aliens. It's that simple. But we don't have the logout there, so we wanted logout as well. So when you say logout, I just want to change one page. In fact, where the page we have, it says home.jsp. Let's also have the logout button here. So I will simply say button here will say ahref, or a link we can say /logout. So whenever I say logout, it should log out. That's it. Normally we should be using some CSS of some format, but as of now it should work. Everything done. Let's go back here, refresh. And now if you can see, if I say Naveen and ABCD, if I click on submit, you can see it calls the page, and when I click on logout, everything is logged out. You can see we got logout home. In fact, even if you go back, you will not see the same page. In fact, you will get login page. That's awesome. Now, if Fortify enters some wrong username password, when you click on submit, you can see we got bad credentials. You got this text here because in the login page, this is what you have written, right? You say it's Spring Security last exception. This is responsible to print that message, bad credentials. That's the only importance of this line. So that's about this video where we have tried to work with login, our own login page and logout page. The only thing you have to do is you have to add these two pages, plus you have to go to app security. You have to override this method, which has all these properties. Nothing much, everything will work. In fact, yeah, we have one more thing. We have added two more methods here. So that's it from this video. I hope you enjoyed. Let me know in the comment section, and do subscribe for the video. Welcome back everyone. Till this point we have seen how can we implement Spring Security, and then we have tried form login, we have tried with database, but now I want to use OAuth 2. So let's say if you are building a website where you want to provide security, you want user to be logged in, of course you can have your own database, you can have your own way of verifying the user, but we have one issue. When you have your data, when you have user details in your database, in your server, you have to protect it, right? Of course, it becomes difficult to manage that database, and if someone hacks it, you are responsible. Oh, that's one issue. The second issue is, even if you have your database, even if you have your own server, most of the users, they are using some type of social networking login. Example, if you have, let's say your consumer has a Google account, they have a Facebook account. So can we have Google login in your website? You don't have to manage the data, right? It will be managed by Google. So how can we do that? To achieve that, we have this amazing feature known as OAuth 2. So what I will do, so let me search for OAuth 2. So what exactly OAuth 2 is? So you can see it says it's an authorization framework that enables application to obtain limited access to the user account. Okay, so it's not just Google. We can also use it Facebook, GitHub, DigitalOcean. So we have so many options here. You can see, you can get more details about what is OAuth2, how exactly it works behind the scene. But now we want to use it. So we will be using Google login to access the website. Okay. In fact, we'll not be doing the entire code here. The main focus would be how can we use Google login, and let's access the token. So once you log in through Google, Google will send you a token, for the website. And then based on that token, your website will give you the access. It's that simple. Okay, so to achieve that, what we'll do is, first of all, we need to say, hey, we want to use OAuth2. And for that, we have to add a library. So what we'll do, we'll expand this. And if you go to pom.xml, we need to add one more dependency here for the OAuth2. So let's search for Maven repository. And here we have to search for Spring Security OAuth2 autoconfigure. Now, before Spring 4 or Spring 5, you could have actually go for Spring Boot Security OAuth2. But now, since after Spring 1.5 or Spring 5, we have to search for autoconfigure. And here you can pick up any version. Let me pick up 2.1.2. That should work. And here, let me just copy this, go back to our code and paste that dependency. Now, once you say save, it will get downloaded from the internet and it will be available in your Maven dependencies. So that one step is done. Now, once you got this, you have to make some more changes. So let's go back to our app security. Now, don't you think we are using OAuth2, so we have to specify it somewhere? So here we'll say, hey, I'm using OAuth2, so please enable it. So you will say @enable OAuth2 SSO. So that's you have to add. So this is SSO here is a single sign-on. So you can see we got the package as well. So once you have done that, now here we don't need user details because we are not using database. So let me remove all this extra thing which we don't need as of now. The only method we need here is configure. Now in that too, we don't need to go for form login. Of course, in the previous video, we have worked on form login, but this time I would just want to use Google page, right? So here what you can do is you don't need any of this stuff. So we don't need form login. Let's remove that. The only thing we need here is .http basic. So that's the only thing you have here. So we got the AND matcher and then we got HTTP basic. So you have to say whatever request it is getting, that should be done with the help of OAuth2. So you don't need database anymore. In fact, just to clear some stuff, we don't even need this method anymore. So let me remove that. Just have a clean code. Okay, in fact, I think we don't even need this HTTP basic. If required, we'll add that later. Now think about this. We are saying, hey, use OAuth2 SSO and then it will search for the OAuth2 token. But we have not configured anything here, right? So don't you think we have to specify it somewhere? We have to specify the configuration. Are we using Google? Are we using Facebook? Even if you're using Google, then how do we, because see, every developer needs a developer account on Google, right? If you want to have that access, you need to create a client ID and a client secret key. So what I'm talking about is you have to configure it in a file. So this is our file, which is application properties. This is where you have to configure your OAuth2. Now, what are the configuration we need? So I already have a text with me. Let me just paste it here. So these are the things we need. So this is only for OAuth2. So we are saying, hey, OAuth2 client access URI here is Google. So we are saying we want to use Google for my login. This is your token name, which is OAuth token if you want to use in your application. Now this is important, the scope. Whenever you use OAuth2, of course, it will also give you authentication. But don't you think you have to also specify what are the features is accessible? Example, whenever the user access using Google, they will be having the access to the profile of the user and the email ID. In fact, if you don't want profile, just remove that. Now you're only accessing email ID. Let me just have it there. Okay, this is something we have to specify, which is for Google, and then we are using OAuth token. But this is important, the client ID and client secret key. Oh, we have not specified that yet because depending upon the application for different users, for different developers, we'll be having different client IDs here. So how will we get this client ID and client secret? So what you have to do is you have to create Google Cloud account where you will be creating the application for this client ID and client secret. So let's do that. Let's search for Google Cloud. So this is their official website. And here you have to click on go to console because I'm already logged in. And I have a Google Cloud account. So if you don't have, you can create one. The only thing is I'm using this for my personal use, and that's why you can see I'm out of trial, but that's fine. If you have a Google Premium account, you can use that. Otherwise, you can go with the free one. Now here you have to click on this navigation bar and you have an option of API and services. This is where you have to click on credentials. Now when you click on that, you can see we have the second option, second tab here as OAuth consent screen. This is where you have to specify the name of the application. We already have one because I've used it for one of my batch, but now let me just change it to Telusko. Nothing to specify here. You can see we have specified the scope here, email, profile, open ID. You can add scope. I guess you can also delete scope if you need. No, we don't have delete option, but you can add scope. Nothing to specify much here. Click on save. Now once you click on save, you can see we have an option of create credentials. Click on that. Here we have to create a OAuth 2 client ID. When you click on that, it will give you an option. You can use it for web application, for Android, for Chrome app and iOS. Let's select web app here and let's give a name. Of course, you can go with the same name. I will say Telusko app. And this is where you have to specify the URL of your application. Now, since it is on localhost, I will simply say http://localhost:8080. And the redirect link which I want is on the login page. I will say http://localhost:8080/login. And then click on, okay, so enter, click on create. So that should work. Now, once you click on create, you can see it will give you two things. It will give you the ID and it will give the secret key. Okay, let me just copy that. So this two is important. So click on that, copied. Let's go back to the application. I have copied the client ID. It's time for secret key. Okay, so once I have uploaded this video, I'll be removing this client ID and secret key from my Google app so that no one can use it. In fact, no one will use it for wrong use. Okay, I guess that's done. But hold on, we still have one issue. We have specified that we are using OAuth 2, we have specified the configuration, but nowhere we have specified how we use the token. So here we have to specify public in your home controller. You can use any controller for that matter. I will say public. It will return the object of principal from Java security. And let's have the name as user. So whenever you use a token, we'll be using a token as user, and then it will return the principal object. I mean the current user object. So it should return principal. Okay. But then when it will be called, so the request mapping, we have to specify that. You have to say request mapping. In here, whenever your user request, whenever you request for user, it should send that. And I want it to be in JSON format or XML format. So I will say response body. I don't want a page. I want XML or JSON. Once you have specified that, let's relaunch the application. I hope this will work. Relaunching the application. Let's go back to our incognito mode. So let's say localhost:8080, and you can see the moment you do that, the moment you try to use an application, I'm not searching for Google page here. You can see I have searched for localhost:80. The moment you say enter, it will take you to the home page or the Google page where you have to log in. In case if you have already logged in, it will not ask you for this page. So let me use Telusko's ID here, which is telusko@gmail.com. Click on next. Okay, so you can see once I have logged in, I'm calling this page, but not this page. I want to call localhost:8080. Okay, nothing is coming on this page because nothing is there on this page. Oh, by default, okay, I've made some changes before recording the video. Let me call the home page, and you can see it says welcome alien, and we got it. Right, that's how you can use this. But what if you want to know who is the user? So you can say /user, and this is the current user. So that's how we can use it. You can use this token, you can save the data in database or in a file, in a session, it's your choice. You can see the token, it says who was the name of the user, and then the picture, you can use that as well. What else we have here? There should be also email ID here, which I can't see, but it should be there. Email ID should be somewhere. Yeah, it's here. And that's your email ID. So that's how you can verify the user using Google OAuth 2.